Recording in progress.
All right, so very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you. Can we cut the music, sir? Thank you. I want to welcome you to this conversation this morning and the better part of the afternoon today on behalf of our partners, the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, the Uganda Debt Network, Seatini and Transparency International Uganda. I want to warmly welcome you to this workshop, but I wanted to request that I invite Dr. Arthur Benumcha to pray for us. So may we stand and thank God for a beautiful day. So Arthur, please come. Dr. Arthur, please come. Dr. Arthur, in his other capacity, he's a pastor in his own way. He loves God, but we want to be grateful for great weather that we've been praying for a very long time, and the farmers are ready. So Arthur.
Thank you, Maurice. I don't deny that I'm a pastor. Yeah, so let's humble ourselves and pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you for the gift of a new day. We want to thank you most importantly for the rain season that has started, Father. Been burning. Other countries are burning. You've given us rains. So we thank you for the rains. And Father, we want to commit this meeting into your hands as we even discuss about issues of debt and development. It is not, Father, in your interest that people are trapped in debt or hunger or hopelessness, my Father. It is the work of the enemy. So, Father, as we deliberate about debt, Father, we pray that, Father, you give us wisdom, knowledge, and understanding to be able to raise proposals and guidance to our country, to our governments, to our technical people, to be able to make decisions that will lift this country out of debt and position us into prosperity, because, Father, that's what you intend, what the purpose for us, my Lord. So we pray for all the presenters. We pray for people who haven't come, that you fast track their steps and they'll come. And whatever we discuss here, may it bring you glory and honor through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. I want to once again welcome you on behalf of the organizers for this African Conference on Debt and Development. This is a hybrid workshop. We have both the physical audience that is in this room and also a virtual audience that's joining us. We will also have presentations from our stakeholders who are joining us virtually, and we want to welcome them, but also welcome our partners who are joining us on the social media platforms, because this is streaming both on YouTube, on Facebook, and on Zoom. And let us know if you want a link. You could always move to the secretariat or the team here, the technical team, and they'll share the Zoom link or the YouTube link for you to share with our partners who are not in this room. Our chair of the Uganda Debt Network, the heads of Uganda Debt Network, Seatini and Transparency International Uganda, who are here in this room, members of the civil society organizations represented here, members of the press, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome, and I want to very quickly turn to Mr. Patrick Tumwebaze from Uganda Debt Network to come and make some welcome remarks. You're most welcome. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Please notice that it's cold, and I notice when you clap, somehow your hands get warm and then the heat moves to the rest of the body. So, Patrick, you're welcome, sir, to make your welcome remarks.
Good morning, everybody. I want to run through the protocol. We're expecting the head of the country representative of IMF, who is coming in a bit late, but she'll be joining us. Officials from the MDS of government represented here. Honorable members of parliament represented here. the chairpersons of various committees of Parliament represented here, the chair of UDN board, UDN board members represented here, AFRODAD board and staff represented here physically and virtually. We are supposed to be streaming live. I'm not sure what is happening because AFRODAD is waiting. Thank you. Media fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Atmoraza Patrick. I'm the Executive Director of Uganda Data Network. Once again, I recognize and appreciate all the participants in this hall, both virtually and present. And I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for participating in this conference. I would say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening because the whole world is watching. Today is second African Conference on Data and Development, codenamed AfCoDD II, builds on the achievements of the first AfCoDD I that were held and launched last year in August across the African continent, and is aimed at contributing to the long-term development of the continent by contributing to finding sustainable solutions to Africa's challenges in debt, resource management, and financial development. It is for this reason above that Uganda Data Network with its partners, AfRODAD, Seatini, and TIU, have organized this second AfCoDD II conference here today under the theme Towards an African Debt Accountability Mechanism, a critical tool for achieving public debt sustainability in Africa. This conference brings together political, technical, civic organizations and academia from all over Africa. As I said, it is both virtual and also physical to deliberate and agree on commitments that safeguard the macroeconomic sustainability of the continent towards achieving the structural transformation as espoused in Agenda 2063. This conference, which is simultaneously taking place across the continent, African continent, is actually being held in the following countries: Kenya, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Tanzania, Tunisia, Cameroon, Angola, and Zambia. And specifically it has the following objectives. The first, political mobilization on a common African position on debt anchored on the African Borrowing Charter, contributing to Pan-African ideation on public debt, academic and research integration of debt in Africa from a political, economic, and social levers perspective. And 3, citizens' mobilization of public debt links to strengthen transparency, accountability, and governance. To realize the above objective, ladies and gentlemen, because the conference has been structured and 4 themes. The first theme is transparent and accountable debt management in Uganda, climate financing and debt, the role of PP's infrastructure development and their effect on debt, and infrastructure development as a key driver of public debt. As you will be told, each session will have an expert presenter, and the presentation is discussed by carefully selected eminent persons as panel discussants, and then later it will be open to the plenary. Ladies and gentlemen, whereas the issue of debt and development question has been one of the top agenda for many countries, both creditors, debtors, academia, and CSOs for some time now, unfortunately, not enough has been done as we continue to see multi-pronged problems relating to 1, failing development, 2, huge development financing constraints, inadequacy in transparency and accountability, and ineffective advocacy initiatives for debt question. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot walk our heads on, our eyes wide open, when we see we are sliding to a debt crisis that's foreseeable and actually preventable. Many African countries are facing financial constraints for their social and development needs, yet the debt stock accumulation is increasing year by year. We continue to see majority of the African countries sliding into debt distress, and unfortunately, we have started to see some countries actually default. This undesirable trend, ladies and gentlemen, must be stopped in its tracks. Today, we are united here as a continent. When I talk about continent, I'm also referring to all those that are listening in and watching virtually in this conference in calling for urgent, bold, decisive action. It is my sincere hope that the continent will emerge from this conference with workable proposals and recommendations aimed at building sustainable and inclusive development agenda for the Africa we all want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, as I finish, allow me to sincerely extend and thank our gratitude to AFRODAD for their support, without whom this conference would not have taken place. I wish you fruitful deliberations for God and my country.
Thank you very much for your welcome remarks and setting the tone for our conversation this morning. I want to confirm that Diana from AfRODAD is online and is joining us very shortly. She will be speaking to us immediately after Jen. So allow me to invite Ms. Jen Nalunga to come and make welcome remarks. And immediately after Jen, Diana Muchoge, please stand by. We will be expecting you to join us virtually. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maurice. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. I would like also, on behalf of the organizers of this meeting, this conference, that's AfRODAD, UDN, Seatini, Transparency International, to welcome you to this very, very important conference. This conference, as my brother, the previous speaker, has pointed out, it's the second conference on debt, and it's an African conference because the issue of debt, we are all in it, all of us together as Africa. My apologies, I'm not very good at protocol, but all protocol observed. Okay? All protocol observed. I observe all the very important people here. But the moment you walk in the rain today and reach here, you are a very important person to us. And we believe that you care about the development of this country. So when you look at the debt issue, we have been talking about the debt issue in Uganda here, but we are not alone. I don't know whether that's good or bad, but when it comes to debt, we are all of us in it as Africa, because the trends as Africa worrying. By the way, Uganda, we are looking at debt to GDP of around, is it 50? 51 around there. But there are countries like Cape Verde, which has gone up to 118, Mozambique 106.8%, Angola 90%, So there are countries which are worse off, but that shouldn't make us comfortable. We are, all of us, we are not doing very well. We're also looking at trends such as the fact that we are paying more to service our debt than we pay for other things like water, sanitation, education, So all countries, it shows that we are living beyond our means as a country. Another worrying trend is the we are collateralizing our debt, giving our resources, for us to get debt, giving our assets. I won't point fingers to any country in Africa or in Uganda, but I can give an example of Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, when you Google, you see they gave up their port to China because of debt. And there are so many countries in Africa who are in the same position. So the issue of debt is worrying. There are countries which are under the distress. Distress is when a country is almost unable to pay. There are countries like that, So that's why we have organized this conference. It's a continental conference to be able to see how to address this debt. But I think what's also important is to be able to put a human face to the debt issue. When we talk about debt, we talk about debt to GDP, debt distress, HIPIC initiative, and the people say, okay, those are for those people who speak English. But we need to put a human face on the debt issue. Because if you are paying, servicing your debt more than you are paying for your education, for your health, for water, then there is a problem, So let us equate debt to at the household level, When you can't take your children to school, you can't take your children to hospital because you are servicing a debt, then there is a problem. And that's why I call upon all of us as Ugandans, to be mindful of the debt issue and to ensure that we chart ways of addressing this very important issue. So I would like to once again to thank you very, very much for braving the rain and the coldness to be here. And I hope we are going to have a very, very fruitful conversation. I remember Maurice talked about a conversation. We are going to have a conversation. And we are not going to do a blame game We are not blaming anybody. We are just going to have an honest conversation as Ugandans, but also as a continent, on how we can be able to address this issue. So thank you so much for coming. And once again, I wish us a fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. I want the technical team to line up Diana. Diana, if you can hear us, I see that your mic is unmuted. Perfect. There you go. Diana, please note that you can hear.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Diana, for joining us. Diana Muchoge, a very big congratulations to you and the people of Kenya for a fantastic election. And but you're not talking about elections this morning. We're talking about debt. So feel free to go ahead and speak to our audience here and those that are joining us virtually.
Thank you very much. And it's really good to be here. Good morning, Nairobi. We are very happy as AFRODAD to be partnering with UBN, Seatini, Transparency International for this great conference. And as has been mentioned by the previous speakers, it's a run-up towards AfCoDD, which will be happening next week in Malawi. And these conversations are very important as national dialogues leading up to AfCoDD with regards to the debt conversation in Africa, but most importantly, the debt conversations in Uganda. And we are coming from a context where we have COVID-19 that has really impacted our continent. Even our countries have been impacted by the effects of COVID-19, and one of them has been the rising debt, which has been spoken about. Many countries, according to the IMF, have actually gotten into debt distress as a result of COVID. We know that our governments actually utilized most of the resources and the expenditure to cushion the impacts of COVID, and were also forced to borrow so that they could be able to deal with some of the impacts of COVID-19. On top of that, we also have the Russia-Ukraine war that has really affected our economies. We know how we had high fuel prices, we had high food and commodity prices that have really affected our daily living and the livelihoods of people, and even more than that, has also led to pressure for the domestic resource mobilization of our governments. And so these global events and situations have affected our economies. And just picking up from what Jane has talked about with regards to the issue of debt, the East Africa community has a cap of 50% of debt to a country's GDP. And it's interesting to note that Kenya, Burundi, Tanzania, and Uganda have actually surpassed this 50% cap with regards to the debt management of their countries, and this is something worrying. This trend has been noted to increase with time. As of 2019, the debt to GDP ratio was exposed Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi to exchange rate risks and also issues of budget deficits due to infrastructure projects. And I think that has been mentioned. Most of our countries in East Africa use their money to be able to service infrastructure projects, and that means they have to borrow externally. Something very interesting to note as well is that Uganda actually borrows heavily from China, and this is one of the I'm sure conversations that will be coming also from this meeting with regards to the dependency on China and the kind of loans that China gives not only to Uganda but also other East African countries. Interestingly, according to the Brookings Institution, which is a US research firm, they note that the debt to GDP ratio for Uganda has increased from 43.6% up from 37.7%. So that shows you that the debt has been increasing, and they also note that Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania are among the top 50 countries that are highly indebted to China. So that's something that is worrying and is for us to be able to note down. And also China remains the biggest bilateral lender to Uganda, with a debt amounting to $2.55 billion. I'm sure by now, that was by the end of June 2021, so I'm sure by now the debt to China has increased. And also Uganda interestingly borrows from Japan and the United Kingdom. So China leads, and then Japan and the United Kingdom with regards to borrowing. So we note that as AFRODAD, we note that these discussions are a crucial time, because we are tracking the debt levels of our governments, and we are also making recommendations with regards to over-reliance on borrowing, and ensuring that we increase domestic resource mobilization of our countries. It will also be an opportunity the endorsement of the Harare Declaration. I'm sure many of us, following last year's conference on debt and development, were able to see the Harare Declaration and the commitments that were made by civil society organizations and governments of the different African countries towards accountability, which has been spoken about, and towards having prudent management of debt in African countries. And just to finalize, it's important for us to note that African countries are contending with the effects of global pandemics, and also we are having additional domestic resource mobilization pressures, and it's important that countries are able to deal with these shocks, and also Africa is able to reform and rebuild on economic and financial architecture. And as we say in AFRODAD, and that Africa needs to be an equal player in rule making and global governance. And as we say, Africa is a rule maker and not a rule taker. And we continue pushing for this message even as we get into AFCON. Thank you very much, and I welcome you all to this dialogue, and we look forward to the discussions that will be taking place.
Very much, Diana. There was a round of applause, but you may not have had, so let's give her another round of applause. Thank you. Thanks for giving us the African perspective, and I know Jen had given us some of the numbers, especially the critical numbers that we will be looking at today. But since I'm not the debt expert, I'll stay away from the numbers until they have been formally presented here in the presentations coming. So allow me now invite the Honorable March Fred, the Board Chair, Uganda Debt Network, to come and make his keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause.
Thank you very much, moderator. The IMF country representative, Madame Isabella, who will be joining us this afternoon, members of parliament here present, officials from government of Uganda, MDS at your various capacities, the academia, AFRODAD, and I would like to thank Diana Muchonge for the remarks he has just made, the Seatini ED, who's here with us, Diane, the Jen Nalunga, and UDN board and the members, the media, and all of you distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I will not give a keynote address. As you know, symbols in Uganda, what they mean. But I will all the same give some opening remarks. I'd like to very heartily thank the organizers of this very important conference, on Africa Conference on Debt and Development. This is the second one. The first one was held in Entebbe last year in August, courtesy of AFRODAD. And this one is the second, and it will be done on a yearly basis. And I would like to thank AFRODAD for financing it and also handling it in conjunction with Seatini and also Uganda Debt Network. So I'm happy to be here to make these small statements. Seatini has already given their position, and the African Forum and Network on Debt and Development, AFRODAD, which was created 25 years ago, have been handling the issue of debt and development in Africa. And I'm happy that the ED of Uganda Debt Network, Patrick, has mentioned what has been happening. So permit me to start with the level where Africa is. Even despite the HIPIC and the MDRI, which has been given to Africa for a very long time, and the fact that AFRODAD for the last 25 years has been fighting to see that the situation of debt in Africa is sustainable. But the condition is getting more critical than ever before. And I would like to thank you for the choice of the topics that are going to be discussed today by different scholars. The first one about transparent and accountable debt management. And this, we expect the PAC, Public Accounts Committee of Parliament to handle, or whoever will handle that. This is quite critical. Then you have also chosen the role of public-private partnership in infrastructure development and their effect on debt. Again, this is quite relevant because now Africa is going into more and more in getting private financing with all its challenges that it has. And then you have also talked about the climate financing and debt in Africa. Now, the climate you have seen in Uganda, what has just happened, the drought, and after the rains came, how it is swept valley. So the level of how much we are going to do in regards to the climate change. Then you have the issue of infrastructure development as a key driver of public development and public debt. Now, infrastructure, definitely wherever you would like to go, you will need a road. So the importance of infrastructure, but to what extent can this infrastructure be given vis-a-vis other critical needs? Like you have the critical need of education, the critical need of agriculture. How much of the total debt, for instance, in Uganda, is going to agriculture, which is the backbone of all that is taking us the development. I'd like to welcome you, Honorable, to this meeting which we have just started as the chair of the PAC in Parliament. So we are going to go through all this. Then above all, there will be presentations, then plenary, and then the closing remarks by the IMF representative in Uganda. So this is very important, and we are both physical and virtual as we go through this conference today. Now in Africa, at the continental level, as of 2020, general gross government debts owed by African countries stood at 1.5 trillion US dollars. And this is up from over 192 billion previously. The rising debt is way beyond revenue mobilization on the African continent. Clear proof that governments are living beyond their means and accumulating more debts than they can service, especially with increasing commercial and non-concessional components of public borrowing, expanding contingent liabilities, and possible debt collateralization using productive resources of this country. So Africa is moving more and more towards commercial debts. The non-concessional debts are getting lower and lower, and this is quite a very big challenge. The whole of Africa, and of course Uganda per se. This is further worsened by low levels of debt productivity, usually plagued by corruption and excessive execution issues, which grossly undermine the GDP growth and ability to generate local revenue to service debt. As a result, substantial shares of the national budget each year have been allocated to debt repayment or servicing at the expense of other social service sectors. So in the absence of good revenue mobilization, actually in Africa is about 16% on average. In Uganda here, the experts will tell you whether it has gone now beyond 16% revenue to GDP. And we need to increase on revenue to GDP in order to reduce on our borrowing from outside. Now, if in Africa public debt problem is unfolding amidst pressing development needs as expressed in national development plans, African Union Agenda 2063, and the United Nations Strategic Development Goals. The realization of this requires government to not only mobilize resources to support their implementation, but also align such resources with the right policies to guarantee socio-economic development and to realize associated environmental priorities as stipulated in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda on financing for development. Besides infrastructural challenges, Africa remains one of the regions in the world that has not contributed to decline in global extreme poverty. While the numbers have declined for the rest of the world, the head count has increased in Africa. According to UNCTAD, about 490 million people in Africa are estimated to be living under the poverty line of the US dollars 1.9 per day in 2021. And this is quite a big challenge when you take that in some European countries or in the US. This sort of money is given to ensure that farmers are subsidized. Those who are having producing animals or cows, they have those sort of subsidies. This is 37 million people more than what was projected without the pandemic, and up from 284 million people in 1990. This is about 40% of the total population of the continent. Progress on other goals such as zero hunger, health and well-being, quality education, clean water, and sanitation, reduce inequalities, affordable and clean energy, decent work, and economic growth, industry, innovation, infrastructure, show that significant and major challenges around achieving the SDGs extremely remain for most African countries. These challenges are largely around the mobilization of financial resources to accelerate the achievements of these goals. Previous experience showed that accountability has been failing in Africa. This calls for greater advocacy to push for further credible action that does not only shore up resources for greater fiscal space in Africa, but that also institute mechanisms that deliver inclusive and sustainable development outcomes for the Africa people. So with all these challenges, UDN and its partners, AFRODAD and Seatini and others simultaneously undertaking similar engagements across the continent in Kenya, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Nigeria, Ghana, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Tanzania, Tunisia, Cameroon, Angola, and Zambia. Of course, Uganda inclusive. We seek to engage stakeholders working on debt and development in Africa to a debt advocacy meeting under the theme Towards an African Debt Accountability Mechanism, a critical tool for achieving public debt sustainability in Africa. This builds on previous advocacy meetings, including the African Conference on Debt and Development, which I've already told you took place in August last year at Entebbe. These have not only raised awareness, but also strengthened the capacity of stakeholders to push for a common advocacy position in Uganda, as well as Africa, and the current debt problems and development financing needs. The conference sessions, as I've already told you, will be exploring transparency and accountability for public debt, infrastructural development for key drivers for public debt, and the role of private-public partnerships in infrastructural development and their effect on public debt and climate financing and debt, to which recommendations will be advanced by all stakeholders for implementation towards strengthening capacity, transparency, accountability, and governance of public debt in Uganda and Africa at large. And as the ED of Seatini has mentioned, let us be open, for it is for the good of not only Uganda, but the whole of Africa, whatever we come out with during these deliberations. This conference is intended to provide a platform for public discussion and experience sharing on debt development in Uganda and beyond. As we all know, debate around issues of national debt is now more than ever vital in view of the increasing debt, issues around loan absorption capacities, the shift from multilateral to bilateral debt, construction, and the relatively new public-private partnership, inter alia, must be deliberated upon as we chart a development path that obtains desirable and sustainable development results to us in this country and Africa at large. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, UDN pledges to keep matters of debt afloat in Uganda by regularly providing such public platforms to dialogue on the best paths towards sustainable development. I therefore call upon all of you to meaningfully debate on this important debt subject which affects all citizens and come up with lasting solutions to the increasing debt sustainability. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you look at the case of Uganda, you had the representative from AFRODAD in Nairobi mentioning what the East Africa Community Convergence agreed, that the debt to GDP in Eastern African countries, members of the East Africa Community, should not go beyond 50% of the GDP. And I'd like to thank Uganda. Uganda has tried its level best to remain around this for some time. The expert will tell us the details, whether some of the contingency debts are included in the calculation. You will tell us. But what is important, it has been at about 49.9%, and of late we hear it is about 54%. You will tell us. But most important may not be the actual percentage. Most important is how this debt is bringing development in the country, a development that will help us to increase on the GDP growth rate, the development that will help us to increase on the revenue collection to GDP, so that this revenue which is collected can then reduce on the amount of money that we intend to borrow to sustain our developments. If you look at the figures for 2018, 2019, up to 2020, you'd see Kenya started with 60.2, 2019 62.1, and 2020 68.7. You come to Rwanda 45, 51, 61. If you come to Tanzania, theirs was a bit lower, and then Uganda, as I've already mentioned. But as in 2022, Uganda has gone to beyond 50%. Burundi is about 69.2%. South Africa is 50.5%. And this implies that these economies have their debt ratios larger than what the East Africa Convergence was prescribing. And we have to do something about this. And the worst part of it is that the concessional loan ratio is going down, while the commercial ratio is going up of this 50 or so percentage. And this is quite a challenge in the repayment of the loans, and more so that the loans are foreign currency denominated. And this becomes a challenge because of the exchange rate which keeps to depreciate against the hard currencies through which we are borrowing. So that by the time you are paying after 20, 40 years, what you actually pay back is much higher than if it was denominated in the local currency. So I would like to once more thank all the participants for coming at your various levels. I would like to thank the financiers and the organizers, and let us have free deliberation on this very important issue. So as I mentioned earlier, this was just my statement. It may not be key, but it was my statement. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much. We will now quickly transition, because this was really the opening session, and we will then move into session 1 on transparent and accountable debt management in Uganda. I also want to prepare our online audience that later we'll look at climate financing and debt. And then our third session will be on the role of PPPs in the infrastructure development and the effect on debt. And finally, we will turn to infrastructure development as a key driver of public debt. And as mentioned, we want to have an honest conversation through the day, and that will speak to the presentations that will be made through the day. As we organize for the next stages, allow me in a very special way to recognize the members of Parliament who are here. And as I do that, allow me take the pleasure of inviting the Honorable Medard Lubega Segona, the Chair of the Public Accounts Committee of Parliament, to come and make his presentation on transparency and accountability for public debt. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. I have known him not to miss his words, and so I will be keenly following the presentation.
Do you confirm? I have.
I think I will be permitted to remove my mask because of the social distancing. You know, that invitation could earn you space in Chitalia, and the suspicion would either be inciting violence or attempted murder. Honorable colleagues, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. First, let me begin by apologizing for my bad manners of walking into later than scheduled. I left Parliament this morning to go home and freshen up after transiting in attendance to some critical functions that could not wait. I had a report that is meant to be presented today of close to 300 pages, and I had to do it. I became one of the technical staff of Parliament, and that is the agony of my job. And on my way, because of the public debt, I found a lot of jam everywhere I tried to pass, so please pardon me. Honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, let me first of all begin by taking this opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference for considering me worthy your invitation and speaking to you about a topic as important as this. I have been made aware that this is the second African conference on the debt and development and aims at exploring transparency and accountability for the public debt, infrastructure development as key drivers for the public debt, and the role of the public-private partnerships, PPPs, in infrastructure development and their effect on the public debt, climate financing, and debt. It is my hope that this conference will deliberate and agree on key commitments that will safeguard Africa's microeconomic sustainability required to support the structural transformations envisaged in the African agenda. As I start my topic, it is critical that we understand some key aspects and tools of underpinning transparency and accountability for the public debt in Africa, and one of them is policy and legal framework. Uganda's legal framework, for instance, is robust and has in many ways facilitated a given level of transparency and accountability for the public debt, namely the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as amended, the Public Finance Management Act 2015, the Treasury Bill Act 1969, Treasury Instructions of 2017, and the Bank of Uganda Act 2000, among others. The Constitution in Article 163, for example, provides that the Auditor General, AG, is mandated to audit and report on all sources of funding to government, including internal and external borrowing. The Public Finance Management Act, PFMA, under Section 39, subsection 4, and Section 42, subsection 3, Section 42, subsection 3, and Section 44, subsection 5, require the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development every financial year to prepare, publish, and lay a report on management of the public debt, guarantees made by government, and other financial liabilities and grants before Parliament. Accordingly, the Auditor General's report for for the financial year 2020-2021 shows Uganda's external and domestic debt stood at a staggering 73.78 trillion as at the end of October 2021. The contingent liabilities amounted to 160 trillion, rising from 11 trillion in just 1 year, and I mean one financial year. The domestic arrears amounted to 4.65 trillion. Outstanding advances from Bank of Uganda amounted to 3.033 trillion, with nominal GDP projected at Uganda shillings 173.96 trillion. The total public debt burden, thus of Uganda shillings 241.5 trillion, translating to a debt to GDP ratio of 139%, which by far exceeds the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility target of 53.1%. This is a wider departure from the total public debt stock of Uganda shillings 73.49, you can say 4.5 trillion, reported by government as at end of December 2021. And this excludes all publicly guaranteed debt, save for a minute portion that has become a liability to government upon default by the responsible debtors. This arises from the wrong computation of public and publicly guaranteed debt, which is supposed to be a total public debt plus debt guaranteed by government. However, with regard to guaranteed debt, the Debt Sustainability Analysis, DSA 2020-21 by government only includes guaranteed debt that has become a liability. In other words, that has become due to government upon default by the responsible or principal debtor. Government's DSA report 2021 also excludes domestic arrears and unpaid Bank of Uganda advances extended to government, hence lack of transparency in the public debt figures published by government. More worrisome, and you need to listen, as far as transparency of the public debt is concerned, is the fact that on 18th February 2022, government signed a service level agreement with the Bank of Uganda that redefines advances to include public debt provision. This does not only amount to a backdoor borrowing without approval of Parliament, and therefore impervious to public scrutiny, but also bordering on criminality. Now for the person who said is waiting for those words. Okay, it is therefore, this is a matter of scrutiny and discussion at a different forum, different level, different mechanisms and means. Some adverse effects of this level of borrowing is felt through interest payments of over 5.5 trillion in the financial year 2022-23, rising from 2.4 trillion in financial year 2017-18. An increment of 130%. This is coupled with external debt repayments that are projected at Uganda shillings 2.4 trillion in the financial year 2022-2023, rising from 589 billion in the financial year 2017-18, and that's an increment of 307%. These take first call on the revenue collection, and as such reduce the funds available for service delivery and for development. The pushers of the debt burden low tax to GDP ratio of 12.5%, which is lowest in COMESA, whose average is 16%, and huge tax expenditures that have resulted into foregone revenue of 21.5 trillion in only 5 years from financial year 2016-17 to the year 2020-21. This is worsened by the weak appraisal and approval system of government and parliament, respectively. And this is now where I also take part in the blame. While Article 159 of our Constitution of the Republic of Uganda and Rule 155 of the Rules of Procedure empower Parliament to approve all forms and manner of borrowing and guarantees, its scrutinizing mechanisms are so weak and damaging to the economy. And I will explain. For instance, many times Parliament focuses on the intention of the borrowing and fails to undertake adequate scrutiny of the terms and conditions of borrowing. Colleagues who are in Parliament or who have been in Parliament will bear witness. When a loan proposal comes to Parliament for approval, MPs representing specific constituencies that are intended to benefit from these borrowings will tell you, please don't fight this loan. It is going to help my people. Give access to water, clean water. It's going to give access to the roads. In one of the parliaments where I sat, a colleague came and told me he had just received a whisper from another, man, don't fight this loan, I have my cut. Okay. Focuses on intention. Consequently, it approves unfavorable borrowing conditions, especially, I dare not say, these Chinese loans. Furthermore, before Parliament considers approval of a loan, it should be ascertained that it has been approved by Development Committee and has affirmation from the Secretary to the Treasury that feasibility studies and appraisals have been undertaken. In many cases, you find loans come and they tell you certain prerequisite undertakings have not been concluded. For example, the NEMA is supposed to issue what we call the environmental impact assessment. That has not been done. Where you're going to acquire the materials from, for example, the stone quarrying, the landlords are still quarreling. You're going to construct a road, and there are still wrangles over ownership of the land through which the road is going to pass. In other words, they are not preceded with and by adequate planning and feasibility studies. Unfortunately, many loans have been approved without satisfying these conditions, particularly for contract financing. And you know what the Ministry of Finance does? They come to tell you, my colleague with respect has been to that ministry, and they come and tell you, this thing is on a deadline. If you do not approve today, the loan is going to Namibia. In other words, you do not have sufficient time to attend to the details that should precede the approval. Also, loans for ongoing projects seeking additional financing are approved without scrutinizing their midterm or end of project evaluation reports. Just this morning, as I was writing a number of reports that I was working on, you would discover that a project which was intended to be concluded in 2017 is still ongoing. The contractor therefore submits a claim for additional costs because says, well, the prices have skyrocketed, I have nothing to do but to put in another claim. If you do not provide the money, the alternative available is the contractor will abandon the site. And the investment you have injected into the whole project will collapse. So the government gets arm-twisted and accedes to the pressure. These factors, among others, are contributing to the unsustainable public debt trajectory. It should be remembered that a number of African economies benefited from the major debt restructuring under the Heavily Indebted Poor Countries Initiative, HIPC, multilateral debt relief initiatives, MDRI, and other complementary debt restructuring initiatives aimed at improving the debt situation in these poor economies. However, despite these efforts, in many economies across Africa, this situation has not improved. The situation has recently been exacerbated by the advent of COVID-19 shocks and the Russian-Ukraine war situation. As a result of the COVID-19 effects, the African economies, and indeed globally, countries have borrowed funds mainly from IMF and World Bank in order to mitigate the revenue shortfalls and economic shocks arising from the COVID-19 mitigation measures, including travel restrictions globally. Consequently, public debt exposure grew amidst slower than expected growth levels, and this negatively affected a number of public debt solvency and liquidity indicators, hence elevating the public debt sustainability risks globally. This trend will require enhanced efforts towards debt-prudent management practices, including transparency and accountability in debt sustainability, if debt sustainability is to be guaranteed. For the case of Uganda, preliminary statistics for the financial year 2021-22 indicate that public debt is projected to increase by 13% compared to the 4% growth in the size of the economy. In the financial year 2020-21, whereas the economy grew by 3%, Uganda's public debt grew by 22% on account of additional budget support through loans acquired to support government's response to the COVID-19 situation. It should therefore be noted that, for example, Uganda's public external debt exposure grew by 16% to Uganda shillings 18.2 billion. US dollars 18.2 billion in financial year 2020-21 from USD 15.7 billion in the financial year 2019-2020. During the same period, the stock of committed but undisbursed debt, CUD, increased by 11% from 5.3 billion USD in the financial year 2019 to 2020 to USD 5.9 billion in the financial year 2020-21. This is an indication of slower than expected rate of execution implementation for some of the projects and that we have reviewed. Over time, in many countries globally, failure to absorb borrowed funds results into further costs of debt arising from payment of commitment fees. This further erodes resources available to undertake critical socio-economic programs envisaged under the national development plan of the respective countries. You know, that's where they say if you have, the haves will have more, and those will have, the have-nots will even lose what they have. I don't know if they have-nots what they will have to lose anyway. As economies continue to grapple with the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and price shocks arising from the Russia-Ukraine war situation, countries continue to struggle with revenue shortfalls and the need to finance the larger than programs deficits. When this is done through domestic borrowing, it has had negative effects on the growth of the economy and consequently the capacity to generate much needed revenues. This situation poses a risk of debt sustainability, if not mitigated. This conference, therefore, is timely, as there is need to deliberate on mechanisms that should be adopted to enhance frugality in the use of the meager resources available to government. Budget executions should aim at minimizing wastage, prioritizing spending in sectors that are revenue enhancing, and potentially economic growth enhancing programs. I can give you an example. One of the entities we were reviewing just this morning in the health sector was given 66 billion shillings. And it is providing critical health service to the country. And I mean critical and specialized. That entity was able to collect NTR of over 60 billion Uganda shillings. It had a revenue shortfall from the budget approved compared with what was warranted and subsequently provided of 800 million. But equally was complaining that they needed more than that, what was approved. So if with the meager provision that entity could generate 60 billion in NTR. Just imagine if you had enhanced that entity's capacity, how much they would collect. And talking about the health sector, just imagine how much money we spend on medical tourism. Don't talk about India, don't talk about Turkey of late and the US, just talk about medical tourism to Kenya. I had a patient where my family spent over 200 million on one person, medical tourism. Efforts towards enhanced public debt management and PPP contract management practices to raise the required financing at the lowest possible cost over the medium term, consistent with prudent degree of risk, should be embraced going forward by Africa. On the contrary, in Uganda, due to the difficulty in attaining concessional financing, as alluded to in the concept paper for this conference, government has resorted to more costly alternatives such as public-private partnerships, pre-financing, contract financing, and promissory notes, among others. You may just think of the most recent controversial pre-financing or promissory note of Vinci Coffee. These lock out local investors that lack sufficient capital to invest in huge infrastructure projects. Government has also resorted to mechanisms that entrench inequalities in society by committing collateralized private debt, which guarantees revenue streams such as Entebbe Express Highway. On the other hand, in some instances, government has considered issuance of sovereignty guarantees such as promissory notes, as well as was the case in the settled Lubowa Hospital, as well the stored Lubowa Hospital, as well as forfeiting sovereignty through creation of escrow accounts in the event of default. I don't know if you understand. We have some reserves which we have risked by waiving sovereignty and immunity to attachment, such that if you guarantee a debt and your principal debtor fails to pay, and principal debtor you're referring to these investors, fake investors. An investor doesn't need to borrow from government, does not even need guarantees from government. An investor has money or has sources of financing. Now these people coming here to tell you, oh, you guarantee my debt, it is, what have you provided? Fortunately, the PPP Act provides an enabling policy and legal framework, unlike the rest of the alternative financing mechanisms. For instance, Section 30 of the PPP Act 2015 provides for the Auditor General or any auditor appointed by the Auditor General in every financial year to audit all PPP projects. However, in spite of all this and the good of this law, as of February 2022, there were 12 ongoing PPP projects under PPP Act 2015, but we are yet to receive the Auditor General's report on any of them. This conference should adopt and explore transparency and accountability mechanisms for debt approaches that will lower the risk that threaten debt sustainability in this country. Legislatures in Africa should ensure that there are sound legal frameworks that provide clear lines of authority and transparency in data acquisition, application of funds, monitoring and accountability of the debt resources. Establish flexible but effective and efficient debt performance benchmarks supported by timely audit reporting to guide budgets that are linked to economic growth and development goals. At all times, there should or ought to be a distinction between debt and monetary management objectives, as well as accountability and transparency. African economies must adopt and implement clear fiscal rules, and these rules should, together with other attendant debt management frameworks, be complied with as mechanisms of keeping data acquisition, utilization, and accountability in check. And I mean without exception. In Uganda, the trouble is that you have a legal framework and then you have also policy cooked in somebody's mind, sometimes deluded. Borrowing needs to be sequenced and guided by clear public investment appraisal processes to avoid absorption challenges, such as overruns in projects, including these and those under PPPs, litigation costs, and other forms of commitment fees that have the potential to erode discretionary expenditure allocations. Therefore, African economies ought to ensure transparency and accountability in their debt management, as well as PPPs, projects, contract operations. The following, therefore, need to be emphasized. One, ensure that government financing needs as well as payment obligations are met at the lowest possible cost over the medium terms, taking into account the degree of risk involved. Two, adopt sound fiscal and monetary policy frameworks that support prudent debt management at all times. Three, share debt information among all stakeholders comprehensively and in a timely manner. Uganda is doing well in sharing all debt statistics, but there is need to improve in the area of domestic arrears management. Uganda's debt status is usually tabled before Parliament and is published in the ministry's website for easy access. There is need to improve in the area of debt utilization information as well as PPP contracts entered into by government. Number four, strict adherence to all adopted fiscal rules and debt management frameworks developed and put in place, as well as contracts under PPPs by various governments without room for default. Uganda has defaulted to some key fiscal rules under the Public Debt Management Framework 2018, PDM 2018. For example, the thresholds on interest payment were breached in the financial year 2020-21, largely on account of COVID-19 effects. And by largely, I mean sometimes hiding under the cloak. Economies should weigh, number five, should weigh the risks associated with domestic borrowing and external borrowing, as well as public-private partnerships to avoid undermining domestic revenue mobilization efforts arising from a constrained economy as a result of crowding out of the private sector. Lastly, ladies and gentlemen, African authorities should adopt and implement efficient and effective audit frameworks that underpin both financial and value for money audits for borrowed funds and PPPs, including stringent penalties for non-compliance. Let me pause a bit and tell you that part of our mandate in the Public Accounts Committee is to undertake value for money audits. For the last 1 year this Parliament has been in existence, I must confess, we have never had any training on value for money audits. You understand? We have never undertaken any training on value for money audits. And when I first raised it, they said, well, where do you want to get the funding for this training? We have not undertaken any value for money audit. We have not received any value for money audit from the Auditor General. And do you know our tenure of office? 5 years. And do you know what the law requires under Article 163? Within 6 months. Now tell me. So emphasis should be put on value for money audits to ensure that these loans acquired and serviced at a very high or astronomical cost are productive. When the audit cycle, if concluded, government should ensure that the outcomes of the audit are implemented effectively and efficiently. The law makes provision for Treasury memoranda to be presented to Parliament and audited accordingly. Such is fiscal discipline that should be encouraged and to be executed in a timely manner. I want to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. God bless you.
Surely we can give Honorable Medad another round of applause. And I want to thank you, Honorable, for, as I mentioned, your honest conversation on our debt position and your recommendations to the African nations. And we'll delve into this conversation shortly, but we'll ensure that we work within the time provided. Again, to my panelists, we'll have to manage the time because we don't have a lot of time this morning. What the Honorable Medad was speaking to reminded me of a conversation someone shared on social media recently. So the research done, I think, by the financial institutions, and I'm not so sure which organization, it could have been UDN, I'm not sure, was asking young people who were borrowing money, or those who had actually gone to the financial institutions and borrowed money, on what conditions they were keen to decide on when taking a loan from a bank. And so there were three options. Interest rate, at what interest rate are you borrowing? The second was how long the repayment period, how long do you take to pay? And the third was how fast the institution is able to give you the money. Does anyone want to take a guess on which one the youth picked as the critical reason they are borrowing money from an institution? How fast? Yes. It was how fast they're able to get the money, not the interest rate and not the repayment period. And that speaks to the Honorable Medad's conversation here on how fast government is quick to bring a request for a loan to Parliament, and with a very short time window of borrowing the money. And that members of Parliament are now, because of the interest of the loan for a particular area or a particular condition, forget about the terms of repayment and are very quick to say, this thing is going to my people, please approve it. But that's one of the issues we have, I guess, and the fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. So may I request our panelists, the Honorable Stephen Birahwa, to take the front hot seats. I will be very keen on time, and also request Mr. Peter Wandera from Transparency International Uganda, and Ms. Jen Nalunga, please come. You take the last seat. And finally, we have an online audience. Birech Edwin is online and is standing by. So Jen will also be giving us a local perspective, but we have Birech Edwin, who is also on standby, and I think you can see Birech. He will be speaking to us with a more international perspective or continental perspective. He's from Transparency International Kenya. Thank you so much, Birech, for joining us. I'll probably want to start with the Honorable Stephen. I mean, listening to the Honorable Medad speaking to issues around debt financing, the appetite for debt, our debt sustainability, the sound legal structures, debt performance benchmarks, and finally, his recommendations, an issue around the audit frameworks. Your quick perspective on his presentation this morning.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the conveners of this very important dialogue, and a honest dialogue at that. You know, I'm an advocate of national dialogue and also local content. So I would first make 4 requests, because it seems we don't have we are not given enough time. One is that AFRODAD and the organizers, I want to thank you for having a continental approach. Next year, we are making 60 years of independence. The architecture of the borrowing has not been to develop Africa. The balkanized Africa, the different state houses are clearing houses for cutting deals for multinationals, and the loans are not intended to have local content, to have local industries. And I want to ask, in Uganda, which company do you know can make a dam? We have invested a lot of money in dams. In Uganda, which company do you know is making roads? Because for the last 13 years of NDP, we have been spending big in infrastructure, but made by foreigners, and a lot of them, the financing is commercial, and it is contractor attached. So the intention was not to help us. These people are cutting deals, they are making their money, and we have commission agents. So can I request, Seatini, Ugandan network, those of you who struggled so much 20 years ago for us to get debt relief through the HIPIC and MDR, the MDR, you can now see we are again candidates. Can we agree that for the next decade or so, we want to finance trade and industrialization in Africa through the African Continent Free Trade? If you do that, then you end the balkanization. We can get concessional cheaper loans if African continent, if East African community, if SADC went to China, went to India, went to Japan or Europe, and got an interconnection loan of a standard gauge rail for the whole Africa, so that we can trade. If we can get electricity. 2 days ago, I was in Blissa with some diaspora from London, whom I'm interested in tourism. And at the CPF of Ministry of Energy and Petroleum, there is no power. Very near former Minister Omachi's place. There is no power, and all the 168 companies coming to Blissa are going to run generators. But Uganda, we have invested for that, and we are saying we have excess power. On reaching here this morning, there was no power. We have invested heavily to the tune of 1,000 plus, including Karumai, Simba, and others. That is, Simba was switched off. Uganda is asking for power from Kenya, but in the meantime, the Namamve and Kachira is the one to give us power. So I am discussing the outcome of this public investment for the last 13 years of the NDP, that it could even be a white elephant. Until this power is evacuated, is being used at all communities, and is going to save us from the environment, it becomes a white elephant. I hope this could be understood. Secondly, I want to thank the Chairman Park, my Muko and senior MP, for attempting to expose the definition of a loan. The question I left in Parliament is, how do you define a loan and a debt? The legal semantics aside, because you've heard of guaranteed loan. So what they are calling public debt is minus production sharing agreement. Production sharing agreement of oil could go to $30 billion, bigger than our current debt. Is a recoverable cost. And let me come to AfCoDD II, debt network. Is a recoverable cost a debt? Isn't it a debt? So why the Constitution says in Article 159 that Parliament must approve? Honorable Segona, there is a project going on in Blissa. Have you approved that borrowing? The biggest loan Uganda is committing now in the next 5 years has not been approved by Parliament. But a small project of $4 million of a neonatal health facility, so much required, is the one the Parliament will approve that. But this big loan is not being done. And what am I trying to say? First of all, I thank Finance finally for adding on PPPs, because that was the other struggle I left in Parliament. Initially, PPPs was not defined as a loan. PPP is a loan with a lot of contingent liabilities. So this is where there is lack of transparency. This is where the loans are passed in hidden terms. Now, Uganda, for us to get to Bujagali, we had to be rated as B stable, B plus. The moment you become B plus, It means you are no longer only requiring the concessional loans. It means you are big enough, you are adult man enough to get commercial loans, to get PPPs. So those who are pushing for deals, they knew that Ujagali was coming, so they required to be rated. And you see how we are choking with Ujagali. So the other PPPs also come in that. And now that's where you start getting commercial loans. Now commercial loans are not just commercial loans. It is a double tragedy. There is pre-financing. The roads in Bunyoro, thank God who gave us oil. We now have roads for the first time in Bunyoro, 60 years after independence. These roads are a commercial loan, not only a commercial loan, but a pre-finance. So for the 4 years after loan was signed, the contractors gave Uganda a debt at an interest I don't want to mention. So we are paying two debts, a pre-finance debt and a commercial loan. Why is that very possible? Because it has a contractor attached. And you will say the contractor is a Chinese, but the facilitator is a Ugandan somewhere, a Ugandan Chinese. And that's why the problem is. Please, public accounts, please accord. Do you know how much local content we are going to get in oil and gas? We made a lot, the effect is 48%. So these loans are envisaged to do technology transfer, to build local content capacity, to build industrialize. The way South Korea used loans after war depression to build industry, to build manufacturing, to build local content and the good vehicles and the phones you import from South Korea. Okay. It was a deliberate, conscious industrial policy, which is lacking in Africa, which is lacking in Uganda. We are accompanying foreign companies in these loans. So it's basically their marketing agenda. And earlier, they also used procurement. The PPDA law as it was in the beginning was to allow competitive bidding, which Ugandan company, private sector, which is not existing, competes with an international company. So it was deliberate. And that's how the Chinese have built cartel. In the first 6 years of UNRWA bidding, Chinese molded all other foreign companies because China Railway 1, CCC, the Chinese would be the first 6 companies. So all the other foreign companies have packed and left. So it's now a cartel. So they will agree in their economic affairs desk at the embassy, you take Bulisa Road, this one take Masindi, and they are a cartel. So we are discussing a very gigantic problem, and we should not just approach it by discussing small numbers of this project. It's a much bigger problem than we are looking at. Right. So can I therefore request that we employ more proactive and more preventive approaches? Honorable Segona, I want to invite you to Ulisa and get to understand the mess in the oil and gas law content law, the good law you made of 48%. What is happening? The foreign companies have been registered. You are a lawyer. The lawyers have registered the foreign companies as Ugandan companies. So we are missing out on debt, and this is where I want to end. The reason why we cannot perform in revenue mobilization is because we have transfer pricing, illicit financial flows, and now Ugandans have, and big men have decided to register foreign companies as Ugandan so that they don't pay taxes. So it is now a double tragedy, a double jeopardy. That you cannot be suffering with debts because you have no taxes, but even when the industry which should give you taxes like oil and gas comes, you again give them waivers through themselves calling themselves local companies, which they are not. So you should understand the stalemate and the quagmire at which we are. So it can only be by disengaging this balkanization, which was a colonial design for us to continue working for the metropolitan cities and headquarters and the principals who are financing us. So that is through promoting Jen Nalunga's story of Seatini, the African continent free trade, do interconnection of roads, have interconnections of refineries and refined oil, not crude oil. Have this power for all the region and negotiate these projects for loans in bulk. When you do bulk negotiation of a loan, you will not get this commercial rate. You get concessional because it's a big SGR from Congo to Mombasa. It's going to Sudan. It's a big East African facility. That's where you negotiate, because I did studies in this financing from World Bank, from ADB, from EU. China was there, I was in India, to understand the financing mechanism. Right. So why we are being beaten, it is our state houses, it is our deep state, if I can call it, which is in charge of these loans, and they have contractors, and what you are talking, they will not listen to.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. In the last few days, we've been hearing a lot of big state and the deep state, and you know from where, because in the last few days we've had a lot of deep state involvement, especially across the border. But I think the Honorable raises some critical issues, and I'm glad he speaks to what the Honorable Medad was telling us with the critical evaluation on some of our contracts and PPPs. Allow me to turn to Peter Wandera, TIU, especially around the issues of debt sustainability, the debt performance benchmarks that the Honorable Medad was speaking to, but also the failure on our part to look at the critical conditions and the terms of some of the loans we are excited about. Peter?
Thank you, Maurice. Yeah, thank you, Maurice. I just want to join my colleague in thanking the Honorable Segona for having made such a good presentation. Sometimes it's difficult to discuss a very good presentation because you agree with everything that is in that presentation. But having said that, allow me just to make some few pointers I got out of his presentation. And first of all, when you look at the loans that we get, when you look at how we perform, most of these loans, there's an aspect of corruption around them, that there are people benefiting from these loans. So long as we have people who are at the other end to benefit from whatever processes takes place, from whatever performance takes place of these loans, we shall continue to have more and more loans coming in. So we shouldn't underlook or overlook the aspect of corruption. Corruption comes into play. Corruption affects which loans come in. My colleague has mentioned cartels. We have been hearing of mafias. Very soon, if we are not careful, we shall have what in corruption terms they call state capture, whereby it's the cartels that rules, the mafias that rule, they decide what loan comes in, how it performs, and who gets what out of it. This brings me to the other aspect. Of course, Honorable touched on it. That's the issue of the political angle, whereby we find that most of these loans come in sometimes not because of the economics around them, not because of the social benefits that are going to come out of them. Some of them are political decisions that are made. Sometimes we shy away from speaking about it, but you have all heard some loans are acquired not through the due process, they are acquired not through parliament. It's just a political decision that has been taken. And so long as we have such decisions taking place, whereby a group of people sit and say, yes, let's build Lubowa Hospital. Yes, let's go in for the express highway. Yes, let's go into the investment that my colleague has been speaking about. So long as we have politics overriding economics, politics overriding the social aspects, we shall always come back into that vicious circle of debt. And such debts usually are not sustainable. Debts that are taken through political decisions. You have all seen, there are very many examples to see. Down the road, what's happened to the Lubowa Hospital? It was a political decision. It's not sustainable, but we still have to pay for it. That's the unfortunate part of it. Of course, I would also like to speak about, there's something Honorable began with. He began with giving us the framework, legal framework, institutional framework. It's a known fact that we have very good legal frameworks, we have very good institutional frameworks, but what happens along the way? In fact, I was happy that the Honorable concluded on that aspect, that let's ensure that whatever law, whatever policy we have put in place is implemented to the letter. Because if we don't have implementation of our own laws we made, implementation of our own policies, we shall fail to sustain these debts. So I was glad that that's why he began, and that's something he ended with. That let's ensure that whatever is put in place, these laws are not just there. And of course, it comes back again to the politics. Why do politicians override these laws? I wouldn't want to put it back to Parliament, but sometimes, you know, sometimes it's a question of numbers, who has more numbers than the other. Whereby people legislate not because that's what will be beneficial to the citizen. It's politics at play. So I think if we stick to most of these laws that we have in place, I think we shall handle that sustainability very well. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Wandera. You're not clapping for Mr. Wandera. I'm wondering, is it because he's saying the obvious that you share amongst yourselves as civil society organizations every single day? Let me now invite Jen, but specifically to speak to the debt acquisition, debt projects, and the contribution of these infrastructure projects that create the bulk of our debt, that contribution to our tax base. Jen?
Okay, thank you so much, Maurice, and thank you so much, Honorable Segona, for a very, very good presentation. It has left some of us more depressed. I tried to write the figures, but in my culture, with some figures, we call them uncountable. So you stop writing, you know, so, but we are, that situation is not really good. Maurice, you will indulge me. I wanted to look at another issue because Honorable Segona has clearly indicated the internal challenges we are facing in terms of loan acquisition, management, allocation, the legal frameworks, and all these issues which have been raised here. I wanted to look at the other side of the coin, the side of the lenders also. You know, I think the lenders should be also accountable. We need responsible lending. And when you look at, maybe it's only World Bank, which is trying to put an initiative, a transparency initiative in place when it comes to beneficial ownership, when it comes to procurement. But the lenders should also be held accountable. I remember when we started, in fact, that was the formation of UDN, the Jubilee campaign, which led to the HIPIC, you know. One of the issues was around lenders being responsible, and we told them our ticket is odious debts and illegitimate debts. You lend to an illegitimate government, that will be your loan. So let us also ensure that the lenders are held accountable on the who to lend and how they lend their money. Another issue which I want to just, I know that time is running, it's looking at the underlying causes of the recurring that debt, the debt crisis in Africa and in developing countries. As you pointed out, even Honorable Segona pointed out to this issue, we got the HIPIC initiative and all these initiatives. We are back, even worse than where we are. I know there are internal challenges which have been pointed out clearly, but there are also external challenges. The IFIs have been telling us what to do, and we have been doing it almost to the letter, you know. So can we question those conditionalities and those structural reforms they tell us to undertake? There are also issues around the international financial debt and trade architecture. That architecture out there is not good for us. It isn't at all. The debt architecture have been saying, let us be on the table, you know, but we are, and the lady who, what's her name from Diana, pointed it out. Africa, we are rule takers. We are not rule makers. So we need to look at that architecture out there. The trade architecture is so bad. The other time we were in the WTO negotiating, they are telling us open up more your economies, you know. So unless, because when you look at where we are, it's because the ends are not meeting. And the ends are not meeting because we have failed to structurally transform our economies. We are still dependent on exporting coffee. We export coffee, but we are borrowing. And we expect to pay our obligations using raw coffee, you know? So we need to look at that structural transformation, how we can be able to structurally transform our economies, provide jobs, be able to have incomes, not just at national level, but also at household level, and be able to finance our development, you know? So those issues also on the other side, all right, we need to look at. Thank you so much. All right,
thank you very much, Jen. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Jen. I want to invite Edwin Birech from Transparency International Kenya to join the conversation. So Edwin, this is where you turn on your video and we can confirm that you've been very attentive. But also, Edwin, I had wanted you to speak to an issue that has been raised by the panel, the unfavorable debt for Africa. And from the Honorable Medard's presentation, his conversation around debt performance benchmarks as a continent. Please share your perspective on his presentation.
Thank you so much. I really hope that you can hear me clearly.
I think your mic is off. We're just checking that your mic, just a minute, Edwin. We're checking that we have your audio back. We couldn't hear you. You want to try and say something, Edwin, and we check on our part?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just trying to hear me.
Better now. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks so much. It's such a great pleasure and honor to be part of the panelists actually. So greetings from Kenya, greetings from Transparency International Kenya. And we are very fortunate enough to be partnering with the Transparency International Uganda, Seatini, for the various projects that we work alongside with. So just to give a brief overview about Transparency International Kenya, this is a non-profit organization founded in 1999. It is one of the autonomous chapter of Transparency International movement, and Uganda is our sister. So basically for me, I'll just give an overall synopsis on debt, the general overview of debt in East Africa. And we all agree, that basic services, that public debt actually plays an important role, in the normal functioning of a market economy. So debt servicing for a country too much debt impairs the government's ability to deliver, essential services to its citizens. And again, debt servicing reduces the amount of tax revenue that is available to spend on government services. So for me, as it is right now in the East Africa region, the total government debt in East Africa varies strongly among countries. I think there was a study that was done by Statista, and it actually estimated that to reach that 186%, you know, of Sudan's GDP, in, the GDP of Sudan was quite great. You know, on the other hand, it actually amounted to 31% of Comoros' GDP. So just to give an overview, I would want maybe to share for viewers maybe to see how it is. I don't know if I'll be able to share that. I hope you can see my screen. Yes. So this is just a general overview of the debt issue vis-a-vis the gross domestic product in the East Africa in 2021 and 2022. As you can see, for Sudan in 2022 is actually at 185.9%. For 2021, it is actually at 211.7%. So this is actually the debt vis-a-vis the GDP for the East African countries. And for the same, for Eritrea, Seychelles, Burundi, Kenya is actually at 72.9% as of 2022 against 2021, which was actually at 71.5%. If you look at Uganda, it is actually at 50.3% in 2022 against 48.8 for 2021. So basically, that is actually the scenario of actually debt in East Africa. Now, the coming in of COVID, so most of the countries in East Africa and basically Africa get funding in form of debt to actually mitigate the COVID-19. In terms of the countries for Africa, basically like Tanzania, Tanzania basically was actually at $65 million US. Uganda was actually at $835 million US. Kenya was actually at 1,789 credit in million dollars. Burundi, we couldn't get much, but I think it was around 5 million. But for Burundi, actually, they never published that. So in terms of looking at the issue about COVID, the debt, the strength of debt management instruments within East Africa. In Kenya, we have what we call the treasury bills, the bond, and the security. So this is actually on the public debt instrument used during the COVID-19. In terms of effectiveness and strength, it's very strong. And the recommendation is that there is actually need to develop clear policies and debt instruments in Kenya. For Uganda, we have the Uganda's charter on fiscal responsibilities. Again, in terms of effectiveness, it is very effective and strong. So looking at it, I mean, in terms of instruments, yes, they're instruments, they're effective and strong, but the recommendations that we might maybe give to countries within the ESC and Africa as a whole is just to formulate on instruments and policies and laws which can be used during emergencies. Because we realized that during the emergencies, actually, the issue was there was a lot of borrowing in case of that. For Burundi, the Burundi did not actually explicitly publish information on public debt instruments, and for it, how we can equate that to effectiveness and strength, we can say perhaps that is actually very weak. And I think there's need for recommendations for Burundi to provide data and and public information to help in doing analysis in terms of debt management. So how are we right now? It's actually good to see. I mean, for Uganda, the measures they're actually taking, and this is actually the entire East Africa region. So the best practices for East Africa regions, perhaps, is actually that countries should develop, public management policies and strategies in order to manage borrowing of finances during pandemic, because it actually ballooned the debt issue, and we witnessed that during the mitigation of COVID pandemic. Then secondly, there's need for governments in East Africa region and generally the Africa for them to diversify and increase their exports. I mean, in terms of finished products and as opposed to primary produce. By doing so, they will basically do earn adequately the foreign exchange that will be used to service, to just limit the borrowing of public debt. Again, there's need to adopt progressive communication strategies, which is a very key element in managing how the state and the citizens engage. Considering that taxes collected locally are used to pay debts incurred, then the EAC countries adopt a robust communication strategy for engagement. So basically, it's just about that. In Kenya, we have a campaign called Seatini campaign, and I'll just basically use this as an example on how we've been pushing for the agenda on debt management in Africa. One of the key things that we call upon is strengthening the transparency and public participation in public debt. And I think this is an example that we used across Africa and more specific within the East Africa region, whereby the thing is, unfortunately, the governments have severally failed to embrace inclusivity in its decision making. In terms of development, for instance, in Kenya, we have what we call the Eurobond. We also had what we call the standard gauge railway project, and I know Uganda also has the same project, just to increase public debt ceiling and others. So for it, what we are calling countries to is that countries needs to make public and accessible all contractual documents and all infrastructural projects by governments. Then secondly, we call upon the Ministry of Finance, in this case the National Treasury, to provide an accurate and detailed report on debt status. And I think this is very key if we are going to win this war against excessive debt borrowing. Of course, the information that should be included basically would be on debt utilization and the return on investment in supported projects. So do we get value for money? And that was actually the discussion that the first panelist raised. So secondly, I think Parliament plays a very big role in managing debt situation. And I think for any country, before a country borrows money, then of course Parliament has to discuss this aspect. And one of the key things that for us Kenyans have been through this so-called Uchumi campaign is to strengthen the overall oversight, the oversight role of Parliament. For us in Kenya, of course, we have various legal frameworks that give Parliament oversight responsibilities to scrutinize and ensure that government borrowing and spending is actually reasonable. So in most scenarios, you realize that most parliaments have actually in exercising their oversight mandate. And notwithstanding that parliamentarians have the responsibility to hold the executive accountable on loans that are to be procured, including even the flagship projects financed by loans. So there's need for governments in Africa, and especially the citizens, to make sure that and all parliaments accountable in such a way that there needs to be an oversight, a very good oversight role by Parliament on the executive. So here, perhaps maybe what people needs to do, what citizens need to do is to ensure that decisions on altering the debt ceiling are actually passed without extensive, are not passed without extensive public participation. Then thirdly, I think for nations to safeguard leadership and integrity in financial management. So we have the constitutions, we have the acts of parliaments and the various laws. And I think for us, the respect of the rule of law, public participation, good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability for sustainable development need to be strengthened. So there's need to be a strict adherence to constitutional principles, basically that would actually protect nations on an economic and debt crisis. So the demands here would be perhaps is to strengthen, the independence of the judiciary, the independence of oversight institutions, and all the other established institutions. Then lastly, which is very critical, embracing the tax justice. Most African countries, and especially their taxation regime has become very overbearing due to high debt repayment demands. So you look at it and say, this is actually has led to pressure, by government to increase taxes, even on basic products such as food. And right now, I think Uganda, Kenya, and many other African countries are battling on the aspect of fuel. So you realize that much of income from African countries, including through taxation, is lost to corruption, which has actually led to citizen indifference towards paying taxes. So the demand then that should be that already established institutions, for instance, anti-corruption institutions, the offices of the Attorney General, the Asset Recovery Agency, enhance recovery efforts for amounts lost through corruption to reduce loss of resources, thereby reducing the burden on citizens. So basically, this is actually the general of the debt situation and the current struggles that most of African countries are facing. So in a nutshell, then there's need for countries to increase their informal tax bases, whereby they're not relying on formal taxes, which again which again are becoming volatile during scenarios like COVID issues. So in terms of maybe recommendations going forward, countries need to adopt is debt as a funding mechanism during emergencies, for instance, should be properly oversighted to avoid misappropriation, as has been evidenced in most countries, not just in Africa, even the world during the COVID-19 pandemic. Again, African countries, and more specifically the East African community, should actually diversify and increase their exports of finished products. So adhere to borrowing, public debt legislations, wider informal tax bases, develop and adopt public debt register management. And briefly, maybe in a minute or two, I would want to speak to the aspect of the debt register, whereby this needs to be made public. I mean, for scrutiny, and I think the Ministry of Finances in respective African countries should actually strengthen this. Then one last thing is the public benefits. I mean, the BO, the beneficial ownership. There's need for countries to put in more stringent measures to ensure that the beneficial ownership and the register, the register for companies should be tightened in such a way that money should not be lost during procurement, because this actually has been viewed as one of the key areas whereby the result that the problems we are facing right now regarding debt register is basically what we are facing as a result of money being lost through procurement deals, whereby the ownership of companies are not well known. So basically, that is the overview on debt issue in Africa.
clearly all the panelists this morning and early afternoon, or the morning, still morning, are speaking the same language, and it does look like it was an extension of Honorable Medad Seguna's presentation throughout this morning. I want us to put our hands together for our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. You can now take your seats. Unfortunately, I didn't have more time to come back to you, but we'll have a plenary session time allowing before lunch, where we can take questions for this panel and the next panel. So may I quickly transition to session 2 on climate financing and debt, and quickly invite from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Mr. Mugaga Dennis, to come and make his presentation. We are putting your presentation up, so if we can have his presentation on the screen. Mugaga will of course then lead us into our panel discussion on this presentation. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mugaga Dennis, who is here representing the director or the PS. Ah, perfect.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dennis Mugaga, as introduced by Morris. I'm in charge of climate financing in the Ministry of Finance, and I'm here to represent the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury. As you all know, this topic of public debt is dear to his heart, and he subscribes to prudent management of public debt. But the presentation I have today is about the linkages between climate financing and our public debt. As a way of introduction, we've had a number of regulations and then policies put in place in terms of climate financing, and one of them is the Uganda Climate Change Act 2021 that empowers our Minister of Finance and the Minister of Environment to provide for climate change financing, taking into account the viable climate financing mechanisms, both at national level and then international mechanisms. We also have the Public Finance Management Act that grants the minister responsible for finance authority to raise loans, issue guarantees, and then also receive grants on behalf of the government of Uganda. We have also, as Uganda, made commitments internationally in terms of our emission reductions, and we are updating our nationally determined contribution. We hope that our emission reductions will be above 22% by 2030. And then we also commit to allocate 30% of the required resources for climate action from our budget, own resources. And then we hope that we can have also 70% of this coming from international sources externally. So in terms of climate finance in Uganda, we have 3 ways of attracting climate finance and maybe allocating this climate finance. And one of them is government-owned resources to investments that are towards climate action, our own revenues. But you know these are going down. So the commitments we made earlier, I think, are in question because of this. And this is as a result of COVID-19. And these are some of the things that have been raised earlier. And then the fiscal space, the revenue shortfalls that we have. We also attract external support through grants and technical assistance from bilateral and multilateral agencies. In the issues of climate finance, it's not only the financing, but also the know-how in terms of management of this climate action. So we also get that support externally. And then we also, of recent, are trying out external support in terms of concessional loans, mark concessional loans from still our bilateral partners and multilateral partners. If you look at our budget for 2022-2023, I know some of you might look at this as something that is out of this world, but the truth is our national budget allocations to climate-related programs is to the tune of 7.9 trillion. And this we have tried to look at what are the adaptation programs and then the mitigation programs. So in terms of adaptation, the integrated transport infrastructure development has been provided 4.3 trillion. Sustainable energy development is 1.5 trillion. And then on the side of mitigation, the emission reduction, we look at agro-industrialization, which has been allocated close to 1.5 trillion. And then the climate change, the direct financing to climate change and natural resources, environment and water management, 628 billion. So these represent the fact that government of Uganda is cognizant of the fact that adaptation needs to Uganda are more dear than the mitigation needs, although both of them are important in management of climate action. In terms of the international mechanisms for mobilizing external financing, we have a number of, under the Paris Agreement, we have a number of financing mechanisms, 2 of them. And one of them is the Global Environmental Facility, which has been here for a long time, a longer time. And it is still housed, the operational focal point is housed in the Ministry of Finance. It is the second largest financial mechanism under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It is now at its 8th replenishment, and the replenishment is worth 5.33 billion. In Uganda, this mechanism has supported 93 national and regional projects worth close to $541 million in grants. And these have been, since 1991, when it was created, an average of around $25 million per year, both for mitigation and adaptation action. And for the 8th cycle, the star allocation 8, Uganda is set to receive $11.5 million, but this also will have another part of financing towards the adaptation, least developed countries fund. So we'll look at the adaptation, but we don't have the actual allocation at the moment. These are some of the projects that have been funded by the GEF in Uganda. We had some of them as in the energy sector. We have food security. We have issues to do with resilience of watershed in watershed management. We have others to do with building resilience of climate change in water and sanitation sectors, in the cattle corridor. We've also had sustainable land management and approaches to conservation of Mount Elgon ecosystems. As you know, this area is prone to a number of calamities. So we are having some investments in this area, and actually a lot of investment has gone in this area to manage those calamities. These are the figures, and the last column shows the partners that we work with. in delivering these projects because the GF requires that you partner with an international organization. The biggest fund is the Green Climate Fund. I'm sure most of you have heard about this. We are still the Ministry of Finance, the National Designated Authority. It has had, in its previous cycle, it has had pledges up to 10.3 billion. And then 9.9 billion signed contribution, direct signed contribution so far. For it, it looks at a split of 50-50 between adaptation and mitigation action. So it strives to do that, but we negotiate because some of the times the international organization and international bodies look at mostly the mitigation because it benefits the other countries and not Uganda per se. So we always negotiate to have that 50-50 in terms of resource allocation. So for Uganda, we have had 5 projects, regional and national, worth $681.8 million, which have been approved, and some of them are under implementation at the moment. And these are the projects that we have are being funded by the GCF. The biggest amount of money goes to private sector in areas that are really helping mitigation and adaptation. If you look at the first one, it is looking at renewable energy projects, so it's financing private sector to go into renewable energy projects. The other one is transforming financial systems for climate, and this is looking at energy generation, access to forest and land use. So still, it's looking at private sector. And then the next one is building resilient communities, wetland ecosystems associated with catchments in Uganda. This one is a direct project. It's not a regional one. It's a national one. It is looking at restoration of wetlands. I think most of you have interfaced with this one. It is being implemented by the Ministry of Water and Environment in conjunction with the Ministry of Agriculture. And the agency that is supporting them is UNDP. So we are looking at the whole of Uganda, restoration of advocacy, and then actual restoration of these wetlands. And then the other one is Acumen Resilient Agriculture Fund. This is looking at also agribusinesses, and this is still looking at private sector, small and medium enterprises in these areas, financing them with either grants or small loans. And the last one is also catalyzing private sector investment in still renewable energy. If you, we also have attracted some loans. As I said, our emphasis is mostly on grants because of our debt situation. And I'm happy I've heard that some of the members acknowledge that Uganda has for a long time tried to manage its debt. But we all know that things have gone out of hand because of issues to do with COVID and the war in Russia, in Ukraine. So we've had 3 projects, and we have others in the pipeline. But as I said, all of them have to be concessional. The first one is Irrigation for Climate Resilience project. It's a World Bank project. As you know, World Bank gives us concessional financing. And it's looking at adaptation to a tune of $169.2 million. So it's looking at developing of large and medium irrigation facilities. Then the other one is a solar-powered irrigation and water supply system project. This one is financed by the UK government. It's also still looking at adaptation, $115.84 million. And this one, actually, we are looking at having a second phase. So it is in advanced stages. It's past, I think, 50% implementation. We have the other one with still World Bank investing in forest and protected areas for climate smart development project. So this one is a mitigation project. As you see, forests speak to reduction of emissions. So that one is $148.2 million. And all this, we have a total of $433.28 million so far. And we are still pursuing other agencies to have concessional financing, because as you've heard, concessional financing in other sectors, I think, is going down, and that is the truth. So it is more of expensive, non-concessional financing with market rates that are not favorable for our debt situation. So we are trying to see how best to link our investments in terms of climate change so that we can now access more financing. A key points to raise in terms of our climate finance financing vis-a-vis our public debt. One is our preference is attracting grant and technical assistance externally towards climate action. And these grants are, but as I said, these are increasingly reducing. Hence the need to consider concessional loans from our agencies in isolated cases. Increasingly, the international climate architecture is moving towards loans and equity financing. So we are trying to also position ourselves to have access to these loans and equity. As you've seen, some of them have already come in. Then our development partners are taking most of their financing. Actually, even the development financing now, they are finding ways of changing it into climate financing because of the requirements internationally under the UN. So we will see ODA going down and then climate financing going up. So we have to be ready for that. And Uganda is cognizant of the implication of taking on non-concessional loan financing towards climate action owing to our debt position. So as we take on, as we go into loan financing for climate action, we are cognizant of the fact that our debt levels are really not favorable. So we are not only looking at these concessional loans for climate financing. We are also looking at innovative climate financing. I'm sure you've heard about this innovative climate financing. And as a Ministry of Finance, with the support from the UK government, we are setting up a climate finance unit under the Ministry of Finance. And this is going to help us enhance access to climate finance and all the other attendant issues to do with climate financing. So among the other things that they're going to do is to look at those innovative climate finance windows. For example, the green bonds, which are highly concessional. We hope that these green bonds can help us bring down on the cost of financing climate action. And initial thoughts are to have these, as the panelists raised, some of the issues to do with evacuation of power. If you can have a green bond that is going to do 80% of your transmission lines, I think that would be a plus, because you will have it concessional, but then you will have delivered some of the issues that are really eating us up. So we are also negotiating with our current creditors on issues to do with nature for debt swaps, where they can change or allow us not to pay back the debt, but then use it for climate action. It has been done. We've done that at least for the health sector. We have debt, old debt with the Spanish, and now they have asked us to do Kawolo and Busolwe health regional referral hospitals to change them and then improve on the infrastructure instead of paying back the money, we are now using it. We are allocating that money to make sure that we do that investment. So we want to see if it's possible to also do this for climate action. We are doing all this, but we are taking into account the issues to do with our requirements under the medium-term debt management frameworks, where we have our financing, because this talks about making sure that all the financing that we have is having a more than 25% grant element. So it is concession, that is the concessionality requirement. So we take into account all these, whether the loans, the actual loans, all this new innovative financing. So for now, thank you so much. I'll be waiting for any comments or questions.
So you're welcome now to take one of the seats. You have earned yourself a seat. Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Dennis. May I now quickly invite Dr. Madina Guloba, who is a Senior Research Fellow at EPRC, and also my friend Dr. Arthur Beinomjsha, the Executive Director at AfCoDD. And as Arthur takes to the front table, not so long ago, AfCoDD and partners launched the Green Economy Coalition East Africa Hub. And on that day, I was excited to be part of the conversation around greening of the national budget, which is a similar conversation Dennis has had. Today, I finally get a number, 7.9 trillion, which, if I was speaking like the president, because he prefers to speak it in billions, would be 7,952 billion shillings. It's good to put the numbers to the budget, especially when you're talking about climate change and the amount of money that is going to the programs under climate change. I think what is of interest, and I've noticed the civil society organizations today, as we were speaking around issues of the openness of your budget and the inclusivity, which I think Edwin spoke to earlier in his presentation. When you speak to the issues of nature for debt swap, I know that the civil society organizations are going to be critically looking at what you're talking about with that new swap you have with the Spanish government. It's an interesting one, and I think it's a way to go. I'll begin with Dr. Madina. You listening to Dennis's presentation, you'll see that what we initially were speaking to in the morning, the first session, the political will, that political involvement in addressing our issues of debt, you see it in the presentation. The only question comes on similar sentiments we had even here with Honorable Stephen Birawa, around the openness of the numbers and what exactly is happening on the ground. Do you want to speak to that based on what he has shared in his presentation? The microphone, yes.
Thank you, moderator, and good morning, everyone. I think it's morning. 1 minute? Yes. Okay, good morning, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon and good morning, to be correct. Madina, as he has said, indeed, the good thing is that we've been working with finance a bit of a time over this. And I think what my colleague also has not mentioned, that one of the things that is guiding even this whole bit is that we have the Uganda climate financing strategy. That's in place, I think, that actually has to speak to both of, you have these strategies in place and programs, then where's the money coming from? I think that's where we have to do in terms of looking for resources, such that when he's talking about these new innovative modalities that are coming on board, we do have a strategy that we have to monitor. And sometimes one of the things that we do look out for is, indeed, I thought we would talk about it. We have a strategy for financing climate change issues, but where are we? Where are we in that? In terms of relation to the debt aspect we are having, and in terms of the progress that we are going that way, we're eligible to even do the debt swaps that he's talking about, the debt for climate change swaps we are talking about. Because you need to be legible and also bankable for you to continue with some of these things. So we need to do the M&E aspect of this strategy critically. Because what he's saying looks good, but we do not know the actual implementation on ground. For me as a researcher, I look at the figures in terms of performance. So for sure, the nexus between climate change and the date is very clear, but and there are discussions that even were championed by World Bank in April with civil society on this issue of climate change and debt financing. And one of the things that actually they say that if you really understand climate change, in actual sense, it's going to lead to more debt in a way by impacting countries' productive capacities, yeah, because that's what climate change will do, and then their tax base, which actually now going to impact on the revenues that you're having. And so you need more money to do this reconstruction of the natural disasters that happened. And what do? You borrow. So we need to be very conscious of the fact of that. And you know, external borrowing in this sense is very, very, very expensive, unless it's concessional, as our colleague has said. So, but also the other hand, one of the debt issues we have is if you have a big, huge debt, then it's going to reduce your fiscal space for climate change mitigation and adaptation investment programs. And this, in actual sense, is also going to exacerbate the issues of climate change in the long run, because then you're not doing the right planning, because this also has a trade-off, that really climate change mitigation adaptation is really critical, and it also has a role it plays in debt management. So now going back to some of the issues that, my colleague has actually suggested, it will all come back to the role that even what we're here for, the civil society to do this, because it's very critical. And that's why I think the civil society is playing a key role in organizing these changes in terms of the debates around climate change and date itself. So they need to oversee this. Why? Partly, they say, what he has talked about, that financing the date has both a private eye and a public angle and an external eye. And in Uganda, there's no way a private sector person is going to invest in any mitigation adaptation, because they're looking at profit. So as long as we define the profit margins, then you'll be able to be bankable for them to invest and lend, for you to do the climate change financing components for the country in terms of the investments that the country is taking for itself. So that's why we are looking out for external. But recall, this external borrowing is also looking at the private sector of those countries, developed countries, are also the ones who are lending to this World Bank and for us to borrow back. So they need to see the value for their money as long as we're using this money. So we need to pay back as well. So we need to look for alternatives, Mugisha, at the end of the day. Because our philanthropists are still government. You know, here we have our private sector. Sometimes I tell people, our private sector, you don't know whether it's really private. Because sometimes private sector is actually government, which is private sector. So if you're talking about a philanthropist who's the private sector, then that's still government. So then we are looking out of those Bill Gates who are out there. And that's why I say negotiations are key in this dilemma. So then lastly, talk about what you talked about, the debt swaps in terms of financing this climate issue. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not an easy thing as you see it there. Because what is it meaning? That in actual sense, to allow you to misbehave more, in case your institutional frameworks are not really good. Because if you're not managing your debt now, and the debt swap works for you, because this in actual sense, when Bujagali, if you borrowed it under the debt swap component, so they will allow you to use that debt to do more Bujagali-related environmental aspects, which still, if there's transparency and monitoring is not done, it's still not going to happen. So what does it also allow? It allows government to borrow even more for other things that are not necessarily related to climate. So at the end of the day, you need to have the stick and carrot, even on the debt swap, such that it's really meant for it, and it's not necessarily to create room for you to borrow more in terms of the way we do it. Let me borrow now, because Nabimbi is taking it, but you don't know what you're using this money for. Then you keep it, it accumulates, it's with you, you can't plan for it, because you do not have the actual idea of how to use this loan for. So they are not productive loans. So we are remaining there, and climate change issues will always continue, and we shall see them happening, because we keep fighting. The president keeps talking about the same issue, that swamps, but whenever I pass in my place somewhere, still you see investors putting soil, you know, reclaiming these swamps. but the drive and ownership from up is there, but I see it not happening on ground still, going forward from the political to the implementation of it all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Medina. I will now come to Dr. Arthur. Dr. Arthur Benumcha, you have the opportunity now to speak to the conversation around the Green Economy Coalition and relate it with what Dennis was speaking to. Please, Doctor.
I hope she doesn't have COVID.
No, doctors only speak in class, and at there's always social distancing.
Okay, thank you very much, Morris. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Arthur Benumcha is my name, and I direct AfCoDD. I think I want to thank the organizers for putting this together. It's very timely, it's relevant. And actually, I would like to thank the presenter, my brother here. I think he set a context. And Dr. Medina, you have also really given it good kickstart in terms of the discussion. My starting point would be to try to problematize climate change. I think people are talking about climate financing, but do we know the danger? I think, when you are talking about Uganda having very enabling legal policy institutional framework, we have. But why is the environment being degraded at an alarming rate? Why this craze of self-destruction? I think people have not understood the grave danger that we are facing, not only actually Africa, not only Uganda, not only Africa, but actually it's a global phenomenon. I think you know that Western Europe is burning. You have seen people going barefooted. I have one of my staff is at the University of London, and is telling us people are walking in London without shirts because it is very hot. So climate change is real, and in Africa it's going, and developing world is going to be worse because we don't have a lot of coping and adaptation mechanisms. For example, we are going to have information which shows that we are going to have a lot of water stress. Lake Chad has already disappeared. For some of you who know, Lake Chad is disappeared. But so across most of sub-Saharan Africa is going to experience water stress, and of course water stress will drive water stress, food insecurity. We are going to see climate change refugees. We drive people from their homelands to attack other homelands for survival, because you see when you are at the risk of death, rule of law doesn't apply. So we are going to see refugees moving. But also, it's also estimated that I think Africa, the entire of Africa, 25% of the population is going to experience that water stress. 850 million people already are undernourished because of climate change, and this number will increase by 35 to 170 million by 2080. So you can add 170 million to 85, almost over a billion people will be malnourished. Malnourished, so you can't think correctly, you can't. We have a comparative advantage in agriculture. Only 2% of our budget is invested. And he's here, I was watching. He has a very impressive presentation. But when you dig deep, you find that it is air. Because the National Development Plan, NDPIII, has actually put 5%. 5% of our national budget should be invested in environment and natural resources and climate change. But consistently, for the last 3 years, only 2% has been invested there. and yes, of course, when you link this with the date, with the date, climate change is going to exacerbate, of course, our indebtedness. And yet, we are even not ready to manage dates. Honorable Segona has gone, but you know, Honorable Segona talks as if he's not government. He's part of government. So when he's talking, as parliament, the role of parliament is oversight, is representation, is, you know, so it's as if for him he just approves and then you want to blame someone else, maybe the executive. We want to see a robust parliament that would say no to debt contraction, management, and the way we service. What is their role? And then, of course, he has also revealed to us that his friend, some of the friends, they come and say, yeah, you already have a card, so pass this thing. And then they pass. Eh? Oh, this thing is going to my area. Please, I need clean water. So honestly, we need a strong and robust parliament to put down their feet and implement their mandate. Now, when you, just very quickly, we can, so what Uganda has done well, I've already talked about the policy regulatory framework and the institution. They are there, but of course we've done very poorly in implementation. The other day we organized we had a high-level dialogue on the green economy because AfCoDD is a national hub for the green economy movement around the world, and now we have expanded to Tanzania, to Rwanda, and Kenya, basically to help governments or economies to transition from the brown economy to the green economies. But we were expecting the natural resources officer from Mbarara. He came late because he was coming, he had been released by police on police bond. He had actually stopped people who were building in the rivers on the bank, on the river bank, and the police arrested him. So he slept in jail. So he came late. Now, this is the natural resources environment officer from Mbarara district, and he's in jail for enforcing, trying to save rivers, which is drying up. So now you wonder what should happen. But yes, we've done well. Finance, we've done well. You showed us money, but how can we access that money? AfCoDD is running a project to restore river systems in the country, and we started with Rivarizi. For some of you who know Rivarizi, it crosses 11 districts. It powers it's part of the Nile basin. But this river, and it passes through Mbarara city, a city of about 1 million. It's coming to like 1 million people because I think the day population is 1.5, at night it reduces. But that city has no water. And now government has decided to get water from Kajera to Masaka and Mbarara, and I think at around $29 million. Restoring that river would take like $2 million. Honorable, you are here. These are some of the things. Now you are going to encroach on River Kajera, which will also die. Why don't you restore River Rizi, and then you don't have to encroach on Kajera? So, but I don't have time on that one. We have another level dialogue actually at the end of this month, and we invite some of you. This is very, very timely. We have to run or perish. Now, in terms of the economic impact of climate change, one, we are looking at the high prices, especially food prices and food insecurity, high cost of productivity and low profitability, increased vulnerability, especially of our communities. We are going to see climate change, refugees I talked about, ethnic violence. You are going to see people fight, political instability. Actually, climate change, if not averted, could also overthrow governments across this continent. So you have to brave for serious instability. Governments will fall because of climate change impacts. So we are going to see a lot of loss of biodiversity. We are going to, you can see in what is happening in Karamoja. And people don't understand that actually Karamoja is an environmental scarcity. It is just satisfy that need, and you see insecurity go down. You are going to see a lot of epidemics. You are going to see a lot of environmental emergencies here, which actually you cannot contain. Imagine now recovering in Mbare region after this flooding. How much money? So government is going to be forced to borrow. What do? Government has to respond to the citizens. We are going to see collapse of service delivery in this country. And of course, you know, environmental degradation leads to more environmental degradation. What do I recommend? Very quickly, I recommend an affirmative action in terms of financing climate change. If you do really cost-benefit analysis, we can leave infrastructure development and actually invest first in combating the adverse conditions of climate change. For me, actually, I will put most of the money on in climate change mitigation and adaptation. I want to see a budget architecture, a green budget, and that's what we are campaigning for. The budget should be green in all aspects. This debt that we are contracting should be subjected to an environmental audit. We are actually contracting debts, and most of these debts are not compliant to environmental standards. You get money, and the money destroys you. So affirmative action, but also I would also recommend that the Ministry of Finance becomes more transparent in terms of the funds that you have. Actually, they have a lot of funds. Can they be accessed by civil society? Civil society can do great work. For me, honestly, yes, and yet civil society is also dying in this country. I was great. Yeah, civil society, of course, with the suspension of DGF, some of them have disappeared from the face of the earth. So government must put also a civil society fund, part of the money. that fund for
Doctor, conclude. Yes.
Yes, so that we can access money. It's our money, actually, taxpayers' money. We have discussed this with Keith McCanns when he was still the PS, and he was actually amiable. We can discuss this with Gobi. We need a civil society fund, because you see, if government thinks that the money from donors is dangerous money, or you promote foreign agendas, then you must fund your own what? Set up a civil society fund, protect it from political interference, and then we can compete for that money and complement government work. And that's, for me, a serious conversation that we need. Then, of course, my brother talked about the need to strengthen the anti-corruption agencies, IGG, but also Parliament. I think we need a program for Parliament. And the Honorable Segun painfully tells us they have not been trained in doing their job. So actually, what I propose is here is a Seatini, UDN, AfCoDD, CS-BAG. Let's work together and train these guys. I think we can train them, because it's a service for us to deploy Mujahideen to protect national sovereignty of this country. Yeah, they are Mujahideen, you know, poorly trained army. You send them, you're just sending them to die. So let's train them, I think we can. Yes, then the other one is the Intercontinental Free Trade, which you talked about, Honorable Burahwa. What we do, of course, the political economy of this date, the whole political economy of this date is because the West has conspired to keep us poor. I don't know if people even understand these conspiracies. They have been there since 50s. How do you keep them in bondage? Balkanization is part of that. Can they even allow regional integration? Can they, do you know why Gaddafi is killed? Those good ideas that Gaddafi had put forward and had the money. They had the good reserve, so they had to be stopped. But you know, people, the Africans are only focusing, he denied people fundamental human rights. But what about the African picture? I think the way out is to stop Balkanization, support, and bring a leader. We need, I think, a leader. And here from where I'm looking also, President Kagame, when he was a chairman of AU, is the one who led the treaty. And I think we can still run around President Kagame and the AU, of course, to actualize this vision that Africa, we break down the Balkanization, connect Africa, and have a collective voice. We will talk, and the rest of the world will listen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arthur Benumcha. Dr. Arthur, you know, and Dr. Medina, I think raised some very critical questions for Dennis. And Arthur, you are speaking right next to the PSST, because he's the one, Dennis is representing the PSST, so that is Ngovi next to you. So Dennis, maybe you want to start off with the climate financing strategy. Where are we? I think Medina asked a very critical question.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my fellow panelists, Dr. Medina and the ED of AfCoDD. In terms of the climate finance strategy, yes, there's work that was done with support by GIZ, I think. As you all know, that the strategy, looking at the trends now, needs to be amended. And actually, we intend to start on this before the end of this year to look at those issues that we have been talking about, the viability of these innovative financing mechanisms. So we are going to start on that as a Minister of Finance to review this climate finance strategy, and we are going to engage all stakeholders, including civil society and the academia, in terms of this strategy. We want something that is going to implement access to finance. So what areas to look at, and then how best to do it. And we have started on some of the underlying work. We are partnering with a number of agencies to do now some of the studies that will inform the strategy. So there's work that has started, but we shall be engaging you. The role of civil society, actually, I just didn't raise it, but we look at, in terms of climate action and climate finance, we look at civil society as one of the most important partners in this area. But we've been working with you, we've been working with civil society. We have, under the Global Environmental Facility, we have a dedicated fund. It's called a Small Grants Program that is looking at only civil society access to financing. And we are doing it, it might not be at this level, the big level, but we are looking at civil society in those local governments to make sure that they have climate action. And from my experience, these are the things that you can see on ground. They do the work that you can see on ground in terms of climate action. Whether water, whether energy mixes, whether making sure that farmers have the right prerequisites to have improved production, things like that, and then the irrigation things. So we are working with civil society. Although maybe, as the ED has said, maybe we are not drumming, we are not drumming the actions that we've been doing. And this brings me to the issue of transparency. I think we've been transparent, but maybe we can enhance this. And this will be done through the engagement. As I said, we're now going to have a dedicated team looking at climate finance. We hope that these are some of the things that we're going to look at, the transparency, the advocacy, and this work is, most likely we have to work with civil society in this. On the issue of the fund, I can't commit. I'm going to brief
the PSST.
Mr. Ramadan about this. I think it's a good idea, but if possible, you can have one-on-one with them as you have.
I was about to suggest, ask them to organize themselves, as they mentioned, the civil society, and
exactly,
meet him and
give
him a paper.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, in government we like papers. You must write a paper first, and then we look at it. All right. Any questions? Really, this is more of a plenary session for both 1 and 2, and I see. So keep it short. Your name, your comment or question, and who you're asking this question.
Thank you very much. I'm AfCoDD Peter. I'm the head of Citizen Mass Campaign East Africa 2030. My question goes to a member from the Ministry of Finance. You were as clear as you were eloquent in giving us the breakdown of the budget on climate change financing. But the problem has been on these allocations of fund, and we see the Ministry of Finance has money. For example, when you look at the climate change department in the Ministry of Water, requested in the financial year, requested 27 billion, but was given 8 billion. And then NEMA, these are the institutions that are mandated. NEMA was given 16 billion just for salaries, only no money for implementation. Was it, why didn't you finance it? Was it because you were worried of debt burden? And now, I don't know who would answer this, but it would have been Member of Parliament. When you, when you talk about, like for example, we are talking about debt burden, and this is true not only for Uganda, but across all African countries. When you look, for example, in natural resource Uganda, it now has been confirmed that we have 12.8 trillion US dollars worth of gold. This can take Uganda's economy for the next 300 years. It's actually a half of the United States GDP. Is there any strategy that has been laid down to ensure that value addition must be in the forefront to ensure that we can tap these opportunities? But also, when you talk about oil, like Honorable Muchitari has been mentioning about it, Uganda, because of the Balkanization, has made it difficult. The actual government was looking about, I think, $4 billion to set up a refinery. But I think if it wasn't Balkanization I think if we can galvanize our effort as a region, we can put this refinery and we ensure these economies can develop. Thanks very much.
Patrick, I am aware you've done a paper on extractives as UDN. I don't know if there's anyone who wants to speak to this particular one. I know the gold, you know, the recent data on our gold composition is new, so I don't know whether UDN or any of the agencies here has done some work. I would be happy to give you the mic. Yes, was it a question? Yes.
Must it be a question? Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I just wanted you to look at me. Thank you. My name is Elliot. I work for Women and Girl Child Development Association, and I serve at Civil Society Budget Advocacy Group as the chairperson. Mine is not a question, but I just want to agree with us on one thing. I remember the time we started talking about gender and equity budgeting. With microfinance, some of the ministers and the MPs were not happy about it. They thought it was just a talk for women. It was a feminist conversation. But I love the way AfCoDD is bringing out the issues of integrating climate change in the plans and budgets. But then where I disagree again is on the side of Minister of Finance. Don't mention my name there. They will chase me because I need work. Is how we try to put a very big bridge between civil society and the work that you do at the ministry when you have a conversation, and a conversation that matters. Because for me, I'll talk from the perspective of the gender effects on climate change, and when we think that we can really put money into the health budgets, into the security, and we don't think about the environmental degradations. I'll just give you an example from a village where I come from, in Ruchiga, where it is hard for people now to understand whether it is going to rain or it is not, whether they should plant or they should not, and then look at the level of education of majority of women. And then we think of like, maybe we need to put money into those things, but we are not looking at localizing all those issues. That is on part of finance. But then there's something that I wanted to talk about, which Jen talked about. I think we have been talking about debt and development. And in the morning, I was telling Patrick that I've been in this conversation since 2002. But I don't know why Uganda can't go back to think of localizing these conversations, because I don't think we are going to continue looking at the macro issues without talking about the micro issues. And as I gave an example of our communities where we come from and the person that works with the local people, we can talk of increasing the finances, we can talk of having these conversations, but if we don't really look at what Jen said, household conversations, bringing it at that level may also help us to push us into the macro issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. My name is Membo Kukunda Msingus from Uganda National Health Consumers Organization. My first comment goes to actually the first people who presented, and the Honorable Segona regarding accountability for the borrowed money. I think, like recently, what happened in Parliament is a good example of how our government is. We are saying we don't have money, we are borrowing, but still our expenditures are shaming us. We are saying, when you look at the taxes that we collect, when we look at all these loans we have, but we are not looking at expenditure. We have many people with many lead cars. We see many the MPs buying cars of worth billions. We now saw the airline which was making losses. Someone earns 80 per month. I mean, as MPs, other than coming here to lament, I think you need to touch where you can change, which is, I think, which is on expenditure. If there's a way, because that is what is within your means, at least you can touch there. Because if, like he had said, there is a loan that is almost being approved for HOIMA-rated activities, and Parliament doesn't know. That means you don't have any control. So why don't you focus your energies and, you know, all the power you have on trying to, you know, to reduce on the expenditures. We heard about those restructuring, those statutory bodies. What happened? Where did it end? And we expect to see a difference in, you know, in Parliament, not just talking and, you know, and then we don't mean it. It is so frustrating, it is so annoying, and time wasting. I'm sorry to say that. My second comment is on climate financing. I agree with what the other people have said regarding the good strategies, the good policies, the Ministry of Finance, which we just hear. And it is actually not coming to the common person. I've been seeing women in the market as cooking using stones. I don't know whether you have seen it. They put just a little charcoal, and they use stones, and they cook chunks of food and what. There is briquettes. There is water harvesting. It is now rainy season. You know, we have constructed in Kampala, in these urban cities, we are urbanizing. We are not conscious about where this water that used to sink in soil, where it is ending. You at an individual level, what have you done? You know, it's different to come here and we talk, and actually we practice otherwise. So we need to, as finance, as all of us Ugandans, start at an individual. For me, I used to use 1 sack of charcoal. I just have to just share with you. 1 sack of charcoal after 3 weeks. Then during that COVID, I saw some children were so much involved in briquettes making. So I started making my briquettes. Now, and of course I learned more technologies. Now I can use 1 sack for 3 months. And I'm saving. I know it is not that magnitude, but I'm saving. But also I'm contributing to you know, protecting the environment. I actually stopped using national water. I'm using harvested water at personal level. There are those low-cost, innovative ways. And, you know, people are already adopting and using, but government is not responding. Government is busy in other things which are of their interest. Thank you.
All right. Yes, Chair, I have to come. And public debt is a very big issue. I know Arthur has, but clearly, Dennis, most of them are your questions, or, you know, observe it. Oh, okay, okay. You have taken them as comments. Okay.
Thank you. I'm not supposed to make any comment, but PSST. No. Could you kindly give us the latest information on how Africa is benefiting from the carbon credit? Is it real? Can we benefit from it? People are willing to plant trees if they can be given that carbon credit, which is supposed to be real money. Just my only issue of comment. Thank you. Or is it Dr. Medina who's? Okay, okay.
I hope the civil society is taking advice from the the new Minister of Constitutional Affairs. I was in Ulis and I keep watching these things. He said for you to access the money from the PSST, stop behaving like enemies of government. You start behaving, I think some of you attended that meeting. So I'm giving you a tip. Be friendly to government and you'll access money. But the point I wanted to make, which I from the beginning, is that COVID-19 and Ukraine war is not the cause of our current debt trap and the quagmire. I made an alarm as a chairman national economy in 2013. The debt strategy of Ministry of Finance had expired. I became a rebel for pushing that I will not pass a loan until they bring, and I was removed from being chairman national economy. So today I'm vindicated. I made a warning on front loading. My good neighbor and friend was being sent to present loans without that strategy. We mortgaged those minerals we are talking of. We have already signed contracts with some countries that they can take our oil and minerals in our form. So meaning you cannot come today and say, refinery first. The president said over his dead body, Uganda oil will not go crude. But the pipeline is about going crude. So pray for us who are believers. So please, can we understand that COVID-19 and the Russian war of yesterday is just exposing, is just bringing alive our problems. So we made a recommendation of mergers, what Madam has just said, 10 years ago. But there are no mergers. Because whom do you merge? UNRWA, which cadre do you merge? So those are the issues. So I think since we are not very much expecting on the revenue side, the expenditure should be controlled. You have all cut your budgets in your families, not so? I have not seen jam in Kampala every time I come. You have packed your cars. You have them. You have packed because you can't afford fuel. What has government packed? As if there was no COVID. As if there is no Ukraine. In oil and gas, I'm talking. They are importing furniture. They are importing everything. So there is no import substitution. There is no export promotion. So COVID and the Ukraine war should actually have annoyed us to have an industrial policy for import substitution, export promotion, value addition to stop these aflatoxins that DRC and our neighbors who are still fragile can buy from us. But the money is not there in that direction in the budget. I thank you.
All right. So I'll come to you, Dennis. But you said mostly. Okay, I'll come. Let me start here then. This gentleman, and then I come to you, Dennis. Dennis, I'm sure you to help you answer the other one. First mention that this quarter you only released salaries. You have also cut your coat.
Thank you. My name is Glorious Kamayanji. I'm a staff of Parliament. I'm a clerk assistant, and I'm currently facilitating the Committee on National Economy as a clerk. I want to agree with most of you what you have done. We have to have spoken here. I want to make clarifications on what Honorable Seguna said. Parliament, through its rules of procedures, put policies, put guidelines, and checklists for scrutiny of the loan. My chairman is here. He will add on. After me, maybe my chairman can add on. The checklist that was put in the rules of procedure is followed by the committee when we are scrutinizing these loans. And also let me make this one clear, that the Committee on National Economy is not only for passing of loans, but it also does many other roles, including the assessment of the performance of loans, which we are currently working on. And also working with other development partners and other MDAs to ensure that there are activities and programs that can improve this economy. We also assess the performance of the economy, and we assess the state of indebtedness. The committee is currently working on the 2 reports. I don't want to preempt what we are already doing, but very soon, probably next week, the committee will have the 2 reports, the state of economy and the state of indebtedness, presented on the floor. I don't want to make any comments on them. The committee has done a lot, quite a lot of things, which you people may not be able to know, but I want to call upon you to take in interest in what Parliament discusses, not what you hear in the background or in social media. Thank you so much.
Chair, first of all, I want to recognize Honorable for your presence, but also mention that he should be on our panel in the afternoon, but I think you have a paper on the floor this afternoon. We are hopeful that, you know, sometimes because the first paper might take long, you may have to first make a presentation here, then you run to Parliament, but it's okay. Say something.
Thank you very much. My name is John Bosco Ikojo. I am a member of Parliament representing the people of Bukedia. I am a chairperson committee on national economy. Just like my clerk has said, the Committee of National Economy is a standing committee of Parliament. And we have a mandate, we are mandated as per our rules of procedure, rule number 178, that you may not know because it's only privy to Parliament, that what she has mentioned are the mandates of the Committee on National Economy. But first I want to appreciate that the presentations that have been made, actually ideally if the Uganda Debt Network would have an interface with my Committee on National Economy, it would actually give a backup to my committee in terms of processing the loans, most especially the external financing is concerned. But of course we also have to admit that even within government we have weaknesses. In government we have weaknesses in a way that like recently we had a domestic borrowing that the Committee on National Economy rejected. Yeah. But when you reject a loan as a committee, you find that government goes ahead to implement or to execute such a loan. So there are weaknesses, even as members of Parliament, you may find that while you are deliberating, you're doing your work that is required. As a Ugandan legislator, you find that there are weaknesses on the side of government that also discourages members from processing or rejecting some of these laws. Because even when you reject, something is implemented. So I really want to encourage Uganda Debt Network, when there is an opportunity for you to offer us a training as members of the Committee on National Economy, and particularly the leadership of the committee, we are actually willing to get involved in that training because it will be resourceful for us. On the side of debt, a lot has been said, and ideally, I believe that as Ugandans, we would want to see this country move forward in terms of transformation, socio-economic transformation. With the amount of money that we have borrowed, if it wasn't because of the waste or the inefficiencies in the implementation of most of these programs, actually this country would be far beyond where we are now. So I wouldn't want really to dwell so much into it, but I would have loved to participate in the evening program on the PPPs because, you know, one of the ways in which probably we would be in position to curtail or mitigate a country from getting more into debt probably would be the involvement of the PPPs. But also as a country, we have weaknesses that we really need to accept that as a country, we may not be well prepared for PPPs in terms of institutional and the legal framework. We have the framework, but I don't think we are implementing it to the latter. So unfortunately, I will not be there in the afternoon because I have a report to present to the House in the afternoon. But I would have loved to be part of the panel. You'll have to excuse me. I thank you so much.
Dennis, I'm coming to you after a minute. So I hope to start with you, Dennis, as we close. Huh?
Thank you so much. I just want to refer to the talk by Dr. Binomujisha, and I strongly have exception with what he's presenting, and I think there's a lot of, may I call it confusion, maybe it's a strong word, in terms of advising government on what they should do, what government should do. You are talking passionately about environment, which most environmentalists tend to do. But I would want really to refocus. Environment is about human beings, where they live, where they work, and how they travel. Those are the only three things. If you take care of these, you'd have taken care of the environment. So if I would want you, if you can help refocus the debate on what exactly are you calling on government to fund in terms of environment? What exactly would it be? Bududa, you know how people are living. You know that they are cutting the forests. You know people are cutting forests left, right, and center. Recently, I was talking to someone from the NFA. There was a forest in, what is this place? Kajansi. A big forest. It has been demarcated and completely taken over by some individuals. You don't need a budget for that. You don't need a budget for people to plant trees. You don't need a budget to make sure that people are not clearing forests. You need sensitization. You need people to wake up and know and how to live. You need to make sure that people don't build in these wetlands. You don't need a budget. You need enforcement of the law.
And finally, yes. No, he says, what would you, in your recommendation, he agrees with you, but what are the specific areas? What are the specific areas you would want the ministry to finance to address your activism?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Andrew Bakoraho. I'm a writer and a passionate advocate for equitable and progressive policies. My concern goes to the representative of Ministry of Finance, and it is about industrialization policy in Africa vis-a-vis the one pursued by the world of G8, G7, and G20. While you have the G8 or the G20 of this world realizing the effects of industrialization and now running to save the forests in Africa, in Brazil, which they are referring to as lungs of the world. We have our own here. And I don't know, I have authored about how Kampala became an industrial town by default. I don't know whether the industries in Uganda must be constructed in wetlands. I don't know whether they can't be constructed in anywhere else. So that's my concern.
Not just Kampala. I think the recent one is in Mbale. But over to you, Dennis. You have a couple of questions and comments. You have your microphone. I don't give you my coffee. Yes, I'll only give Arthur the spray because he might worry about Ministry of Finance. You have many people coming to borrow money.
I'm going to answer some of the questions. Thank you, participants, for the questions, and then some of others are just comments that I'm going to take back. Let me start with the issues raised by Mr. Biamgisha. I think he was the first one to raise why are we not financing 100% of the budget towards environment? I think in my presentation, that was the first issue. I said we have challenges in terms of revenue because of business is going down, and it is how much resource that determines what you're going to give to the agencies and the sectors. So when you see the revenues going down, it means even the allocations are also going to go down. Because as you said, we are here to talk about making sure that we manage our debt. So the alternative would be we go and borrow and then make sure that we have 100%. But as you know, the new PS is looking at making sure that we manage our expenditure. You've seen this quarter. It's a government policy, but obviously he's the secretary to the Treasury, so he represents the government views. So there has been some suppression of expenditure, but I know maybe next quarter it will have, there might be some changes. But so far, I think we are trying to manage the inflation. I know it is also, it's affecting all of us, businesses, but I think it's called for in these situations. Then you raised also an issue of why we can't use our gold reserves. I also saw that information in the news, so I don't have, if the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development was here, they would have answered if these reserves true are there and how the strategy that we're going to use some of these reserves to make sure that we can invest and then maybe have alternatives to debt. So that question, I think maybe I can ask some of my colleagues to answer from energy, and then maybe we can share it with the Uganda Debt Network. The comment from Elliot I think these were just comments, so I take them. I think it is good to localize some of these actions, and the engagement with civil society, I think, as I said, as a Ministry of Finance, and I think as government, most of these programs that you see under the Ministry of Water, under the Ministry of Energy towards the environment, in the end, when you look down, it is civil society that is implementing all the local governments with the help of civil society. So it might not come out, as I said, because this is a presentation, I won't go into the nitty-gritties of what activities they are in, but actually we engage civil society. Mabel talked about accountability, yes, and expenditure. I've just talked about the expenditure side. The only thing, maybe the Honorable here that talked about the restructuring. Yes, it took some time, but I think you've had some of the agencies are being merged. Case in point, REA, I think, has been merged with the Ministry of Energy. There are also other agencies that we are merging currently. You saw the Ministry of Science and Technology. I think it was also merged with ICT, I think. So there's some work that is being done in terms of managing the expenditure, although it might not move at the level that maybe the public would want. But we are doing it, and we are also cognizant of other issues to do with requirements in terms of job creation. So all these, we have to do a blend. Then on the issue of information from my former minister, I'm not so technical in this area, so I have a technical colleague here who's able to answer. I think Dr. Medina will help out on this one when I'm done. Then the others were comments between the clerk to parliament, the checklist. She was giving some of the information. It's true we follow this checklist as we submit some of these requests to parliament for approval, and we make sure that we meet them to the dot. So on the side of Parliament, I think they follow that to, to give us the clearances that are required. And I would like to thank also the chair of Committee of National Economy for the guidance he has given and on sensitization and enforcement. So we take these as comments. Then Garahu, on your comment to do with industrialization policy of Africa vis-a-vis that of G8 and G20. Before, in my presentation, remember, I talked about financing that has come from the GCF, the Green Climate Fund, towards restoration of wetlands. So it is not government policy to have industries in these wetlands. And actually, on the contrary, we are making sure that we restore these wetlands. So I think NEMA would be in position to answer some of that question, but they are not here. But I think it's not government policy. That's what I can say. It's not government policy. But you know there are always some flaws in the system that maybe these people, the industries use to set up these what.
All right.
But they are not allowed to be. So I'll ask Madina
yes,
to
don't worry. Madina, she also may have her closing remarks, and
Yeah.
she can add, you know, I see Madina, you've been delegated by the PSST, not Dennis, by the PSST. Arthur, you want to start? So Madina has the last word. You're speaking both to, you know, some of the concerns raised and the areas you want budgets or the national budget to speak to in the greening of the national budget.
No, thank you very much. I think Elliot's point is very important. If you have a dialogue like this one, I imagine there's a rapporteur capturing some of the recommendations which should inform policy making. The whole point of localization is very important. Discussing about this climate change and the date should not remain in these first-class hotels. It should be a localized issue so that actually even our people, you know, as a country, we are contracting a dates, large scale, but actually people are also sinking in dates downwards. And you know, the point he raised, who said people want fast dates. Government has put money through Bank of Uganda to the commercial banks. But people are and it is cheap money. I think, is it 12%?
Even lower.
Even lower. But these commercial banks, they are lending out their money faster than the government money at 24% interest rate. Why? Because it has no strings, it is not stringent. And people want quick money, but they are sinking in debt. So a whole conversation helping our people how to contract their debts or that, because it's very, very important. So this conversation should really go down. So thank you very much, Elliot. But the whole point also, how this debt, how the climate change is affecting women and the girl child is also fundamental in terms of problematization. Many girls are getting out of school, and the president, I think at the budget speech, during the budget, 61% because of COVID out of school, and people are not shocked. 61% of our children are out of school, and you have a generation to carry this country forward, or Africa. It should be, it's a crisis. And then now climate change, it's women who are going to be more affected, it's the girls who are going to be most affected, and yet actually our survival is these women and the girl child. So what policies? The other question, the other point that has come up is about public administration expenditure. I think that's also important, and it goes back to the PSST and the Minister of Finance. I think we are not spending as if, we are spending as if everything is okay. I think government can reduce on public administration expenditure. We can review it. Of course, there's the political economy of it. The political economy of it is that you cannot touch the level of people and govern. So you must balance. You get the point, but you must balance. People, COVID has also taught us to eat 2 meals, and people are very healthier than they were. Actually, even people are less fat, they are less obese because they are now eating very well. So so this, what seemingly looks a crisis, can help us as an adaptation. No, because we had actually become consumerists like the Americans, buying what you don't need, taking loans that you don't have a plan for them. But this COVID, my friend, I'm copying his plan. They eat breakfast and they eat their dinner at around 4, and that is it. And you cut down on food expenditure. I'm telling most of us waste money on food. So government must take leadership. In any case, you are using taxpayers' money. Please, government must take leadership. We need to see a reduction on public access, and it is possible. There are areas to cut and still be effective as a government. My brother, I'm an analyst. You see, as an analyst, I'm not an activist. I'm not an activist. As an institution, AfCoDD, we decided to pursue strategic engagement. So we work with government, but we tell government the truth. Because I have to be fair, I have to be truthful. And that's why I tell you, I'm born again. I'm born again, and I'm not working to please men and women. You please them today, tomorrow, they're angry with you. So I want to please God. So I swore to be truthful. So I work closely with government, but I tell government the inconvenient truth. We have an agreement with Ministry of Finance. We have an MOU to promote budget transparency and accountability. So I work closely with government. I advise government as an institution, but I have also advised your president before. I do on peace and security because that is my area. But I want to tell them the truth because I'm not looking for a job. I'm not looking for favor. But if you think that what we have done is good, you can give me what it befits me. I erred to me, and unfortunately did not give me the other thing. I think I deserve this.
The middle. You want to say
contributed to peace in northern Uganda, and you don't give me recognize that.
We shall go to General Coretta. Don't worry.
So I agree. We are on the same page, my brother. You are saying sensitization doesn't need money. Everything needs what? Money. But you must plan. You must prioritize. And then deploy your money. Everything will need money. If you want massive sensitization of Ugandans about climate change, like my sister there, what she's told. By the way, if you pick that story, it is a story that should be told to Ugandans, especially the women of Uganda, who actually cook, who are in the gardens. That story, how she has adapted, now she's gone into briquettes. She's cut from, when I'm buying charcoal on the way, I cry. I'm an environmentalist. I cry, but what can I do? I use charcoal, so I am very guilty. I've tried gas. In my family. We use gas, but gas is very expensive. So actually I'm looking at our oil and gas there so that gas actually could cut down, could save so many of the trees. But we still use charcoal. But even this charcoal can be cut down. So from 3 bags to 1 bag in 3 months is a story to go on in NTV or NBS, and I want your contact.
What's wrong?
I need to bring you to NBS to share with Ugandans. Finally,
30 seconds, Doctor.
Yeah, I think we need to broaden this conversation. My friends, UDN, Transparency International, Seatini, we need to broaden this conversation. Time comes like this one to help your nation survive.
Thank you.
If we don't adjust, we perish.
Thank you.
I think we can survive.
Thank you, Dr. Arthur. Please note Arthur in your
issue of the nexus between climate change and debt. And what Mugaga you should have mentioned is the lack of capacity to negotiate it in that area, within even parliament, that mobilizing even the finances for climate change is still inadequate because part of it is capacity to nitty-gritty and sieve out those issues. I know you've presented these figures, but if you look at the budget calculations of some of the funds he has put, vis-a-vis the population we have, it's actually very minimal going forward. If we could actually have consolidated it to do some things at the same time, because we are spreading it too much and we're achieving nothing at the end of it all. So we need good capacity to mobilize these resources with good capacity to negotiate it better for the date to work for climate change action. And I don't know if everyone knows about the 100 million fund that developed countries actually had tried to think of for us for low developed countries to access to kind of mitigate and adapt to some of these issues. But you know, even the terms and conditions of accessing some of these funds, ladies and gentlemen, are not easy. Uganda is being put in the same basket, let me say with Namibia, with these same guys who have capacity to do this and negotiate. We do not have. That's why even saying 5 projects, trust me, it's not good. It's a not good indication of where we are, that we are only having 5 projects accessing the JEF, which is a big, big, big fund. What it's all looking at capacity to negotiate and actually remove what we can actually get out of it all. Because at the end of the day, well, to go back to what Parliament is doing, or the legislators, even ourselves, when you borrow, you have to pay. And that's the fact. So the issue is then when you sign on an agreement, someone is looking at you as Medina, you're poor behind. You signed, you need to pay it. So it's not an issue that I'll feel sorry for you later on. That, oh, COVID happened, so I'm sorry. Because again, you have to know that you lose something. If for someone to forgive you that date, you're going to lose something, and probably at a higher cost. So we need to be cognizant of that fact, that the issue that when you sign, you'll get what you signed for, not necessarily what you wished for at the end of it all. So now what worries me most of the time is the issue of, you're talking about corruption, holding people accountable. Who's going to hold who accountable? Who's the stick and the carrot? When the actual carrot and the stick is the same person. So the person misbehaving is the same person who's supposed to hold themselves accountable for misbehaving. So you need to be prudent in terms of, as we speak, that the stick and carrot is very hard to apply. To go to what she said, that, or what probably even the Honorable Member of Parliament, head of the National Committee, they did refuse, but the issue went out still. So who's going to hold them accountable? Who? They cannot, because the person is probably bigger than them. Your salary for survivors is dependent on someone's signature, and you want to hold them accountable. So who's the stick and carrot? So again, that's money not spent well. And that's one of the projects that Mugaga will come and tell you we did. We did something. We are reducing, we're responsible to solar and the use of energy and gas to reduce natural resource, but it's not value for money because there's no sustainability of that gas cylinder project going forward. And that's now come back to what Honorable also talked about in terms of carbon credits. Honorable, the opportunity is there. Actually, the capacity, as you said,
all right. Yes.
Every day we go to negotiate even carbon credit. We are taking people who have retired. They even do not know. You ask anyone. We do not meet them in these forums. I would have expected some of the negotiators we have around carbon or climate financing to be here.
All right.
But when you look at them, they'll go, but you've never seen them in public dialogues. They are going to negotiate for you on issues of the debt to climate.
Thank you,
You've
Doctor.
never seen them.
Thank you, Doctor.
I will submit.
All right. Thank you, Doctor. They can follow up with that issue. Dennis? Yes, 100 billion US dollars. Yes, 100 billion US dollars. All right. All right. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for our panel. And Dennis, please take your seats. I need to manage a couple of administrative announcements here. One is that our next session will be starting at exactly 2 p.m. and our presenter is already here. Our session on the role of PPPs in infrastructure development and their effect on debt. I've seen Jim already here, our custodian of the PPPs, Jim Mugunga. Jim will be starting his presentation at exactly 2 p.m. So I beg that we have lunch in 40 minutes. But also our panel will start immediately after his presentation. Lunch is next door. We're just going right next door here on the pool, near the pool. As you walk out, somebody will give you a lunch coupon, which you will present. But I request, and with Patrick's guidance, that we take our group photo immediately as we walk out here on the stairs right next to us here, there, and then we walk together for lunch. It becomes even easier for us to walk together. So thank you very much. See you at exactly 2 p.m.
kubanga mwenge kutula n'ennyingo kutomeza n'ebisenge. I'm too addicted to hauling a sente. Tally on expiry date. Pulika sera njagala mbewendi. Jangu, come a little bit closer, baby. Sempera, wameza netejo. Sita kuveyo, chakala kuveno. Ntekeyo, awo. Sita kuveyo, chakala kuveno. Ntekeyo, girl, make a man feel. Mr. Lover, lover, and I say I don't get my holla. Anyhow you like, I could do my deal, as long as you know cause palava. Promising you gon' treat me well. Give me the love and no be kiss and tell. No be say that I whine and do well. Now your body parts to make a man shiver. Bad girl, bad girl. Panicking and put to love. But when cool I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking know if I were. Panicking and put to love. But when cool I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panic can't know if I were. Nemi mi do te kute, nemi wa baby Jessie babe. Kabi take attention to say. Kumanga wali wonze chengamba, wali wechi buzo bambi chembuza. Why it's not a lose control every time that you come around. Panicking and put to love. When you wake pull up, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking, know if I were. Panicking and put to love. When you wake pull up, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking, know if I were. He said, let me keep your secret, yeah. Deepest of my heart is the safest place, so yeah. Baby, turn to me and say, hey. Girl, I love your body. I panic when I see your body. I admire my baby's body. Hey, yeah. Baby, when you turn up, you're the one that I keep hoping. Everywhere you go, I come follow. Panicking and put to lie. But when cool love, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking if I were. Panicking and put to lie. But when cool love, I can't know if I were. Tell me now, now. Love panicking if I were. Chitingo to say, Epila Eulange, on David and Yo Viola, Timutu Bambi, Omuwina kafananyi akubambya lavenga koma yona mbenga mumeme nange mubenga mumeme alina kabiri fayola akayoyo bambi okokosa kayindo akalalo koswiti wenzijukira erinnya lye okulyogera mpomerwa kozinde konungansani kozinda nungalirise muwulire nti Bulaya abawala bangi abalungi ekyo tekimutiisa Bayola malayika wange mama Bayola mwagala kampa Bayola akumendinda ubaga nange ndendi mukomendo wesigwa la 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 Muwulire nti Bulaya abawala bangi abalungi ekyo tekimutiisa Bayola malayika wange mama Bayola mwagala nyamba Bayola Munange, munange oli mukwano gwange kwagala nnyo byonkoledde si bitono ndikutiza wontya omanye nti babi byonkolera bisima ddala babi omukwano gwaffe babi tegusobola nze kuntama amazima omukwano gwaffe bambi tegusobola nze kunyiwa My baby, my Valentine. Girl, you dey make my temperature go dey rise. If you leave me, I go die. I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. Your love will wear me down, totally me. I'm so obsessed. I want to talk. Kuduro, your body dey work on this thing. Kuduro, open and make us sing. Kuduro, give me love for one thing. You make a bad man sing. Kuduro, your body dey work on this thing. Kuduro, open and make us sing. Kuduro, give me love for one thing. You make a bad man sing. Oh, love, 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 love. out for play. Things and now you go hold me down. Jackie by ceiling. With you I want to settle down. You sweep me like soda, high me like lager, cool it down. All the friends that be mocking me, all you want is a no party. It's so fair, baby, so fair, baby. The way you want to the love with me, all you want is a no party. It's so fair, baby. Now you make me, you play me like a, all you want is my. Sukali tai na kadalasini wagalo kutuka kumwezi zikiri zambera sikali ngankukuma na kasale maidani chesi wanyikole risachi emisuweni nemekamulirako usiba mulinga wechirisa akanyama kamyufu kuchocho kaliriro chusawondya hamaso gani kukwe itukamisi wompita jakala tukati wenga yense koitatia walivuga kankali nangediba kalia jakala tukati wenga yense koitatia akachapa mbalasi umugongo wekusiwa kusiga obugalo babuguma mukuwanika waziwa kutakula nyumisiza bulamu nange tika mupulani nange senarina kuwalabu nayo confessio exceptional and get it on quarter it is so professional. How am I so gonna cook with you? Come and see the one pizza. Jagala to cut the wing, I is a quite a tia. Ooh, what if you got Kali? Kalia, very Jagala to cut the wing, I is a quite a tia. Tugende muchachi, ofuke my baby. We're too lokakane, you're the one that I've been looking for. Tugende muchachi, ofuke my baby. We're too lokakane, you're the one that I've been looking for. Kanku vembeta tongana. La voya fedala ya kusabira tuvenga tetwawukana bina byenina kwabisana. I want you more than that. I wanna be the father. Babana babuza tugende muchachi ofuke my baby. We're too look at the day, you're the one that I've been looking for. Together with Chachi, ofuke my baby. We're too look at the day, you're the one that I've been looking for. Together with Chachi, ofuke my baby. We're too look at the day, you're the one that I've been looking for. Together with Chachi, ofuke my baby. But too long I can you're the one. What if I couldn't speak? What if I couldn't eat? What if I couldn't move? Will you still love me? What if my body aches and always it makes you late? What if I couldn't wait? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue sky starts to gray and the memory fades away, and the memory fades away, will you still love me? Would you love me when it's hard and the lights falling apart? If the things that we was new are long gone, if the blue sky starts to gray and the memory fades away, and the memory fades away, will you still love me? Will you still love me? Will you still love me? Bad girl, you are nice. Monta demuka sunda basi. Oli wa bait, oli wa lies. Ulete Gucci over Versace. Oli quality, toli muchumpule joba over China. Kasusu kali quality. Wabulon chamula. Wakala nyoela undi mumusai. Wanta muzalu jekere kukagali. Olusi tunanene muzatindo sani. You brighten my day. Ulilo chamula mukwano inside. You come my way. Ulilo sembera ulilo inside. So let me wire away. Sakala kumanya manings alright. Tone unyanzo kukwakalenyo kuwa kuchanga changa na kukusalale. No lose tula nene uzazani. Ayakalo mulunjinga kwe. Engelechi watoto wechikonda. Neva zakatone ea kutonda. You brighten my day. Ulilo chamula mukwano inside. You come my way. Ulilo sembera puli. It's alright. Let me wire away. Yes, I can't kumanya one. It's alright. Chakala nyo okubera uwoli. Nowobera omutima kube ocholi. Chakala nyo okubera uwoli. Nowobera omutima kube ocholi. Paga denenga mononya. Sitting outside your sango no mwana atoka amunyika bubuli chisela wante kweyagala naye okufa wenamufuna yansula ku mwoyo okufa wenamulaba njagala nnyo okubeerawo n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli njagala nnyo okubeerawo n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli atoba ye atoba le atoba ule atoba naye kufa wenamufuna yansula ku mwoyo okufa wenamulaba kw'essanyu lyange njagala nnyo okubeerawo woli n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli njagala nnyo okubeerawo woli n'obeerawo omutima gubeeyo gy'oli nebitogufula muse byonkola binsaza mise wakanjagala nakeyagala wanteeka mu mbeera bw'omwana sisobola kukyebera afazali nkuloga inse nkuloga nebitongana nkuloga afazali nkuloga inse nkuloga bebitongana nkuloga etakolielina lya mususa ninga edilisa mususa echuchiwakalaba kechuchuchusa newe changa changa baby tula chakala kusene mutoko chakala kusene mutoko tula wasibera hambo ochimanyete bangana pasali kuloga se kuloga baby tongana kuloga se kuloga afazali kuloga se kuloga baby tongana I don't drink coffee, I take tea, my dear. I like my bed done one by side. You can hear it in my accent when I talk. I'm an Englishman in New York. See me walking down the Fifth Avenue. By my side, I take it everywhere I walk. I'm an Englishman in New York. Oh, I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien. I'm an Englishman in New York. I'm an alien. I'm a legal alien, I'm an Englishman in New York. Just a little tenderness at the end of the day. So Raise me up, make me feel right. Forget the problems, everybody have them tonight. Heaters in my heart, just wanna lay with you. In the island, in the sea of confusion. Just a little tenderness at the end of the day. So long, woman, need to take her things away. Just a little tenderness when the lights down low. So need just two people, two people, two people. Davidawa, oh we done did. Oh sirikiri de wano, never no man have your binti. Chenku sabanyabo, onyibide oyimba. Ubanga kwe oyimba, never no man ebulugelo. Edobo zidio, yagala uchi. Enyimba zo lidagala erikonye naku nyabo nyimbira oluyimba nyabo omuyimbi embira oluyimba nzanyuke onyimbira bulungi nnyo enyosa nyabo omuyimbi embira oluyimba nzanyuke waliwo atolusi ogenda noso naye ndongo nempuliranga muli esanyu linzijjudde nensituka nzenga nyenye nambagali nenjole ebigambo byo byamagezi nnyo ebimu ebyo ebiwonya emyoyo egyalwala ndi muntu w'abantu ondetse kusaba onyimbira oluyimba yimbira oluyimba nyabo omuyimbi yimbira oluyimba nzezanyuke onyimbira bulungi nnyo enyosa nyabo omuyimbi. Todi, what's how we do since the what's how we do? Hey, Todi, what's how we do since the how to sing whatever I do for my woko. Tumbara bolu nese ere senada rambo. Tumbara bolu nese senada rambo. Todi, what shall we do? Since the what's how we do in the job? want you to love me. Roll me, baby. So roll me, so roll. Kill all that, oh. Why you know they call me? Kill all that, baby. Kill all that, so roll. I take if you're sick and home. Why you know they call me home? I give a green light to tire. I take if you're sick and home. Why you know they call me home? I give a green light to tire. So Toro, baby, take my number. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Call me later. Ba 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 da ba, ba da ba da, ba da 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 da. Ba 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 da ba, ba da ba da. So Toro, baby, take my number. Call me later. Me, I want to be your lover. Oli chibiriti wakubisa mutima ndikuma vivyo mukwano gwochanga kayembe wankubisa butida ochakala nyone mamalod bebe osiba muchikuba kasana kaka ndikuma vivyo mukwano gwocha omawobulire obasentononya wano muchikunta tenti wali wechibuzo bono sala kochenti city boy baby beaty kind of villain chimanyo kutekushua imwe birungo kutekushua ole kushu chimanyo kutekushua imwe birungo kutekushua ole kushu nakuyuse kocho na matekwebo nenkuteka komizani vipi chimanye vipi mobo vya wela nagombe koko kumasaji you are romantic fun you are fantastic nipate mudu reporting niteko kusomelo tufune we agambo nyumi rabu pote po size ebina sala komu weiti ebina muga mode mo size stamina. Wait for us at the same time to come out. Me and you at the same time. Never want to leave Roma. Dance with me, Oma. I pull up on your beach, Oma. It's time to. Maybe girl, make it know the lie. Make it different. Say you the view, this guy. No even waste time. Why I can't wait to make your precious mine. It's not a lie. You set my soul on fire. So many girls I pass through. None of them girls find passion. All of the things you've been through,
Jim and the panel will run us through some of the observations from his presentation. I'm sure you're aware since morning we have been speaking to infrastructure and the high interest in borrowing money to facilitate our high appetite for infrastructure projects. And we are now thinking the PPP solution to our debt crisis. So you're welcome, Jim. Please come and make your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Okay, thank you very much, Samugisha. Thank you very much for inviting us. I was having lunch with Honorable former chairman of the Committee on Economy, and I pray you really drag him in, because if you don't mobilize those people there, we will start where we will have ended. So yeah, and a couple of others, so that we move together. And I was reflecting on the presentation we're having earlier. We are fine. How are you? You're welcome. Yes. Say welcome. So yes, yes. A couple of others, so that yes. So and the reason I was thinking about the discussion we had in the morning, and I'm really a very lucky person, because the chairman of the Committee of National Economy has gone, but Dr. Fred has come. So he's not an MP, he's a scholar, but I know that he sits on, he knows what happens in the big house, and he knows what happens on this side. And I said, how do I start this presentation? I have less than 30 minutes to do it, according to the organizers, and the discussion. I said, let me start where we stopped. And where we stopped, Dr. Glover had talked about gas cylinders. You remember the story? That we've procured gas cylinders, we are giving them out as a measure of environmental mitigation. There was another discussion on some things that are not happening in water, yet they're supposed to be playing a big role in the same space. There's another discussion on expenditures that we overzealously make without due consideration on absorption and other things. So I said probably that's a good start. Why do you procure gas cylinders without realizing that you probably have a community that does not have gas cookers to use them? Why would you construct an airport in the middle of somewhere without realizing that there's no traffic, no planes that will fly to that airport? Why do we still see images of health centers that have been built but are not staffed by clinical staff and are not slashed? What is failing? So the issue is not what we do now with the little resources we have. The issue is what we don't do to prepare for those resources to be expended. And the moment we start there, we'll have a very good conversation. Now, the person who invited me, Uganda Network, I started by asking two questions. Question number one, are we going to have the same traditional conversation we've had with the civil society, where we speak, we present what we think is the best, and the civil society are like target? That has been the discourse. And I want to be really proud of Uganda Network and Associates, AfCoDD and others. That old way of doing things changed. And a couple of people here who have said, no, we are taking on government, we are going to be in your face, we are going to have a conversation. That's different from they against us. And that's why you see a scaling over of issues. We are now mitigating them, we are collaborating a lot more. In the morning you heard about the involvement of CISBAC, the whole consortium, trying to find a way of deploying the meager resources we have. That is the reasoning. So when we were seated with the Honorable Birapa, I told him, I said, you know what? There's also the other thing which we didn't know. Back in the days, we thought civil society have this huge pit full of resources that come from abroad. that land in the country, and we can use them to actually do the target shooting. Now all of a sudden, the fiscal space by those countries is shrinking. So there's no much more money to go around to all civil society organizations, which means we have to use the little resources we have from out there and the resources we have from within to be able to operate in the environment in which we operate, hence the cooperation. So I'm happy that the discourse we've had in the morning and what we are increasingly seeing is a lot more building capacity, positive criticism, engagement, so that we better the state of affairs of our country. So PPP, we come from the Ministry of Finance. We are empowered under something called the Public-Private Partnerships Act. The act was passed in 2015. Before 2015, we spent over 10 years drafting the framework, the legal and institutional framework. Those 10 years were so consultative. Probably for the first time, we consulted more than any other act has ever been consulted about. Why? Because we are coming from a dispensation that was informed by experiences that were somehow very good, but in some cases not good at all. We had, as a country, experimented with building the national state. We built our own industries. By the way, before that, you remember, we actually inherited from the colonial masters. When the inland of Africa was being pacified, they created something called that British Company, Imperial British East African. That was the start of these things. I want to call it a corporation of sorts. So their work, simple, get raw materials, transport them through the inland to the port. Eventually they realized that was not good enough. They built a railway. They called it what? Uganda Railways, another corporation. Then they added the waterways. So you had the East African harbors, blah, blah, blah. And then of course came Amin, killed everything. And actually before Amin, Obote, he built more companies because the science then was, as an independent country, you must prove your worth. So you have to have corporations. He built more corporations. So you had the Uganda Electricity Board, the transportation companies, people's transportation companies, and we clapped. Why? Because it was the coolest thing to do. You had to build these facilities to be seen to be a country, an independent country. It wasn't only happening in Uganda. It was happening in Kenya, in the whole of Africa, in all the independent countries, including Asia and other countries where colonial masters were exiting. But what we didn't do was to learn to manage them. They actually imported the people to manage them. The few Africans who are with us were taught to do two things. To sit in parliament, they had been planned, sit in parliament and pass the laws that are relevant to our trade. So you had a few people who are trained in the art of passing laws, not in the art of managing business. I can name them. You remember the people we refer to? The first people were in Legico. Some of them were foreigners. But the majority were Ugandans, trained in Cambridge, in Oxford, deliberately to be good lawyers so that the laws are consistent with the common law. That's our country. That's what we inherited. But the challenges of the country kept growing. And I'm soon getting to why this particular form of engagement we are involved in, public-private partnerships. The challenges stayed with us because the independent country had to do a lot more things to be seen to be independent. We were demanding, wanted to employ our own people. The young people were coming through, had to be skilled. So that was done in the first few years of independence. The next few years of independence, what happens? We go into the fights. After independence, we fight over cotton, we fight over coffee, the cracks start to appear, and then of course enter Amin. He overthrows everything. The people who are running these institutions, companies, corporations, were actually singers and the Indians, and a few whites. The blacks were beginning to learn on the job. So the singers were chased away, and the company started to crack. The Indians were chased away, and the commerce, accounting systems, and everything that governed our institutions cracked. A few lawyers stayed. Are they in the commerce? Are they in the industry? No, they are lawyers. We started retraining. As we are doing that, the rot around the industry, around the commerce and everything is catching up with us. And what do we do when we overthrow Amin? Enter the NRM government. Say, no, 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 no. Things cannot remain there. And what they did was the right thing. We are borrowing heavily. We are exporting less. We are producing zero. We had even been cut off. So NRM government says, you know, wait a moment. I don't know whether Honorable Rawa remembers. NRM government said, we have one thing that is constant to this economy, crops. So we are going to do barter trade. And we started barter trade, beans for medicine, coffee for vehicles. You remember the vehicles that came from Russia and other things. Was it sustainable? No, because we are exporting things whose value is not added, but we do not have the industry and the capacity to support that export. We do not have extensive farming, we don't have grown agriculture, people are coming out of the law. The thing wasn't going to work. It was the interim for us to get medicines in and for any currency because nobody was willing to put money here, but it was not sustainable. And of course we innovated. What was the coolest solution then? The world, led by Margaret Thatcher and others, were exercising and practicing privatization. They said, you know what, this business of running transport companies, this business of running hotels is not government business. Let's assign it to the private sector and the government leave. So government excused itself from that business, and the decision which was made as a matter of policy was bring in the private sector to do what private sector does. The belief then was the private sector can do that. I've had very good conversations with Honorable Rawa after, and good enough, we are having this discussion with hindsight. If you asked Dr. Fred today, was that the right thing to do? He will say probably not. With hindsight. When you ask him at that point in '86, was it the right thing to do, given the circumstances? He will say that was the treatment for that time. Now, this is where I request civil society to always contextualize the arguments we have on some of these issues. The vaccine that was available for the disease we had at that time was what was deployed. You and me, in 2024, are probably going to have a very good vaccine on COVID, which is a drop on your tongue, and you don't have to even be injected. Because solutions keep evolving every day. People change, people learn, people improve. So the vaccine that was used for the economy, for the national state, around a time when everything was going wrong, was what was deployed. And often I have a problem because I see people trying to disassociate. Oh, no, 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 no. That one I don't let, including executive, people in the executive. They sort of run away from decisions that they made. And I say, why? That's what you did. When we did the barter trade, wasn't that something that was done by our judges, grandparents? Back in the days, your neighbor grows cassava, the other neighbor grows beans. You carry a basket of beans to them, they give you a basket of cassava. That's barter trade. It used to happen. But when you talk about it at this level of Africana hotel with the civil society, that's primitive. It's not. That's what worked. So, we moved to bring in the private sector because it would work. But we made, with the hindsight, one critical mistake. We thought private sector will go in everything. Water, we've been discussing water. Climate change, education, transport, hotels. We said government has no role. And that is what created the problem. Because the private sector does not do charity. Private sector is in it for profit, for return. It's their money. They are in it for a return. When they want to do charity, they call it CSR, corporate social responsibility. And when they do it, they are clever. They don't do CSR where they are not invested. They do CSR where they are invested because they wanted the community around where they invested to like them, to appreciate them. So don't think CSR is also free. It's not. So the gaps that were left, we are supposed to be filled by government. And government never did. So hence the rethinking of privatization. So privatization worked. What did it do? It brought in private sector. A lot of people who are not really crafted to do business, they started thinking about business because the opportunities were coming. The critics say, oh, you gave these things to foreigners. No. The truth, they came, but they found Ugandans here. They employed them. They skilled them. But some of them worked with them. Don't see everything where a Ugandan is involved with a foreigner and say, those are the connected. But the connected also has relatives who are connected to him. And the tree goes on and goes on. So what is happening is that those who are connected became beacons. How it was done is the discussion we can have. But that somebody is employed currently at Serena Hotel is a fact. That Serena Hotel was privatized is a fact. That Serena Hotel is profitable is a fact. We can debate the process. That there is something called the MTN is a fact. That MTN is one of the biggest contributors to revenue is a fact. How was the process done? The MP's question, interrogate. So those are the things we should, so we start to lift the veil on some of it. Then the question would be, how about climate change? Who is playing in that space? How about education, which you've neglected in Karamoja? How about these other things where there is no funding? What is it that you're doing there without allowing us to inform those processes and decisions? That's the new discussion. Now, what happened recently, government realizes that to keep the nation growing, we had, okay, technology. Where do I point it? Okay, please, no, yeah. Okay, so how do we then move to the next level of engagement on infrastructure and the services? Government reflected on the need. By 2040, going forward, $97 trillion will be the infrastructure need that we have, worth 97 trillion. Water, power, roads, and so on and so on. These are needs. These are needs which cannot be met from our budget. I think we all know the current size of the budget. The funding gap is estimated at 134.8 trillion. My colleague seated here, by the way, I forgot to introduce him, Mr. Orono Tweyo, is my colleague, we work together, was actually telling me that 134.8 is the gap we refer to, assuming that government is going to fund the total 200 that it has identified for infrastructure. If you talk to Fred, who is with us in the Ministry of Finance, he knows that government cannot actually raise the entire 200. Probably 50% of that is what is raised. So that means you add the 134 plus half of the 200, another 100 million, to know the funding gap, the actual funding gap that we are looking at. So the question is, how do you deal with it? Where government is investing money, there are other things that we don't quantify. Cost and time overruns. When the government funds projects, and we had an exercise, I don't know, Fred, whether I'm at liberty to mention this. We had an exercise where we piloted, piloted with about 10, 15 projects of the government. And we realized that most of them either had not absorbed the money or they had signed contracts, but they were not ready to take off, or the implementers were not on the ground, or the institutions which asked to implement the projects. And therefore, when we had this invitation, I said, for me, it's the best thing that has happened. That civil society needs to start exerting pressure on a lot more other things than saying, debt. There's a lot more that actually is debt in a way, indirectly, that is not manifested in the figures. You cannot quantify time. And the money is not there. We sign, and they started disbursing. But your contribution is not there. This is not quantified. If you look out for it, you'll be shocked what that does to projects. Capacity limitations. Absorption sits there. Maintenance. How many buildings you know in and around us which have been secured, procured, that are not maintained? It looks so beautiful at the start. 6 months down the road, it's gone. May I ask those who know something called the new park to put up your hands? New taxi park. The older ones don't, please. If you know you are in my category, don't put up your hand. Young people, civil society is full of activists and they are very energetic. Anybody who knows where a new park is? Now the older one will turn around and look around you. No single hand. Because as far as they are concerned, there is nothing called new park, there is nothing new. Not so? Now, I'll tell you, in this meeting, contracted a World Bank loan to go and build a new park somewhere as you go to former Buganda bus park. You remember near Nachivo Channel on the other side? That's a new park. That is the new park. If you go and look for one, I really will challenge you, go and look for 10 buildings that are original new park and see whether you find them. You know what you're going to find there? What we call arcades. People have found the names arcades, malls, towers, because the new park was never a new park. We couldn't maintain, the thing ran away, and the people have sold. The people who got the kiosks, and the new park was targeted at Mufuna Mpola. Another example. We got a loan to move people from the slum, and we put them in a place called Namwongo. Anybody here from Namwongo? If you go to Namwongo, after Monitor, and you look up there, that was supposed to be a state-of-the-art, self-contained, middle-class, road paved, running water, electricity environment. Not only is it a slum now, but do you know who occupies those places? The very people seated in this room. We were not the target. We did not elevate the people wanted to elevate. That was alone. So the issues of maintenance, absorption, the issues of studies that inform the things we do, we underestimate them. When we see people like the Freds speaking a language of feasibility studies, I say these people are wasting time. I have my 1 billion, let me put a slab. You put a slab, you cannot build the roof because you did not undertake the studies. Okay, I've lost my presentation. Was there? Okay, so because of those challenges that we've seen, we decided to say, let's introduce PPPs. And I would request, if there's one thing we take away from this room, is this. When I was asked to present, they said, go and present, come and present to us about PPPs, and there is it contribution or something like that to debt. And I said, I'm not going to come and talk to you about how you structure a public-private partnership, but to just draw one distinction, that PPPs are not a net contributor to debt. PPPs, when you borrow money, you're putting money in a specific vehicle, and I'm going to demonstrate that in a few minutes. What we do with the PPPs, you get the public sector, in this case, let's say government, they have a need, and they have a service they want to deliver over a long period of time. You get the private sector, who have access to finance, and they have expertise. The public sector has access to finance, yes, but they have a problem. They've contracted a lot of debt. They have to manage that debt. Therefore, they are not borrowing anymore. So, the economists are telling the president, you are choking on debt. Civil society, Uganda Net Network is screaming. So the president is watching that bar, saying I cannot go beyond the 50% of GDP. That's a commitment. But do we stop doing infrastructure? Do we stop delivering hospital services? Do we stop getting transport sector sorted? No. So what do? You go to the private sector. I say, Mr. Private Sector, in this case, allow me to use Aga Khan. Aga Khan, you're a rich Muslim man. You have the money. You're running Serena Hotel in Nairobi and all over the world. And I have space where I want a hotel. And this thing is an old hotel called the Nile Hotel. I would want you to put money there. I want a 5-star. There should be a process to acquire that 5-star. So you use the process. And then you allow the private sector and the public to bridge the gap. Remember the other gap we had of financing the projects. They come in to do these bullet points you see in the middle. They mobilize additional funds you don't have. So you have the land, you have ordinary hotel, but you do not have the money to make it a 5-star. So you bring in the private sector to mobilize the money. Public finance infrastructure comes in without adding to government debt. Why? Because it's not government which is borrowing. Government has set aside its infrastructure, ordinary hotel. The private sector has come with the Serena money and the Serena expertise. What you are putting and making available are performances to a 5-star hotel. The money which comes, these guys will borrow, must go to the SPV, the special purpose vehicle. Call it the project company. Call it Serena Hotel Kampala. So you have Serena Hotel Kenya and the world. You have Nile Hotel Uganda. Government says we are making you, we are giving you access to Nile Hotel. Invest in it, give us a 5-star. Private sector does not give you a free lunch. That's where I started. The requirement for bankability enhances selection of projects and not politics. Private sector would want to look at the accounts. Private sector would want to know that the fiscal feasibility study has been done. The traffic you're talking about on Kampala Entebbe Expressway is there. Kampala Jinja Express, you guys, everybody in this room is complaining about the jam on that road, and we know it. I am involved, directly involved in that road. I can tell you the reason that road has delayed is simple. 2. 1, to resettle people, but the second one, to confirm traffic. All of us think there is a lot of traffic for anybody to operate that road as a toll. But you know what? The traffic is between Spear Motors and the Namagunga. The rest is open. When you study, you find things. When you talk to a politician and says, I spend 5 hours going to Jinja, I would have spent 1 hour. When you talk to the private sector, you know what they are doing? They are saying, will I recover my money? Kampala, Jinja is $1.5 billion. If I go to this investor called Fred Muhumuza, and I say, I want you to build that road, he will say, yes, I understand you're suffering as Ugandans, but show me my money in return. I'm going to have patient money to wait for 10 years, but I want you to confirm that after 10 years, my money will have come out. So we do the studies. It's not about political sentiments. If you want to do political sentiments, you fund it from your budget. But we don't have the space. So, incentives to pay ensures long-term commitment, quality, and affordability. So what happens when you're doing a PPP? You do not say, I am under PPDA, I want this hotel built, and I want this conference room built. That is the old way of doing things. When you want this to be built, you say, I want a conference hall. I should be able to seat 50 people. I need the AC working. I need the projection. So you specify things you want for the conference to happen. That is what you are buying. Ladies and gentlemen, days and time is gone when you buy buildings. You buy facilities. Again, that's the difference. You buy facilities. So when we are engaging with the Aga Khan for Serena, do you know what we did? We did not say, build it this way, change this one, put this color yellow. No. We said, we want a 5-star hotel. And the 5-star hotel has 3 restaurants, a swimming pool, so many conference facilities. That's what you procure. Then, Serena International, Aga Khan, and the others start to compete on the design. They compete on financing it. They compete on the outlook. They tell you even the configuration. They do the 3Ds. So you start to visualize the conference facility. Do you know what we do in traditional procurement? Somebody comes and says, I'm the minister, and I'm not going to use finance because Fred is here. I'm the minister of agriculture, and I want a headquarter building, and it cannot be less than 10 floors. Nothing has informed the 10 floors. So you build a 10-floor building because the minister wants to feel big. And after it has been built, cost of maintenance, the electricity, the water. The 10 floors must flush. Whether using the toilets or not, you must do what? That's a cost. That is the discussion for us interested in these matters of debt should be having. There is leakage somewhere, and we're not discussing it. So it's not the other 50%. No, it is these real ordinary issues, operational issues, that should inform the total sum of the problem we have. So, after we've done that, you have the big side of government. Good governance, legal institutional framework. I started by talking to the legal framework for PPPs. We had the policy passed in 2010. We had the act passed by 2015. We have the unit in place. We have a board in place. We've spent barely 5 years there. Do you know what we've done? The law, the guidelines. We are now working on local government guidelines. We have a pipeline. When you go to our website, you'll see pipeline of projects. We have started working on a pipeline for local governments. Why would a local government start to assign land in the middle of a city to a rich man in the village without competition? Why would they lease land for 40 years in exchange for a small headquarter building in the outskirts, in the wetland? So we are reversing those, and we're not a very popular group of people. Because to do that, we put our legs on the brake pedal. When you come and you're pushing a project and you want me to take it to my PS, to say, PS, this is a project that is feasible, I tell you, show me the feasibility study. The question from the floor which I want to preempt is, why is it that you're not doing so many projects? Yet this thing looks and sounds so good. Because of that, the money to study projects must come from something called MDAs. Those agencies have lived with the traditional procurement for more than 50 years. You know what you're doing best? Every year there's an amendment of PPDA. I'm not saying the PPDA Act is wrong. It's good to keep amending it. But certain things have shifted gear. We are dealing with a new epidemic. An epidemic that will not listen to PPDA procurement. An epidemic that deserves a new vaccine. An epidemic that says, create this facility and make sure maintenance is in there so that the building, this hotel, does not collapse. Now we build them. PPDA procures a building. PPP procures a building plus something called life cycle. Life cycle means over the years for the life of that building, you factor it in the cost. So that when you give me the turnkey, the keys to this hotel, the maintenance is factored in for 20, 30, 50 years, depending on the project. That is the change. That is what will unlock the money you are looking for as Uganda Debt Network. Because that's where we spend the money. I don't think you people are against us getting loans. You're saying, get them, planned, use them well, and let's see the results. Now we can get them, we can put them on projects that are unstudied, and we can do the project 3 times again. You know how you do the project 3 times again for the same money? You procure this building, and it is given to you. Then 5 years later, the building is collapsing. You procure somebody to reinstate it, you call it renovation, and they put it almost to new. Then 5 years later, it is collapsing. You need to repaint, or you need this technology. Technology has moved. You don't have all the technology that supports the building. You do it again until you condemn it. That's what we have. On the PPP side, you procure the building. The person who has built that building, you insist that they maintain it. That's the difference. These small things, but it's very important. You lock them in. When you do a toll road, ladies and gentlemen, you maintain that the person who has built the road is there for the period of 25 years to look after that road. Does it come at a cost? Yes. But you know what it is doing? It's making sure that that cost is not wasted. So you're not going back to them to ask them to do it differently again. So, all of that we are covered. On this side, the stakeholder engagement and the service management, you need them. You need stakeholders and service management from the private sector because stakeholders must buy. And if it's a road, like we're doing a toll road on the Kampala-Entebbe Expressway, we need the stakeholders engaged because, from experience, you build a toll road and the users of the road don't want to pay for it. How do we get it wrong? Because you've not done the studies. So, the criticism we get is we persist on studies. I'll give you one of the studies you do. There's something called affordability, willingness to pay. Willingness to pay means I'm building Kampala-Jinja Expressway. If I came here and I said, oh, we built a state-of-the-art road, express, you spend 45 minutes to get to Jinja, you're literally flying, but you're paying 20,000 shillings. Will people use that road? So you have to study and know how much are people willing to pay to move faster to Jinja. And because of that, how many tolls, the gates, do you put on the road? And because of that, how do you make sure that the honorable who has paid for the road has the expressway? Expressway is not a name. Expressway is a function. For those who are using Kampala and Entebbe, you now notice that every time you go on that road, there are those vehicles with the lights, which you find stationed. You cannot have a flat tire on Kampala and Entebbe and you spend a day. They'll tow you at your own cost. You know why? Because the contract we did with them says, in case of an accident, resolve it in 30 minutes. If you don't, we penalize you. You remember what I started with? You buy a function. The road must be available and functional. You do not buy a road because the money you're paying this person is the one which makes him do all of this. So we've not bought the express name, but we've brought the expressway. And because of that, these people, knowing that they are going to be penalized, they do not wait for a vehicle to stay on the road for 3 days. You've passed on Masaka Road and even in town, a truck with sand, with the police there. Actually, we even deploy our own police to guard it. You see, these are things which are so simple. If that road was a PPP road, the person operating that road would be penalized for having that truck there. So the people operating in Entebbe now have a toll, have a patrol, are supposed to resolve any blockage. Can I tell you something else? If a pothole happens and they don't fix it in accordance with their agreement, we penalize them. When they fix it, we reward them. When they don't fix it, we penalize them. Have you seen that happen on the Ministry of Works roads? We build. As you speak, ask Honorable Rawa, you cannot go to Fort Portal without preparing for another major vehicle service. Because between Mitiana and Fort Portal is like a garden. It's a garden. So PPPs, the solution is life cycle, costing, long-term investment, maintenance built in there. Do we do these things? Yes. Have we done them? Yes. They are examples. I've given you Serena. I've told you about national parks. You see those parks where our tourists are going. You know, people are saying, oh, we have so many tourists now. Why? Because we did the long-term concessions. Para, Mwea, all of those things. They were done Chove. Those are long-term concessions. They were not popular when they were being done, but now we are saying the biggest forex earner is those. And we can go on to others. Now, I know the question that will come. I'm trying to preempt questions. There will be a question on Umeme. Yes, the question is, how about Umeme? It's a concession, long term. I can assure you, when Umeme took over, our distribution network had collapsed. And yet we also didn't have power. Currently, Umeme has invested in excess of $600 million. The books are there and they speak for themselves.
Can you adjust and say generation and distribution?
Okay. Now, Umeme is the distribution. Generation, on the generation side, remember the story of Eskom? But you also know that there is another generation capacity that has been created through other arrangements, which I don't want to speak to. But the ones I know, the ordinary Rubari, is actually a concession. And we averted problems by making sure that it comes in existence. Now, does that mean that there are no problems? No, problems are there. And why are there those problems? Because in the traditional procurement, you excuse this clogging of in this, you see this setup. A PPP, if done in an ideal way, is based on public finance principles. That is the act I know. That's the act I operate with the Orono there, and that's the act Parliament passed. And I'm saying that word deliberately, because as you know, the word PPP, public-private partnerships, has been captured. The capture is like this. You're welcome, Honorable. The capture is like this. What happened is that the buzzword became public before the institutional and legal framework became public. So the cooking was going on. You know when you go to a party and you smell, say, ah, bafumba. Even if they are just boiling in Dagala, you assume bafumba mere, they are cooking food because of pick the smell. So with the due respect to Honorable Omachi now that he has come here, and the other, I don't know, members of parliament, I think they are there. Politicians have one skill. They have access to policy, but they also know how to interpret policy to favor their political aspirations. The economists don't tend to have that skill. So what happened when the word the terminology public-private partnerships came, some actors who knew that this is now the trendy thing of doing things, picked it and deployed it for their selfish ends. So back in the days, there used to be markets in Kampala. And the Kampala City Council decided to give them away. And they said, we are inviting the private sector, PPP. You remember that discussion? Then somebody said, for me, there's this prime space on Kampala Road. It is called the City Square. Can I take it over? Under PPP. Okay, I'm not talking about CMI. I leave it to but you see, that was PPP. Shimoni, private sector. Now, that word was captured. Nakasero market was given away, and now, ladies and gentlemen, the giving away is not a problem. But that what you do eventually gives the results you want should be factored in. So do not look at PPPs from the political lenses. Look at PPPs from the law, and look at PPPs from this arrangement here, which I've put up. So, project finance is the principle. It's not free. Debt is to project company or SPV, not government. So, I amended the topic that I was given to speak to. Because PPPs do not contribute. Here is government. Government contributes through permits. We shall give you a permit to go to Bulisa and explore. We shall give you a permit to go and operate a 5-star hotel. We may guarantee that you'll have security. Honorable Machi used to do most of these things back in the days. He will talk to these investors and assure them on behalf of government. So that is the contribution of government. The private sector, the sponsors, will bring in equity to the project company, not to government. They will bring in lenders, loans from commercial banks to the project company, not to treasury. You have others, an operator of Serena Hotel. He will come and operate your facility under Serena Kampala. So there's no money from government. So this is what I wanted to demystify, that this arrangement is purely project finance. You get these people in to work together. What do you guarantee them? That over 25 years, they recoup their investment, period. Anything that works outside this, if it looks like it should tick these boxes, I request honorable members of parliament here, civil society, please ask them to come to the PPP unit so that we structure it, so that we structure it in the way it should be structured. And anything that is outside this is not a PPP, even if it uses the title. That is not my baby. Do I say the government does not invest in strategic investment? It does. And I'll give you examples. Strategically, government believes we need a refinery. We need an oil pipeline. That's a policy decision way above my pay grade. When that strategic intervention is made, government chooses how to invest in those areas. It's not my dictation that, oh, there's this PPP. Is PPP one of the options that they could have used? Yes. But on the balance of things, those who sit in those big offices make the determination that we can actually do it this way. So, how do we pay for debt? Because this is now the real issue we are discussing. Debt is payable from project cash flows, not budget. And I'll give you examples. Umeme charges a tariff. That tariff includes the monies that go to a pool where they are paid for the investment they've made in infrastructure. I'll give you another example. Serena Hotel, 100% owned by the government of Uganda. The cost, this one, we pay them a fee for operating it. But the contribution to make it a 5-star was theirs. To recover that money, they recover it from sales. From sales. When Uganda sleep there, when Uganda hold a conference like this, they have a component which is theirs. As government, we are becoming even smarter. We told the Serena, by the way, these conferences, a lot of them, I remember when we used to ask those questions, they are coming from government. So it's like government paying it to you for you to give to service government. So we had problems with it until we explained to them the principle of project finance. See, they have built a hotel, so they have to recover their money invested in building the hotel to make it a 5-star. That's item number one. However, we've done the contract in such a way that for 25 years, Serena must look the way it looked from day one. That's why you see Serena looking like that. They're not doing us charity. The reason Serena is different from other hotels is because we put it in contract. We said for 25 years, you are building it like this, maintain it. You know, when you do that, it means you're being careful. You have to be careful the materials you use, the quality of materials, and the maintenance. So that's what we gained. But because we realized that the conferences were coming from us, and they are literally are guaranteed, by then these hotels here were not around. We said, we want you to make your money from the collections, but we want a part of those collections. Because we are the ones giving you a lot of business. Hence the studies. So you do the feasibility study, you go in the financial model, you place in all the revenues expected, the costs, capital expenditure, the capital you are going to use to build the facility. You cost everything. And when we did that, we realized that there was a lot of money that government could actually have a bit of it. So currently, from Serena, we earn, I think, 5 to 8%, or somewhere there about. It's a percentage of gross, not net, of gross. I thought you people were going to clap. So we earning money from having structured a deal as good as that. So the reason I'm labeling this point is to show that it's not all doom and dead in the government. However, there are issues, there are challenges. And some of them, those experts who are here, will speak to them. Challenges like we talked about some in the morning. Where is the consistency of policy? Why would a project that is not studied go through the whole setup? Why wouldn't we consider the options we have and we say, okay, given the balance of all these issues we've discussed, this project needs to be done as a PPP or be done as a traditional procurement. Or we have little money, let's put this money on health, but when it comes to somebody trying to do a hospital somewhere, let's encourage them to explore this route. Since they have money, we encourage them to go through this route. Let them bring the money. Yes, because they've said they have money. Listen. And how do we prove they have money? We go through the contract law. Let them produce the money they have. So ladies and gentlemen, in summary, where we started, where we left off, the gas cylinders. Under PPP, we cannot do them. We can still do gas cylinders, but we would insist to do the studies. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot have a project that has a call on the budget unless, and this is the qualifier used, we are trying to buy down the cost. For example, if building Kampala and Jinja is $1.5 billion, and all of the studies and everything put in prove that the toll on that road is going to be 20,000 shillings, we will study that, and with that proof, we will go to cabinet and say to cabinet, these are our studies. And the toll fee is going to be 20,000 per gate, and we have 5 gates to Jinja for us to recover the money. Cabinet sign off. But because cabinet is looking at the political economy side of things, cabinet is going to say, wait a moment. I have a shelf life of 5 years before elections come. Am I going to ask the Basoga to pay, or any other person using that road, to pay 20,000 times 5? If in their wisdom as cabinet say no, then cabinet is going to say, okay, Jim or Rono, go back to your unit. Show us by how much factor we can decrease that figure to make the road affordable. So there's something which we would then go back to government and ask them to buy down the cost of the road purely for political purposes. And the road, and of course usability. You don't want to build a white elephant. And the cabinet will say, okay, from government budget, we are going to budget another 50 million so that this road, instead of costing you and me 20,000 times 5, it costs you 5,000 times 5. It's affordable. So for those who want to know about PPPs, simple. The project must be financially and commercially affordable. Monies to support the PPP, to pay the debt, come from the project itself. And where a project is not making enough money, and it's a social project, for example, water projects. If, for example, we had a water project as a PPP, and you want to charge a mulalo 50,000 per jerrycan, and it's not going to work, and yet you want the animals to stay alive, you may probably buy that down. If you are doing bulk water in Bulisa, where Honorable comes from, because of the big picture of oil, you may buy down that cost. But it must be studied. So those are as exemptions. But PPPs in their natural form must be viable, must make their own money, and the project company must be able to pay the one who has invested in that project. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. You know, Jim was the spokesperson for the Ministry of Finance. So, for a very long time, about 20 years. So, if you give him a microphone, you have made a mistake, a very big mistake. And he's also my friend. I found it difficult to... Jim, you know, you have earned the front seat, so you can take the front seat, and I request Sempala Richard. Do we have a representative from the Ministry of Energy here? Because we had also invited somebody from the Ministry of Energy. All right, Sempala, you have the... He spoke for a very long time, but you have... Sorry. You have the... I'll sort it, don't worry. You have the unfortunate bit of trying to share with us your perception in 5 minutes after his presentation. So I don't know where you're going to start, but I think Jim painted a proper picture for a lot of us who have not understood the PPP space and the role of the unit in this conversation. So Jim, I want to thank you. I'm now happy that every time I buy my cup of coffee at Serena, I am giving you 6%, 7% in the gross revenue. Yes, Robert.
Thank you very much. I'm Richard Sempala. I work with Oxfam Uganda. I'm an economist. I'm happy to share insights on this good topic about PPPs. Senior here has really explained it well. Maybe I'll speak to the idea of how PPPs come. So it's kind of an agreement, which agreement sometimes call for negotiation. So when you fail on negotiating well, it means that you can fail even to deliver on what, say, the population might want. Well, he has explained well that for the monies to pay for those services come direct from the projects. As we all know that in Entebbe Express, we pay for all those services. But maybe we also need to put into consideration who pays for those services. If it's the wananchis incurring, say, a big cost for you to travel on Entebbe Express, it has implications on their consumption, right? And even other commodities they do buy. So according to negotiation, it suggests that you need to focus on the interests. So if we are undertaking such projects through PPs, we need always to ask a question: what if, say, a higher cost is charged on this amount? What will my population really feel? Will they really access other necessities of life or not? So the what if question needed to be really addressed if we are to see that the PPs work. So we know that PPs are one of the innovative ways we can fund projects or even the development of our country, because we know that we are constrained by a number of things. So if you call on these investors that please come and we do a deal. So if you are not really stable on the kind of terms and conditions you take, if you just take a position of just receiving or signing, then that make a PP a bad undertaking. So we need to be clear on that. So we basically we look at what will be the consequences if we undertook these projects, what will the population really feel about this, and then what will be the overall end result of undertaking such incentives. So I wanted to speak on that, negotiation, which kind of deals we make, and how best they can really work on our people. So PPs in most cases involve about three actors. Sometimes the government, we look at the sector, and then the actual project. So we look at which kind of project is undertaking a PP. Sometimes we look at, though it's a good funding mechanism, then we need to put into consideration for which project. Is it an emergency? Is it a social, say, undertaking or not? So when we take this into consideration, we really see that maybe the PPs can really hope to move things in the country. So the public, sometimes we have had issues of who is this person behind this project, right? And where are the sources of their incomes? So it doesn't work if, say, this person is getting money from X or the would-be government resources and then maybe using them for their private businesses. So we need to look into that. Yeah, so I'll really stop on that and then wait for comments from members. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Maybe to speak to one of the issues, Sempala, and this is where I'm listening to Jim. We have been very specific on some of the projects we have undertaken under the PPP. When I was listening to him, I've seen, the Serena project is a bit unique, given the need at that time. And Jim, due to COVID, we didn't celebrate the 15 years of Serena, but last year was 15 years. So we are waiting 9 years to go, and we review that 25-year concession. The Inter-Expressway, but under what circumstances would we be considering a PPP arrangement? Is there a threshold? Is there, and I heard Jim when he said, if it's a dam or something in Bulisa where we want a huge dam, but we know there will be no return on investment, then we are better off letting the investor invest in it directly. Under what condition, under what threshold are we speaking when we want to consider PPPs? Because we know some countries have decided infrastructure like railway is going to be a PPP. Airline business is difficult. You know what has happened in our neighboring countries of Kenya and South Africa, where they've all decided the airlines will not make any money, and they are probably thinking of letting them go. South Africa has actually given up on their airline. So under what threshold, Richard? You want to speak to that?
Well, thank you very much. As I mentioned, PP sometimes comes as a result of the weaknesses within the public sector, the inefficiencies. So when you feel that maybe I may not undertake this project, so you can have really a leeway that please maybe I should go for PPPs. But sometimes we also look at things related to the kind of the budget you have. Really, if you feel that you cannot fund this initiative and yet it's needed by the population or what, so better to really undertake a PPP. In health, for example, we have things related to result-based financing, that if you see that really you can't finance this undertaking, why is it that you don't pay for a service given? So if it's a good service, then you pay this person or his facility that has provided such services. So look at the budget, look at the inefficiencies within the sector, and if you see that things won't work out, then you undergo for a PP undertaking. But you need to take into consideration the kind of the contracts you really make with these private individuals, because as rightly said, that they look out for regaining or gaining their money, and look at maximizing profits. Thanks.
All right. I know Stephen has, if you can keep it short, because even in Jim's presentation, I saw you are really tickling. You had some areas of concern. Keep it short, Stephen. I'll stand near you when your time is finished.
Thank you so much. I think, first of all, I want to thank Jim and his colleague for the presentation, but you would help this audience better and those on virtual by doing 3 simple things. You've not classified the PPPs. Is it design, build and collect? Is it you have mentioned it in substance, but you've not classified. This would help us comprehend. 2, we are not reinventing a wheel. Give us the success stories and then the ones which, in Uganda, which are the bad ones, which are the good ones. So that if we are going to start speaking for the good ones, we speak for those. And we learn lessons from the bad ones. 3 is the question of, you've mentioned it 3 times here, but you didn't give it to us. You've talked about the pipeline. What have we done and what are we about to do? So that would also inform that in terms of a financing mix, how much are we going into PPPs? Now, the final one for me, not because I'm from Bunyoro. How do you intend to finance a refinery? Is it a PPP? And I wish you had done the refinery together with the industrial park. Because 16 years ago, I evicted people from Bunyoro to cause an industrial park, and now it's full of vermins. These people have suffered. They may soon come back to government to ask for a resettlement. I wish we had the industrial park moving together. Why do you balkanize these projects? Refinery consortium, you are going to America to meet some small briefcase company. And that takes me to the final question. Must a PPP be foreign company? Can't our own NSSF, our own Kwagalana, our own local investors form a consortium of a PPP? Why always foreign? Is a PSA, profit sharing agreement, a PPP? Thank you.
Jim, I'll give you time for that because he's raised a couple of issues. But and I like the question on why does it have to be a foreign company? Because internally, I am aware a lot of our, I don't want to call them SACCOs, a lot of our investment clubs have actually raised quite some capital. And in partnership, if you got the investment clubs and NSSF, why wouldn't they pitch for a project under a PPP? Jim?
Okay. Thank you very much. I would request you to do me a favor, moderator, if you don't mind. You know, I carried a whole man with me. I would want him to deal with one question because I take full responsibility for the others. I would want him to deal with a classification of PPPs, and I would also want him to deal with the issue of negotiations. But Fred is okay, he will be here shortly. Yeah, he will be dealing with something, I think, in relation to that. Classification of the classes of PPPs or no, but also let's deal with the negotiations, because in particular so in the issue of Kampala and Entebbe. Then I will deal with the rest.
Thank you, Jim, for the presentation. I think it was quite brief, clear, and to the point. Now, issue of negotiations is actually much broader than just negotiations. First, though you haven't asked me, but I'll talk about what I might call what makes a project suitable for PPP. I think that's the first question we need to ask. Now, when you ask that question, then you go to the Act. Because the Act, as we say, is the one which defines and puts in place the legal regime. The definition and the classifications and everything is in the Act. And the Act says you can do everything. And it has got a list of sectors, water, transport, education, prisons, everything that can be done is there. Essentially, it means that you can do a PPP project in each and every sector in Uganda. That's one. And then two, the Act says, so long as also it meets the objectives of the National Development Plan. And now, as government, government's investments are put together. I mean, the government plans its investments. It does not wake up every other day and say, oh, give the Chinese this road or do. No. Something has to be in the National Development Plan and the objectives. So if the project satisfies that objective of the National Development Plan, there are several pillars there in the National Development Plan, and that project is in the National Development Plan. And it is in one of the sectors identified, it can be done. Now the problem that we as government have is that for infrastructure projects, we do not undertake what Jim said, feasibility studies. We get the money is allocated, like now there's this quarter, they release money, and then all with that we do is we get some consultant, prepares the tender documents for whatever, whether there's a road or whatever, without feasibility studies. And now that then brings in the issue of negotiations. Because there is not enough capacity, because unless you do a feasibility study, you cannot negotiate, because you don't know what you're going to negotiate about. So that's where we have a challenge. We don't have capacity because it is a systematic problem, systemic. We forget about our studies. Even if we have the best lawyers, the best negotiators, they don't know. I mean, you cannot just pick me and say, go and start negotiating on a railway project, when I don't know what I'm going to negotiate about. There's no study. I don't even know what size of the railway. You might be saying SGR when it is standard, or it's 1 meter, or whatever. So that is the challenge. But when you do a PPP, a project as a PPP, I'll give you an example. All of you remember, MTN. MTN came in as part of the privatization process. When UTL was unbundled, government said we want a second national operator. Mobile, at that time it was called mobile. I think it is still called mobile. And then we went and told MTN, we said, we want, within a certain number of years, you need to give us a rollout of so much. And it was a concession. They were given concessions at that time. And now, we know what happens now? MTN is one of the biggest contributors to tax. And all of us, I believe all of us have MTN numbers. Well, at that time, we didn't have enough capacity to negotiate, but I think we did the right thing at that time, because studies were done. And by the time we went to MTN, to get MTN, it was done actually through a competitive process. By the time we went to MTN, we knew exactly what we wanted, and we got out what we wanted. And actually, because the way the contract was done, government is still benefiting from the initial. This is something done, I think 1998, 1997, 1998. We are still benefiting from that limited negotiations we did at that time with MTN. Now, when we come to the negotiation, the capacity might be there, but first it has to be informed by a study. So until we have those studies, we shall not move, and then generally, also as government, we have to accept that sometimes we don't have capacity. Because if you get me, for example, I might be an engineer, a trained engineer, and then you put for me across the table with a financier, negotiating a deal for Uganda Railways. What am I going to do? I've never negotiated even in my local bank. I don't have an overdraft. So how do I start negotiating with an international financier? So those are and that's where it is important for us to use consultants. Some people in government, they say, but you're an expert. I mean, you have professors and degrees and whatever. Why can't you negotiate with their friends? I've been in government, for example, if I've been a Minister of Finance, I've been Minister of Finance for donkey years doing economics, for example. And then you take me to IMF, to one of those international financials saying, please negotiate for us a loan. I don't even know what debt service cover ratio is. So how do I start negotiating? Anyway, that is That's by the way, but that's why it is important for us to develop capacity and then use consultants where we don't have that capacity. Now the various classifications, now we have in the law there are several BOO, BOT, BO, whatever. But that is a by the way, that's not important. In PPPs, it is structuring. You're structuring because the private sector has to make money, has to have a return for the equity that is put in, and has to repay the loans that he is borrowing. Now that is what determines the structure of the engagement. It is not BOO is just a name. It's just a nomenclature. Like I'm called Orono. I don't even know who gave me that name Orono. Myself, if they had given me the opportunity, I would have called myself Mukasa, for example. But because I found the name Orono, well, fine. So the name is not, I mean, the structure is not, the classification is not important. The most important is the structure.
No, Chair, let me just clarify. Is maintenance important to be incorporated in the agreement long term or not? Is collection important or not?
Oh, okay.
Don't trivialize the...
No, okay. Sure. Oh, thank you. Possibly I didn't understood it from that angle. PPP, PPP is, first, you get the asset, so there is financing and construction, and then the maintenance and operation also has to be in there. It is a 20-year contract, 15-year contract, and you want to make sure that the asset, the way, like for example, like Serena, we're saying, give us a 5-star. We don't want a situation where when they're about to hand over the hotel, it is a 1-star. So it means they have to factor in the life cycle, what we call the life cycle costs from day one. They know that a building, every 5 years, you have to repaint. So they have to factor in the painting. Every 10 years, you have to put a new roof. You have to factor in. So that's part of the operations and maintenance. So for any project which does not have operations and maintenance, most likely it may not be called a PPP. I think I'm answering your question. Now, the other difference, nomenclature is just a nomenclature. So that is essentially, and then the other aspects that are very, very important, also which determines whether the project is a PPP. One is that it must be bankable. The private sector must be able to recover their money. If in the studies it is not feasible for the private sector to recover their money, then forget about it. And then another one is the capacity. For example, I'll give you an example. We want to build if, for example, I understand one time we thought of building a nuclear power station. And then you ask, if we mobilized all the graduates now who have nuclear whatever, will they be able to run that nuclear power station? Most likely no. So would it be better to do it as a government project? Because we have a Ministry of, is it energy or something, which is handling nuclear. Will they have the capacity to run that nuclear station? Most likely no. So what will happen? Most likely we would need to get someone who has what expertise in building a nuclear power station and operating it. And the best arrangement would then be a PPP. So it means also capacity. If you want an infrastructure for which you do not have capacity as government, then the most suitable method is PPP. And then, so that is very, very important. And then with respect to local ownership, I mean, must it be foreign? Sorry, Jimmy, if I'm entering into what you can put in. Must these consortiums be foreign? We're saying no. Actually, we as, in fact, in the law, there is the issue of local content. We're saying we should encourage local capacity, develop local capacity to do these PPPs. The question then is, are our local investors, do they have the capacity to mobilize the funds required? We say yes, depends on the size of the project. I'll give you an example. In Arua, there's the Arua Stadium, which is done, it looks like a PPP, everything smells like a PPP, and it was done by a local, 100% local, even the money is local. So that's a very good example. Now, there is capacity for the local people to participate in these PPPs. The only problem is, do they have capacity to mobilize the funds, international funds. Because, for example, if I'll just give an example, if that nuclear power station, if you wanted a nuclear power station, we have several businessmen here, but would they mobilize $1 billion, for example? Most likely we would have a situation where we, after 2-3 years, we start saying, oh, by the way, since that loan was not, we didn't get that loan from a Ugandan bank, it is not my loan. Anyway, thank you.
Jim, you have 2 minutes to summarize.
Okay, thank you, OO. This is the other OO. No?
I was wondering, I didn't know if the other OO was here. Okay.
So I associate with those comments. Honorable, what I wanted to clarify is I think both of you are right. The one, operational maintenance should not be trivialized, but when we prepared for this, we prepared with the mindset of Uganda National Network.
Uganda Debt Network.
Okay, I'm tongue twisted here. Uganda Debt Network. In a perspective, we did not prepare the presentation from the PPP capacity building perspective. Then we would have spoken to configuration and everything. But the question is good because this is at times where we miss it. You can actually do build, operate, transfer. You can do a finance, design, finance, build, operate, and transfer. And there is an element of debt concerned. And this is the factor, and that's why I associate with this. In the traditional procurement, when you say, I want this block as an office block, the first monies that people spend too, they spend them in hiring an architect to do design. And then he comes and sits with the ED of UBC, and he'll tell them, this is where I have my studios, but I also have glass cladding, I also want this. So we start to dictate, and what the architect is doing is basically putting all of the little things together. And we tender out to that building, the 15 floors, and they build it. Little do you know that actually you've taken over the risk of design. Because get any architect and tell him what you want, they will design it the way you want it. If you want it rectangular, yeah. If you want it, they'll give you what you want. But if you change and say, I am the ED of UBC, I have 300 workers, I have Luganda studio, I have English studio, I have Swahili, and I have international, and I will broadcast to them, and these are the facilities I need. You specify the things you need. When you get these engineers and tell them this is what you need, the ball game changes. What the engineer does, he will think about the things you need, he will factor them into his engineering mind, and he will give you exactly what works for you. And I'll give you an example. I had an opportunity back in the days. I was so excited when Honorable March and other people, and remember, I was pushing myself beyond the wall with Orono. We wanted to do a hospital back in the days before we even talked about the specialized hospital. So I got MPs on this trip, and then we went all over the place. And then we came back here. Then I brought in South African, we call them transaction advisors. We wanted them to advise. Somebody wanted to do a hospital associated with Makere. And the reason for it was simple. You have the best medical school in the region. Yeah. There's no way you can have a medical school with a clinic just as you go to LODC. We want to build for you a hospital, but we want to use it for research as well as treatment. We shall recover our money. This idea was still new. So I went to Makere. But in the process of going to Makere, we talked to them, of course they were excited, but of course they killed it. Because again, problem is some people are making some money from running it the way it is. Yeah. So I took them to Mulago to show them our referral, national referral hospital. And as we were walking into the hospital, I actually don't know whether I got off on the wrong side of things. The first place I enter, there are about 15 ladies on the ground in the corridor, pregnant, waiting to get access to the labor ward. They are wringling in pain. With the due respect to our Ugandan Europeans seated with us here, these are people who had come from abroad. They had never experienced this kind of care. Then I'm trying to show them referral, national referral hospital. So we push the doors open, and they are quiet, they are following me. I am the star, I'm the one showing off. I go towards the wards. And you know these cylinders, the ones we call of oxygen. Some person is pushing, they go out of the way to allow this person to push the cylinder in. Another one is dangling with the drip, following the person is pushing, and it is a patient. And then the carer with all of the beds and they are full of bed bugs in the process of coming to look after that. It was horror. And then this man stops me and says, Jim, can we go back? I said, the man, actually there were three, but he was becoming, I don't know what they call it. They were becoming pale. I've never known that people become pale when they get shocked. And then when we were going out, he said, Jim, look at this floor. Mulago Hospital, the work on the floor is actually the usual, what's that floor called? In some parts you have tile, in other parts you have terrazzo. In the language of medicine, that's the worst floor you can ever have. Because if an accident person comes and the blood is dripping and it sinks in things, you never clean them because of those things. That's why when you go to those hospitals out there, there's that smooth thing they use. I don't even know its name. The man told me, you're contaminating everybody who is coming here. It's rubber. Why? Because it's cleanable. The word we had gone through, we were opening it like our office doors in you know. He told me, Jim, a hospital works with the flash doors. Because you push the bed and it has to do this. You do not have to, because you are working on time and equipment. You don't want things entangled. Basic things.
30 seconds, Jim.
Why did we get it wrong?
Yes.
And we've just done a renovation. Because we get our Minister of Works or housing engineers to do the design. The design risk I talked about, they've passed it on to the country. Yet, if I got an expert medical practitioner who knows hospital business and has built business hospitals of that kind, and it becomes as part of the design team and works with the design people who have designed hospitals, we will get the real hospital we need. That's why horror stories like you want oncology center, that one for cancer. You go, you get money appropriated by Parliament, the minister defends it, we get the money, they buy the equipment, because we are not speaking together, they come to insert the thing in a building built by Mulago.
Doesn't fit.
The machine doesn't fit. Do not inherit the risk of design. So when you hear these configurations of DBO, blah, 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 it's not semantics. There is a science behind them, and that's why we lose money.
Thank you, Jim.
Because, with the due respect, the final one is that if you transfer the risk of design to the other people, you know how people in the Omulago, what they will be doing is to assess the different designs. So you have 5 designs from competitors, you choose the best. Your work has been very simple. If you design yourself, you inherit the risk. Final one, pipeline. 10 years ago, before PPP policy was passed, the pipeline, the refinery, Isimba, Nyagak, we went to Parliament when we were impressing them about pipeline, and I think Honorable March remembers. And we included all of this. Exactly. And I'll leave this to the best economist I know in the land because he needs to explain how we shifted. I don't know. That is beyond my pay grade. But what I know is that they had been factored in. Why? Because then we were foresighted. We knew. But as I said, there are things which are done beyond some are strategic, some are informed by other reasoning. So those are not there. The issue of airline. Airline can be, but kindly I beg that you look at it holistically with a lot of information. Because in the case of Kenya Airlines, that was a JV. In the case of South African Airlines, it was a JV. The PPPs can actually include some form. But what happened? The state stayed in there. And the state allowed its inefficiencies to come to bear with the private sector where they were in. So that can create a problem and imbalance. In the case of BA and maybe Air France, you can see that they are still flying relatively well, and some American flights, purely because they said, let the business be the business. And when the business is going down and they're looking for refinancing and other tools, they go in as a business, on their balance sheet. So we've had
and they
this
go to the
discussion.
commercial market. They don't go back to the national budget to look for
Yeah.
support.
So the last one is on actors, the PPP. Thank you very much for your comments. I will say there's one tool we use, which is due diligence. When you do your studies, when you've done your feasibility study, you must know who is playing in this space. You have to assess them. Is it their money? Is it equity from their own savings? Are they borrowing? Is it a loan? Where is it coming from? PPPs are difficult to do purely because all of these boxes must be ticked.
Right.
So when you ask, would you therefore give somebody a stadium when he has not proven money? Under PPP, it will never pass. Can it pass under other frameworks? Yes. Why? Because government is at liberty. The final take is PPPs will thrive on bankability and feasibility, but they are not the only route through which government procures infrastructure and services. This is important. Not everything that looks like, smells like, or passes off as a PPP is a PPP. And the government is at liberty to use PPDA, strategic investments, and the others. The common factor is simple. And this is where civil society should help. The common factor is whether it's direct procurement, whether it's on budget, whether it's PPP, whether it's strategic, studies must be made. Because if you don't, all of the risks that come with that project, all of the pretenders, the briefcase people will come through that sieve if you don't deploy it.
All right. Thank you. Thank
Allow
you.
me to say one other thing.
If you're
this
thanking
country is rich with resources. Muhumuza, before he worked in finance, he worked alongside people like Opaji, Nyirinkindi, and others. He spent a bit of time. He decided to, I think, to go to teach. There is a problem we have, that we do not recognize our own capacities. Honorable March has played in the space of as a politician, but because of that role, he was reading a lot more documents than I would ever read as a technocrat. Because I read documents that relate to my sector. He read all the documents and stood before Parliament to defend everything and anything. So he's more informed about those things. What do we do in our country? And this is where civil society can help.
Is use them.
Yes. Civil society needs to create those checks and balances. When Orono was talking about negotiations, and they've adopted Honorable March now. Yes. So when Orono was speaking about negotiations and other things, those weaknesses you see is because we lose the best. Honorable, in front of me.
We lose the best to politics.
No,
you know,
okay, partly the shelf life is small, but we also lose them because we don't deploy them. Honorable March, Honorable Biraha, and others would be in a think tank on the economy for the nation, thinking through these things because they were there in the kitchen with the Uganda National Debt Network. That think tank would be deployed to inform policy and would not recycle this argument. And Muhumuza and his economics would go to a think tank. Now Muhumuza
and pitch
is forced to go on radio and TV to explain to masses as if he's an LC chairman. He's really banging his head on the wall. He should be talking to people who understand
his language,
his argument. So my simple prayer, a man I talked about, Opaji, we worked, he was my boss. Orono, I've just fished him out from Botswana. That gentleman was leading the PPP unit in Botswana. I begged to get him back. I'm about to lose him because I can't afford him. Opaji is in charge of PPPs in Africa. He's Ugandan. A man called Nyirinkindi is a vice president at IFC in charge of PPP. He's Ugandan. Why is it that we do not allow our people to thrive? And by the way, I went to IFC to look for a resource to do Kampala-Jinja Expressway.
And they gave you a Ugandan?
No, I went to a Ugandan to ask. And you know what the Ugandan did? He gave me a Ugandan called?
Oron.
No. Chris Orobo. He's from Teso here. He's our chief advisor. So kindly, civil society, we can elevate this discussion to things.
The fish. Thank you very much, Jim and Richard. Richard, please do take your seats. Thank you so much. I made a crime of giving Jim a mic. You know, he's so difficult to listen. But I think Birawa find time and buy him coffee. You need to have coffee. You need to have that conversation on the think tank. So Jim and Richard, you can take your seats. Feel free to take your seats. I want to invite my friend Fred. We are now transitioning very quickly to session 4. Fred, unlike Jim, I see on your time here it's exactly 15 minutes, and I will be here watching your 15 minutes, Fred. So Fred will be speaking to infrastructure development as a key driver for public debt, and that's how Jim was linking him to the PPPs. I like, Mr. Ron, I like the Arua model of their stadium. I have been trying to study it. I have a specific interest in how they've done that stadium. You know, an investor in Arua got a lease from the council on the land and then sold the units in the stadium, that is the shops and I think there's a hotel in that stadium, to locals who have paid also for the same period he has got on the lease. And the stadium is almost complete. 0 shillings from government, 0 shillings from the local government. The only thing the local government gave him was the land, the facility on which the stadium is. Amazing. It's a model we should be using as government, Jim, if you can advise, for us to build more infrastructure like that across the country. Because we don't, it's a very heavy investment when you invest in sports facilities across the country. But that Arua model, I am talking to some people in my place there, we are also thinking about the same. It's an excellent local investor model. So Fred, please come. Fred, now I have used 30 seconds of your time, so now you have 14 and a half.
Sorry for him, he doesn't know that his name means a blessing. So it's a blessing for me to be here. And so I will take it as a blessing that he has used part of my time, but also take it as another blessing that he has given me more time than I need. Because coming at the tail end of this conversation, I have nothing useful to add. I picked that from my late friend, the governor, Tumsime Mtedile. Infrastructure as a driver of debt, or debt as a driver of infrastructure. It doesn't matter what you borrow to do or how much you borrow. Once you lose logic, everything is lost. Logic is everything, really. And development is about logic. When I finished my first degree at Makerere many years back, I decided to do not computer applications. I said I want to do a real postgraduate diploma in computer science. What took me there as an economist was really to learn what they call systems analysis and design. And it must follow that logic. You don't begin by designing before you do the analysis. That's number one. Number two, it's a system. So when you are doing that road, what is it part of? You don't just do a stadium anywhere. It must be part of a system. So whether you analyze and design and you lose the system part of it, you've lost it. So you want to do an expressway to Jinja, to feed into which system? Because Kampala to Jinja must be part of a system. You want to do a standard gauge railway to Malaba. What part of the system is it? And we mentioned these things early enough. That's why some of us walked out from the Ministry of Finance. You are tired of speaking logic to people who want to deal with ad hoc procedures. It was very clear, even as we're having a conversation on standard gauge railway, that Kenya is not going to build up to Malaba. So why is Uganda designing Malaba to Kampala when Kenya is not coming to Malaba in the next 20 and 30 years? So right away from that point, we said, let's do a meter gauge. Now today, I see the language in government is to do a meter gauge, but we are still spending money on this standard gauge over the same segment. Now that's logic or illogic. And besides, this is a railway. Now you have a special project on the standard gauge sitting in Nakawa. You have a railways corporation as another entity sitting, I don't know where it sits. It just got a new board the other day. So why is the logic? I mean, those are the things as an economist, I didn't go to do a postgraduate diploma in computer science to become a computer person. I wanted to understand the logic of systems because computers are the most efficient systems. So I wanted my economics to be helped by that knowledge of computer programming. Don't ask me whether I got the qualification. I did not pick it because all I wanted was to attend the classes. It wasn't about that qualification. So I wanted to attend the classes. I sat the exams and never bothered to finish the issues of getting the qualification. I'd gotten the knowledge I needed. And up to today, I read those computer science books. This is what he was talking about. When you are designing a hospital facility, it is part of a system. And you want to pick the user requirements. That's how programming begins. What are the user requirements? Once the user requirements say, this is how we do our thing, then you go as an architecture and design. Something that speaks to the users. Now, I have done cutters of Uganda network. Thank you very much. You give me a lot of knowledge, by the way. I'm a product of civil society, even as I went into government. They gave us resources to go and review the health sector strengthening project, multi-million-dollar project. You will go to Uganda Hospital, General Hospital, and you'll find the casualty wing is next to the entrance. That is where it should be, because it's casualty. You don't want to reach a hospital and you have another half a kilometer to reach the casualty. It must always be right where the ambulances can reach it within the shortest possible time. But remember, casualty must work with the theater. Now the theater is 200 kilometers away from the casualty section. You're already not speaking to the user requirement, because most of the people coming into casualty will need a theater. Now they are going to die in between the casualty reception and where the theater is. The other people who use the theater are the mothers giving birth. The theater is again 100 meters away from the maternal section. So who is designing this? Do you just place blocks? Engineers have what they call site layout. The school, how do you lay the school? The dormitory should not be in the middle of the classrooms. That's the site layout. It's logic. But the laboratory should not be in the dormitory section. It should be as close to the classrooms. And the headmaster's office must be as close to the main entrance. Now that's a logic. Now once you miss out that logic, your loan will never perform. Because loan can only be paid by the thing you put in place is generating results, is generating money. That's why the private sector is smart. And I'm hating this language of if the private sector is not there, the public sector should go there. No, first find out why did the private sector not go there. Now, if government is to go in, let's go in knowing it's a social objective. We are building a cancer institute for the poor. That's it. We are building a heart institute for the poor. Now we have renovated the Mulago, the poor can't access it. So where should they go? I thought the rich, theirs is Nakasero, IHK, and I hear there was an attempt to do Rubo. I don't want to discuss it because I knew from day one, systems analysis and design, it will never work. And if it ever works, please let's come and have a conversation. Same thing with your standard gauge. It won't work. But we are still pursuing the relic of it. Pipeline, please. If it ever works, not in the next 10 years. I don't want to get into that conversation unless you did systems analysis and design. Because otherwise I'll get into a longer conversation. So when we talk about debt as a driver of infrastructure, is infrastructure the driver of economic growth? That's where you want to begin. Why am I putting the bulk of my money into infrastructure? Is it the driver of growth? This hotel, as you look at it, all these pillars are in part of the infrastructure, but they don't make money for Africana. It is you guys sitting in here. This is how Africana makes money. Every cup of tea there you're going to take, UDN has paid, including the one you will not take. Now, they could have invested heavily in this infrastructure and at the end of the day have no tea, have no chicken, have no fish. The infrastructure wouldn't make them the money. Because that's what you come here. You don't come to see the building. This is not a tourist attraction site. You come here for a conditioned room, and in the event that they do not have the money to do the hardware, they quite often have attended meetings here and they put a tent there. That tent can make you money. So where are your priorities? If you have little money, begin with the basics. That will get you to the fastest level of making the money. Then use the money you have made to do the other fundamentals. A Maram road is good enough for us to begin. But make sure roads are about moving produce. So don't use money intended for investment in agriculture to build the roads. Because then you'll have nothing to move on those roads. And then the debt will trigger. And before you know it, the little money you're picking from URA is going into servicing the debt. And further crippling you down, and that's what we call a debt trap. You are now in a debt trap. And if going back to the human language, if your human body can no longer sustain itself to fight the diseases, you are fit for admission. Either on a normal ward, if things are so bad, intensive care. Because you need external support. Your system alone can no longer revive you. So in my calculation, going by logic, the Ugandan debt system and structure has made us get to a level where we are unable to recover on our own without an external injection. Now, whether it's acute or normal ward, but we can no longer be an outpatient. We need an admission. And once you're in an admission, you don't begin to do business as usual. It is draconian decisions doctors have to take to bring you back. And in most of these decisions, they are not democratic. What am I saying? Resolving our debt trap today is not going to be a parliamentary conversation. It's going to be a tough conversation. Technical, as we have said. You have to do what they did in the 80s, restructure government. We are on record, I hope the records exist or they were made, but at least 2 people opposed the revival of Uganda Airlines. And I will insist, it was a wrong thing to do. It was wrong timing. We presented the evidence. They said people will fly in here, it will make money, we'll have I don't know how many millions coming to Entebbe. The evidence was on the table. British Airways used to be daily flights to Entebbe. They reduced to twice a week. They eventually wound up. One of the routes we were eyeing for Uganda Airlines was Entebbe to Heathrow. So if the people with the money, the clout and everything found that that route is no longer viable and they had projections into the future, who were we? Logic is everything. You lose it, you're in problems. So we knew that Uganda Airlines was not going to make, and people say it's an infrastructure, the future is there. I mean the future is there, but the present determines where you get to that future and how you get to that future. And there is another wrong notion, debt to GDP. Anybody mentioning debt to GDP, please, you need to test 2 things. What they have been drinking overnight, or if they are among, what was it, the 14%? Or was it 40%? It's a wrong indicator. Practically, technically, politically, it's a wrong indicator. It should never be mentioned. And I want to argue with World Bank, withdraw it. It's a wrong indicator. What works is the rate of growth of debt and the rate of growth of the economy. The rate of growth of GDP must be above the rate of growth of debt. So we're talking about rates of growth, not the stock. Because first of all, debt is a certainty and is futuristic. The debt we have is looking into the future. Your GDP is not looking into the future. The future GDP is an estimate, whereas the debt is not an estimate. So you cannot compare a certainty with an imagination. COVID came, our GDP was revised downward, not our debt. So you don't compare the two. GDP is contingent, debt is a certainty. And if so, what you want to say is what I am borrowing able to generate a rate of economic growth that is above the debt. That's where you want to make a comparison. Because that means that GDP will pay back the debt. But also when you do the rate of growth of GDP is not only about paying debt, public debt. It is also providing services to the population. Meaning a country like Uganda, given our debt structure, we need double-digit GDP growth to cover the basic needs of the population, to feed that growth alone and sustain it, and then pay the debt. And that's why I'm saying we're in a debt trap. So we need to go back and say, how do we scale down expenditure? And again, logic is failing us. You are paying salaries and cutting non-wage. To get what? It's crazy for Afrikaner managers to pay salaries of these people and not buy the chicken, the rice, the tea, which is what makes the money. So for government to cover wage and then pay non-wage, you have paid people to do what? Growth doesn't come because you paid the wages. It comes because the people you paid the wage have delivered the service. Now there is a disconnect there. So we must find a way of where do we get money to fund the growth. And we cannot borrow recklessly or even anymore. Tell me, when was the last time China lent us money? That window has closed. And I hear people want to issue a euro bond. That one. Now, let me give you the figures as I close so that the conversation can begin. And I had wanted to speak to the new vision today, page 10, is seen but run on manual systems, Minister Sam Ndova shut down. It has very interesting facts in there. One is UGCL is the one operating the plant. Now, they were doing routine maintenance when an incident happened. No one is specifying the incident or who caused the incident. Can the management and governance structure of UTCL come? Because they have imposed on us a cost that should have led to their sacking. This is what happens. An incident happened, leading to water terrifically entering the powerhouse, filling up the 1,036 meter square and submerged all the equipment. Could it be somebody who was doing routine maintenance is not qualified? You remember we lost ferries on the lake. They collided, and when the investigations came out, some shamba boy was on the controls and thought a lake is a lake, you just pass anywhere. This lake is shallow, has very few areas of navigation. So the two, how can two ships collide on Lake Victoria? Shamba boy was somewhere. So I want to know what happened during the routine maintenance. Was this an intern engineer, a cleaner, a sweeper, a qualified person? Because this is a sensitive process. You don't want to have there your list. The cockpit of the plane is locked and only two guys go there. Senior pilot with so many miles behind his belt and the co-pilot. These other fellows only go there to serve them. You want to understand that, because it is these systems that are failing the loans from working. But also they are saying that it has defects. There are 775 snags which were identified on the Simba plant before and after handover. So how did we receive it? With 775 defects. They have cleared 95% of them, but the remaining 4% are the biggest. I mean, the whole of you, we don't need you to declare you dead. Brain dead is enough. We will bury the legs and the arms and the abdomen. Once that 4% of your body, the brain is declared dead, bury you. So the 4% can actually be the entire Isimba project. Nobody wants to give us those details. So it is not a question of the system, as I said. If the system is faulty, your loans will never give you the result. So can we go back and review the entire system of government? So I mean, we can go on and on, but let me give you what this one has given to us. The budget we are running today, 16.64% of it is domestic refinancing. What does refinancing mean? Let me use Jim's name again. He has used mine so we can share. And then I'll use my namesake, Honorable March. Honorable March lends me money and I need to pay him tomorrow. I don't have the money. I borrow from Jim and pay Honorable March. I have not received no new money. So I cannot deliver any service. I can't feed my family. But I've just gotten involved in a transaction of 10 million. But my family won't feed it. Then eventually when Jim comes and says, where is my money? I say, you assume you have lent it to me. I have paid and you have given it back to me. Because now I can't even go back to Honorable March. He knows who I am. Now I'm left with a narrower space. So refinancing is 16.64% of your budget. It's not speaking to this year. We are balancing the books of accounts. Interest payment is 12.52%. That's about 8 trillion. It's the biggest cost on the budget. External debt amortization is 5.1% and domestic arrears is 1.4%. And that's because we suppress it to about 600 billion. It could have been 10%. Now, and we are saying we are debt sustainable because debt to GDP is okay. When you begin to play a Ponzi scheme, some lenders will put you off. But even some lenders of the private sector begin to see the entire country as risky. So we are finding problems attracting even private capital into this economy. And I sit in the banking sector, interact with them. We have over $100 million from just one bank, which has failed to come to Uganda because of 2 cases. Ham, who borrowed and thinks he borrowed from a dog, and therefore the dog should not ask for its money. When you ask him, did you borrow? He said, yes, I borrowed. But I borrowed from an illegal entity. No, whether legal or illegal, you borrowed. Pay back. You can even pay the children of the deceased if the deceased is no longer there. And that case is sitting in the courts of law. So the problem there is Ugandan's jurisdiction makes it difficult to enforce loan contracts. That's what the foreigners are saying. I cannot lend to Ugandans when I have no idea that I can enforce the contract I have signed with them within their legal system. So even private sector can no longer pick money. And that's a challenge really to us. Now, of the remaining little money, because debt management is 35% of our budget. 36 actually, because it's 35.71 of the budget. That's not money meant for service delivery going forward. Of the remaining, human capital development, education and health will take 18.16% of that budget. But Jim has just explained to you what the health situation is like in a national referral facility. I don't have to tell you what it is like in the lower levels. So if 18.1% can't give the service you expect to brag about, forget that the debt will drive the economy to pay it back. Forget that the infrastructure you're talking about here would help you. Governance and security is 14.61. And by the way, these figures will change as supplementaries come in. Some will go down, others will go up. So when we finally get the outturn, I can promise as day follows night and vice versa, governance and security will have gone up. Some other thing would have gone down. But that's what makes the Matoke trucks make us money. Integrated transport infrastructure is 8.67% and sustainable energy is 3.34. The word is sustainable energy. The word sustainability, if we talk about Isimba and the current load shedding, I'm wondering whether the word sustainability applies there. We have one other crisis in the energy sector coming up, the Umeme concession. Remember, this is the last mile. You don't talk about generation and transmission without talking about distribution. Now the language in government is let's borrow money and transmit. Then the whole thing will fall up in place. Systems analysis. You can eat food, the heart will pump the blood. If the final veins to the cells are not working, you're dead. You're dead. So the distribution network is getting encumbered by that transition. Should Umeme invest long term when it is left with 3 years? Should it not invest? These are things we say even when you are selling a school, remember their children to sit exams 3 months from now. Those candidates must be accommodated in your administrative conversations. They must sit there seamless. Thanks to Bank of Uganda, now we close banks and you don't know your bank was closed. You remain in touch with your account. They will simply tell you all accounts are now in DFCU or all your accounts are in the other bank. Seamless, that's what you want to target. Now, unless we deal with these details, systems analysis, the debt in one sector would not serve us. I want to thank you very much. Let me remain with my mugisha, the blessing and the person.
Surely we can do better. Another round of applause for Fred. Fred, you helped because I'm trying to manage Isabella's time. Eh? So you helped me try it. No, Isabella, not yet. Don't worry. No, give me more, another 10, 15, Isabella, and I'll invite you. So may I quickly invite Matthias Mwesige and Sam Tabazi. Matthias and Sam. You have been listening keenly to Fred's presentation. And I like that Fred was general in his conversation. He was speaking to the systems and the enablers of this, of whether the debt, can facilitate, infrastructure development, or are we making a case for why we need the infrastructure development to get the debt? Either way, but speaking in general terms, and he shared highlights of where he has some concerns. And maybe I begin. Matthias is from AFIC and Sam is from the Uganda Road Sector Support Initiative, which is takes up the bulk of our budget. So I'll begin with Sam. Sam, let's start with you have a presentation, Sam? I'm wondering. Or you want one particular slide? I am hoping. Just who has it? Christine, do you know where it is? Okay. Oh, it's here. Which particular page do you want, Sam?
Just if you can go through.
Okay, go ahead. Keep it short because I'm managing Isabella's time,
Okay, yeah, good afternoon. I don't want to hold people for a long time. I just had that presentation. I had not looked at what Dr. Mhumza had, so I'm like someone who set my own exams and tried to answer. But there are key points that he makes, and one of them is, you can just keep changing, I will. Yeah. Yeah, the fundamentals, he got the fundamentals quite right, and we are talking even before the commencement of this meeting. Systems are very, very important. And systems, structures, and how things work. That's how things work. And I think our debt has kept on increasing precisely because we lack the systems, the legal framework, and the means to ensure that everything is working. Mr. Mugunga, there used to be a unit in Ministry of Finance, the unit for monitoring the debt. And there is a full department which seems not to be holding the thing very well because how does, and we listened to this from the Member of Parliament in the morning, how is debt acquired? Who is in charge of getting this debt? Who is in charge of monitoring to ensure that this debt is actually paid? Who ensures that it is well negotiated? And who ensures that it is going to be paid on time, that it is not going to have an effect on the economy? I have some 3 questions which I've posed in this presentation. If you can just go through the slide. You can just keep going through the slide. But there are 3 questions, fundamental questions, and one of them, Dr. Mhumza touched on it. Can government do without, can government finance infrastructure without borrowing? Question number 2, is there a debt management policy and framework, and is it being followed? Number 3, does infrastructure lending lead to development automatically? Dr. Mhumza tried to answer that. And in my view, I think you can't run away from infrastructure. Infrastructure is development. That's the only bit I want to disagree with Dr. Mhumza. Infrastructure is development. Because that's why we can't be out under the tree, we can't, you must need roads, you need hospitals, all that is infrastructure. And I normally give an example of New York. If you removed all the infrastructure in New York, it would be the same as Uganda. What they have, the added advantage they have are the systems, which we don't have. So we don't have the systems, and we don't have the infrastructure. And we are moving in circles. I like Dr. Mhumza's analysis of the Uganda Railway, which is the standard gauge. And we can mention several projects of Uganda which have failed to take off, partly and on borrowed money. Before I talk about that, I want to talk about the roads. We have about UNRWA, or the road sector, has been given about 45 trillion over the last 15 years, which has done approximately about 4,000 kilometers of roads. And much of this money is borrowed. We must try to plug and make sure that we use the money, the resources we have more efficiently. And that has been consistent in this discussion. I'll give you an analogy. At my home, some time back, early this year, I was paying a bill of water from around 50,000. It jumped to around 300,000. And I was wondering what could have happened. So I moved around, I tried to be strict, but the bill kept on increasing. Until I went to National Water and they told me, you check. I asked them, could the meter be a problem? They said, no, our meters cannot have a problem. So someone came and checked. Up to the time where the pipe where water moves up to the tank, someone who was supposed to screw the lid, which is in the ground, had left it to flow. So the water was flowing 24/7, every week, every month. Why am I saying this? In our homes, we must make sure that we have systems to check that electricity doesn't stay on, to know that the water is being used well and efficiently, and that we don't waste a lot of money. It's the same principle that should apply to government. Something else that we need to talk about is about taxation. The tax rates in the country are low because there's just simply nothing to tax. The economy is too weak. And therefore, when we are borrowing, we must know that, first of all, we are not having enough resources to implement the policies that we are going to have. Mr. Mujisha, I can see you are becoming a bit impatient, but I want to emphasize one thing, that government, I believe that government needs to do investments. Invest where people are going to make some money. And the president has been categorical on this. I have 3 examples, which I'll end with. 3 companies that have gone under because government is trying to tax them to raise some money. One of them was engaged in petroleum jelly manufacturing. URA came and taxed it into oblivion. It collapsed. I have another company which was doing SISO. URA came and taxed it into extinction. It collapsed. There is another company that is doing winery, and I was talking to someone and they said every bottle of wine, URA charges 5,000 shillings, and they sell their bottle at 12,000. So government is waiting to tax without doing some necessary work to create an enabling environment, to create businesses that thrive so that it can wait at the other end to tax them. They are taxing companies into oblivion, and very lastly, what does government use its money for? If the money is not being used efficiently, and you're waiting to tax people who are actually struggling, taxing business, then you're actually killing them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So Matthias, I don't think you have as much time as some, and I'm happy you don't have a presentation. So please go ahead. I would be happy if we are speaking to, you know, recommendations and outlines basing from the presentation made, so we can capture them by the rapporteur. Yes, go ahead, Matthias.
Thank you, Morris, and thank you, Doctor, for the good presentation. I want to agree with you that better infrastructure translates into better lives, and also note that poor infrastructure also translates into miserable life, and of course can even lead to death. And in the quest of trying to improve the better lives, the government has tried to borrow, and this has increased the debt burden. So it's very important that in the process of managing this debt, we look at the leakages, where the leakages are, and strengthen where the issue is. Here, by looking at empowering the institutions to perform their mandate as required. In the morning, we heard that the Parliament, even when they say that we cannot, this loan is not okay, the government goes ahead and takes on the loan. Then what is the role of the Parliament as an institution? When we look at the leakages in terms of corruption that exists in the procurement process, in the deals that exist, when the office of the IG is in place, when some cases are taken on, they say, please, go down, go slow. Allow the systems to work, then we shall achieve some quality, we shall manage somehow. Also, in terms of revenue collection, we do not collect much. It's because the tax base is very small. The institutions like URA, or those ones who are responsible for revenue generation and collection, can we look at the measures that can widen the tax base in terms of looking at the business incubations and tax education, where we shall see people understand the value of tax, and the taxable businesses are in place, which will translate into increased GDP revenue, which can somehow reduce the level of spending, of borrowing. How about the issue of transparency? Of course, sometimes all the undertakings, all the deals are not known to us, even the procurement process. So if we are not aware, how do we participate? How do we monitor the progress in terms of utilization of the debt of the funds that have been acquired? So it's very important that we look at the element of transparency in the procurement process, in the negotiation processes, to ensure that whatever deals we are undertaking, they are within our limits, and we can manage, and we have taken a decision on those investments, and we're taking. Again, I would also look at investing in sectors that generate revenue. We've seen agriculture, for example, the coffee value chain generates a lot of money into this country. The tourism sector, why can't government invest in investments that generate income, tangible revenues to this country? In the long run, we shall be having a wide tax base, we shall be exporting, reducing imports, and that way we shall be increasing, reducing the borrowing. Then there is an element of cost and time overruns that we've seen on the government undertakings projects. So many projects have been acquired, executed. We were told that they're going to last for 24 months. They end up into 48 months. That increases the time overrun, and in fact, so many projects have gone beyond the estimated cost because of limited monitoring, follow-up, and supervision. But majorly, it's because there is limited transparency in the process of acquiring these projects. And of course, we have a lot of loans that are lying idle and not spent. Then why do we borrow if we can't spend? Why are we looking at borrowing before finalizing the feasibility studies or all the underground work, the preliminary tasks before we borrow? It's very important that we go back and review the policies, strengthen the implementation of the laws and the policies, because we have the policies, but what is disturbing us is the powers that underride, that override the existing policies and framework to borrow and make it very difficult for us to progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthias. I need to state this, and really because, you know, Uganda Debt Network had insisted on having representation, as you noticed earlier, from the Minister of Energy and also from the Minister of Local Government for obvious reasons, and of course we had Parliament represented here, the Committee on National Economy. Unfortunately, the Minister of Local Government representative who was meant to be here and confirmed he was coming, had an incident last night with thugs, and you know, it's something we think we need to address as an issue of security in our areas of residence. So it was unfortunate, and you know, I think Christine was still engaging him up to late in the night when he went for medical care. So it's unfortunate. We would have loved to have local government here again to address, because some of the infrastructure projects we are financing are local government driven, and he would have given us the local government perspective on that. But we wish him well, and as the Uganda Debt Network had asked me to mention this so that you're aware, they had deliberately asked local government to come. So I think, Jim, I'm only right to give you a minute to to speak to the debt department and the policy, the debt policy that Sam was questioning.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just be as brief as possible. The debt department exists, but earlier you remember Dr. Glover, she said something which I want to borrow. She said there is the carrot and there is the stick. And Dr. Mums has just said we spoke and we left. He's saying something. The rest I will leave to the politicians. so these things is who is the police and who is being policed. Exactly. So the rest I don't want to address. So the issue of these departments, they are there, they do their work. But the willingness to do certain things. So on the debt, that I'll leave, it's a system thing. Again, we'll go back to what Dr. Mumza has spoken to. On the issue, kind of allow me a minute, and I will speak to local government, because apparently we do PPPs, and we do PPPs in local government. What we are beginning to do is initially local governments did not see the value of the real estate, the value they have. So they were doing a lot of leasing. So you have a city that's coming up and somebody has been elevated to mayor. He now says, let me donate this land to somebody because he's building a stadium. Now I have nothing against that Arua stadium. It's imposing, it's good. But if you get these economists and the scientists and the others to study and tell you whether out of that lease, despite the fact that you have those lock-up shops and the playground, you actually got a value, the discourse may change. So that's the Shimoni. Whether out of Kampala Kingdom and what you removed and what you added and eventually the net impact of all of that, the total sum impact, the discourse may change. Hence the studies. So we need to have these studies, not semantics. And then on the issue of local investors, and Dr. Muhunza has actually helped me when he brought up the issue of harm. Now somebody had earlier asked me, why aren't you using Kwagalana, isn't it? Yes. That group. Yes. Now, yes. Now that group, you know, in Uganda we have certain things that happen. We have these terminologies we use to baptize people, and they become the Mugagamuto or something. But when you lift the veil, you find a hole. Now, in the PPPs and the Rio Project Finance, they will lift the veil. They will not see Mugisha because I'm sorry to use you, because he's putting on a suit and no, he's actually a rich man. No, they want his balance sheet to speak to his richness and his debts as well. So what is happening, we are beginning to reveal that probably we may not have a rich group of people as it were, but we probably have people who are living artificially as rich people. And I'm not trying to demean, because I don't have maybe a quarter of what they have. But the truth, when it comes to a real structured deal, where real banks, and I'm using that word deliberately, where real money from real financial institutions is going to be borrowed and spent, then the rich people are people like Honorable here, who has an institution in the Albertine region. The rich people are somebody who is running a kiosk and he knows how to keep books of accounts. The rich person is not, with the due respect to Honorable, I'm sorry I keep doing this, is not that person who knows Honorable or March, because Honorable March belongs to a bank somewhere, and Honorable March can sign a cheat, and that person gets money free, and that person builds an empire. The one we see. That's not the rich person. So we have to be careful as we define our rich people who can attract financing. No bank is going to give you money as long as you exercise or behave the way some of these examples he has given. The other one is now something I'll leave with the Honorable Fred, is NSSF. Now that we realize our rich people are not necessarily rich, and we realize that the banks, the commercial banks, have a limitation up to how much they can spend in this infrastructure. What can we do to tap into the fat cow we have? I am aware that this fat cow is keeping savers' money. Therefore, it must be prudent as they invest it. But what can we do to unlock? So as a part of a solution, I would request that the doctor speaks to that. The very last one is Simba incident you referred to. See, we go back to how do we structure the systems? What informs that system? Why did we inherit these risks? We are not good at building dams. You see, we go, remember what I said about this building. We went to buy a dam. We did not go to buy generation capacity. If we had bought generation capacity in whichever form and made those builders of that thing operate, maintain it, take responsibility for those cracks and everything, the defects, there is no way Dr. Muhumza would be standing here saying, or they've told us they have 775 defects. You know why they are telling us that? We own those risks instead of assigning them to the people who are best placed to do that particular thing. On the last one of taxes, I know the debate is difficult to have here, and I'll leave Dr. Muhumza to speak to that. But I work with the Minister of Finance, and I'll tell you something. We tend to overblame the tax policy. I know we don't like to pay taxes, most of us. I'm one of those. But I prefer to pay taxes where I know they are going to serve the good and within a manageable amounts. So taxes are not really a problem. But for us to say, because we overtax companies, they go down, I think we are sending a wrong signal. We should speak to the usability, affordability of tax, and not that we overtax. Because the moment you use that, then you're exonerating companies. We've just had an example of harm. There are others who are going down because the systems were not in place. We started these businesses because what is the trending thing? Schools. All of us going to schools. What is the next thing? Take away. All of us going take away. Now arcades. All of us. Now the next thing which I see every corner, boutiques for the small scale. Hair salons. No feasibility. You know what's going to happen? Some of them are going down purely because the moment he makes the first 10 million, the next thing is a car, a second wife, the entire clan from the village to come and operate that car. They will go down. So there are other factors. And then the taxes compound that problem. So I think there's a lot more. We go back to systems. You go back to systems. I agree with you that taxes must be informed 100%. But there are also businesses which are going down because, one, banks are collecting. Back in the days, politicians would protect businesses. Currently, you are lucky if you get a politician to protect you. Banks will come for their money. And when they come, you have nowhere to hide. You will go down. Thank you.
Okay, Jim has asked all the questions and answered all the answers. So I honestly allow me to ask the team to wind this up. Fred, you are the bulk, so allow me to start with Matthias. I don't think there was anything from me, Matthias. Any question for you? No. So Sam, I think you got, there's a mic there Fred can give you because I want to make sure he has the last word. Yes.
Was there a question for me?
No, I'm just saying based on, Jim's.
I just want to reiterate that government needs to be clean, smart enough to know that once you handle the physical tax regime very well, it can spur growth. Most of these people who are struggling, the point I was making, most of the people who are struggling to establish a business, for the example of a winemaker whom I gave, you can't imagine what struggle they go through. And you would rather support that business because by him employing maybe 20 or so people, they are actually helping government. Okay. But I want to end something in agreement with what Fred said. There's this issue which I keep on talking about, for instance, the issue about the Kampala flyover project, which is a loan of about $120 million from the Japanese government. You have a piece of concrete that was brought into the city center. I don't know even what feasibility study they did, half less than 1 kilometer, to bring a piece of concrete done by the Japanese. It doesn't even solve the traffic jam. It brings traffic from one end, 1 kilometer away, to another place, and you are having that piece of concrete, and you are going to pay that money. What's worse, the code for that construction is going to be taken by the Japanese. And after 20 years, you can be sure the Japanese are going to come back and say, we are going to repair this road. A piece of concrete which is actually going to be totally worthless, we are going to pay for it for the rest of the life. That tells you about the systems that are not working. All right. You have UNRWA, for instance, people, they claim to supervise, but they go to take pictures. Take pictures, then go back and say, we are building a road, a magnificent road. That's how far we are going in terms of debt. We shall pay that debt, but that road is not going to help us. It's just one of them.
I am not sure is just taking pictures, but I am not the spokesperson of but Fred, you had a couple of reactions, but if we can wrap this up in about 2 minutes, so I allow...
yeah, 2 minutes is
Isabella
really...
has been looking at the coffee next to her. She can't have it. She's not sure whether you're going to do 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So, okay. So she has given 2 minutes for her coffee.
Yeah, Isabella, when you're ready, let me know. I'll be done. But there's also the issue of you get 10 million, you marry a second wife. But also there is a woman who gets 10 million from the 3 husbands. And so when the husbands collapse, she also goes down, because that is where the money was coming. It's not about the business, but it's also the conversation of systems. I want to begin with where Sam disagrees with me, but he actually agrees with me. I didn't say take out infrastructure. I said what type of infrastructure. So when he's talking about the piece of concrete, you're actually agreeing with me. What type of infrastructure do we need? Even if it is in New York, and you leave the infrastructure there, and you remove the systems, New York will grind to a halt. And that's what happens. So you want an entire system. Don't just build roads. How do they feed into each other? These days I use the expressway. And I had left it because it would end into Busega where there would be jam. Yeah. But since they cleared the northern bypass and put all those flyovers, now the expressway is useful. Because the northern bypass is useful. So you're not talking about one road. Because you would end up there and get clogged because of the Kalerwe and all sorts of others. But now those ones are cleared. This is what we're saying, don't look at one piece. So that 1 kilometer, what is it feeding into? Is it solving a problem? That's where we really want to go back. So what type of infrastructure do we need? Stop doing flyovers when you could have spent that money doing several other kilometers of feeder roads. The UNRA roads are useless without district roads and feeder roads. We all don't sleep on the roadside. We sleep 2-3 kilometers off the road. That's why the farmers are. If the district roads are not funded, if the feeder roads are not funded, the UNRA roads will be empty, there will be no production, you won't pay back the loans. So we need to go back to those systems, and the systems talk about where did we come from. East African railways and harbors. And the harbors and the railways also are speaking of the water and the road. So you get down to Jinja, you get to Namasagari, you're on Lake Chog, you go to Masindi Port. When you get to Masindi Port, there was an inland port at Masindi, there was Butiaba Port, and then you are into River Semliki, and you have gone into the other side. How do you design that? So I'm saying even if you are splitting standard gauge, URC, you actually should be bringing UNRA and URC and all of them as a transport system. The integrated transport system. It is only in one, we haven't operationalized it. All these boards should be merged. Leave them with one board so that it's speaking on the integrated transport system and they give us one plan, including all the feeder roads. So I think we need to get back there. Otherwise, you'll buy gas cylinders when people have no gas cookers. I don't know what you'll eat. So these are for me the main takeaways. But one more thing, we are privileged now, we are reviewing the NDP.
The question on the NSF, yes.
We are dealing with the NDP review. I'm saying, can we remove some projects? When we designed the NDP III, there was no COVID. COVID has come, we need to readdress. There was no famine. The hunger we are having is going to continue. But because it's arising out of a weak system. I have mentioned before, we don't eat eucalyptus. But every rich person in Uganda has bought land and planted eucalyptus. Now you are here saying, where is food? What did you expect? If every rich person has planted eucalyptus and pine, there is no maize, there is no beans, there is no nothing. That's why we saw it coming.
Fred, they need the wood where they're going to sleep. It doesn't matter whether they are hungry.
Now the wood is going to be used to make coffins. That's not the government is talking about. It's sad. NSSF, you're going back to refinancing. 78% of NSSF money is already with the government. So part of it is the refinancing. Where can the government find that money to bring it back? It's not available. We are only balancing the books already. I mean, that's a sad part. That's what I'm saying. It's already a debt trap. And to get out of it is not going to be an outpatient. Can we begin to discuss those tough conditions for a patient who is in the wards? Hope not in intensive care. I rest my case. I hope your cup of tea is done.
Yes.
I want to listen to Herbert.
Yes, Isabella's cup of coffee is done. And she will come. I want, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our panel. Please take your seats. Yes, Isabella, you want to speak? Well, seated. I have no problem. Oh, okay. I was about to wonder how you want to use the other table. So I won't even introduce her because she has already reached here. So allow me, our next speaker, then I'll introduce her after she has spoken.
Okay, next and last. Although I don't want to be in the middle of your desire to talk more, you can keep talking after I'm left. Sorry I missed the first half of the presentations about climate, debt transparency, extremely important. But I'm glad that I got to attend a passionate discussion on PPPs. And I learned something about the district roads and eucalyptus and all of that. So it was very interesting for me today. But just to bring us back to the topic, which is African Debt Conference. I know the attempt and the pressure to talk about Uganda is very strong. We are in Uganda. Other countries have their own conference. But since I am to close, I will close in a spirit of what is relevant for the continent. Sub-Saharan public debt has increased for more than a decade, which has helped fund development needs, but is now placing strains on debt sustainability in many countries. The pandemic has worsened public debt further. About half of the sub-Saharan African low-income countries are currently at high risk of debt distress or in debt distress. Uganda's debt only has grown has about doubled in the last 6 years. Domestic debt and private external debt contributed significantly to this debt increase. These sources of mainly non-concessional financing present both opportunities and challenges. Domestic debt has helped limit the issuance of foreign currency debt and is helpful when the countries lose access to financial markets, which did happen to some of the countries in the beginning of the pandemic. However, domestic maturities are often short and interest rates are high. Private external financing provides much needed financial resources in a context of declining official developmental assistance flows. So it's also important. However, the substitution of low cost and long maturities multilateral flows with higher cost private funds has resulted in a steep rise in external debt service costs, higher rollover risks, and vulnerability to a tightening in global financial conditions and exchange rate depreciations, which is what we are witnessing currently. To reduce public debt while addressing development needs over the medium term, countries will need to boost domestic revenues and improve public spending efficiency. Such efforts could include digitalization to broaden tax bases, enhance tax fairness and compliance, and improve tax administration. Public expenditure should be better targeted at the most vulnerable population, and public investment should be better identified and prioritized. I think we heard a lot about that today. Strengthening debt management capacity is also an important priority. Debt vulnerabilities can be reduced through credible medium-term debt strategies and proactive liability management, as well as enhanced debt reporting, transparency, and communication, which we discussed this morning. When a debt treatment is needed, improvements in the G20 common framework could play an important role by ensuring broad participation of creditors and fairer burden sharing. So far, Chad, Ethiopia, Zambia, and Somalia have requested a debt treatment under the common framework. Yes, Uganda is not near there. Experience has shown that greater clarity on restructuring steps, earlier engagement of official creditors with the debtor and private creditors, a standstill in debt service payments during negotiation, and specifying the mechanics of comparability of treatment are still needed for this framework to work properly. The 2021 SDR allocation can help countries with weak reserves reduce their reliance on more expensive domestic and external debt. But it is crucial that these SDRs are used as effectively as possible with accountability and transparency, and with as much as possible going to countries most in needs. The Resilience and Sustainability Trust, approved by the IMF board in April 2022, will channel SDRs contributed by other countries with strong internal position to countries where the needs are greatest, providing policy support and affordable long-term financing to strengthen members' resilience and sustainability. Now, in conclusion, what I want to say is that debt can be good, and many countries resort to financing to finance development, including developed ones. What is key is sustainability, which boils down to the capacity to repay. And this is a function of growth and cost of financing. Growth depends on countries' endowment and on reforms. Cost depends on the country's institution and also on reforms. Reforms to support growth and build institutions to lower the cost of debt and will improve sustainability. The alternative is raising more domestic revenues, which is also important, but often encounters natural limits. Thank you very much. Please do not hesitate to ask further questions and to stay on and continue the discussion. Thank you so much. It's always it's dangerous to have the IMF close the...
It's very rare. Normally it's IMF opening, not closing. Yeah. All right. Isabella, another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Isabella Karpovic, the IMF representative to Uganda. Isabella, thank you so much. And I think on that note, ours is to thank on behalf of the Uganda Debt Network and our partners, AFRODAD, TIU, Transparency International Uganda, Seatini. We want to thank all of you for being with us. It's unusual normally at the last stage of a conversation like this to have everyone in the room. So I think, Patrick, you did something magical. Usually after lunch, everyone disappears and they find other work to go and do. So on behalf of both the physical audience, but Isabella, we had a virtual audience, so we have, so it was a regional, a bit regional. We had a couple of people joining us from Kenya. I want to thank on behalf of all the partners, to thank all of you, those of you virtually with us, and those of you here for joining us for this conversation. If you can, and I think Christine and team, there is an audience, and there were some comments in the comment section around climate financing, around our public debt, our public expenditure. I think I saw a couple of comments there on public expenditure. There was a question on issues of transparency, especially with our PPPs. I think there was something on the PPPs and the issue around transparency. But you know, Christine and the team will sieve these comments out and share with the rapporteurs so that we can get some of these captured in the report. So on behalf of all the organizers, I want to thank you so much for joining us. Tea and coffee is available, so if you can, please enable to make sure we have that taken. And since Isabella is here, we will have another picture for all of you, so that we also show that it was an international conference, not just an African conference. So Patrick and the chair will help us again the way we did earlier. We'll take, on the very special stairs of Africana, we'll take our group photo, all of us, because some of you are not even here. I think Jim was not here when we took the photo in the morning. Were you? Oh yes, you were here. Okay. And accountability again. So we edited you out. Okay, no, we will have you this time, and anyone who wasn't in the picture. So thank you very much. Please enjoy our coffee, and like Isabella said, the conversation continues. So in case you have questions now, you can walk to Jim, you can walk, Stephen can walk to Fred, or Fred can walk to Orone, and there's still Patrick, Richard is here, Sam is around. We can talk to each other in case there's any questions that were left outstanding. Thank you very much. Yes? Yes, and we need to send a bill to Jim and Fred, who kept using, Honorable Fred of White's name. And and using him in reference. You know, when you write a report and you keep referring to somebody, you must send them a copy for free. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening.